Okay. We're going to do the Short Stories Collection, Volume 1. I'm hoping there's going to be a Volume 2 for that soon. There's a lot of these, apparently. Tuli, my little sister's gotten weird. A previously unpublished chapter that appeared in the web novel around the time of Part 1, Volume 1. Tuli muses that her younger sister has been acting strangely ever since recovering from her most recent fever. How did things seem from her perspective when mine started making hair sticks, shampoo, and the like? And the author's note. Mine's desperate for a bath, but has to make do with being wiped down. Meanwhile, Tuli struggles to understand why her little sister suddenly wants to wash every day. Please enjoy seeing the vast gap between their versions of common sense. My little sister Mine has long, straight hair, the color of the night sky, and eyes as golden as the moon. Even I think she's cute, and I'm her big sister. Mine has a problem, though. She's always sick and gets fevers. Because she's unwell, she doesn't eat, and because she doesn't eat, she doesn't grow. She never goes outside, so her skin's scarily pale, and she never plays with me. Even though I understand the reason, it makes me sad that I can't play with Mine like the other kids play with their brothers and sisters. She always says it's unfair that I get to go to the forest, but what I really want is for her to come with me. And it's not like it's my fault she's sick. Mine had a really, really high fever the other day. It got so bad that we thought she might die. Especially when she couldn't eat or drink anything for 3 days. I wonder if that fever's what made her go a little weird in the head. After my little sister's fever went down, she started saying all these odd words I didn't understand. She got mad over the weirdest things, and she was nowhere near as obedient as usual. Now, instead of staying in bed, she'd go through the house while we were washing dishes and stuff. After her most recent search, she spent a whole day sobbing about something I really didn't understand. Yeah, the whole book thing. Sorry, just making sure this thing is recording right. Back then, I thought her strange behavior was because of the fever, but after she fully recovered, she got even weirder. First of all, she began washing every single day. It all started when her fever went away, and she asked me to wipe her down because she was feeling super gross. I didn't think much of it at the time. She'd probably sweat a lot while she was sick, and she wasn't able to go to the river to wash herself. But every day after that, when we were heating water to make food, she had asked us to pour her some. On the first day she cleaned herself, the water ended up really dirty. By the third, it came out clean, yet she kept doing it every day. I mean it, every single day. That's just weird, right? I'd always give Mine a hand since she said there were some spots she couldn't reach on her own, but it just didn't make sense to me. Isn't it a waste to use hot water when you're not dirty, I asked. It's not a waste because I am dirty. No matter what I said, Mine kept washing herself every day. For some reason, she tried washing me as well. She started rubbing my face with the damn cloth even when I told her I was fine and didn't need it. According to her, I was dirtier than she was because I went outside. Yeah, especially the smell, because I'm sure you're going to smell like the outdoors, and since the outdoors smells like poop. Yeah, you're going to smell like poop. So, of course, she wants to clean you up. As usual, the warm water was still clean after Mine had a wash, but it went all dirty by the time I was finished. Seeing it actually made me a little uncomfortable, but Mine just smiled and said the water wasn't wasted if we both used it. How can I make her understand that she's wrong? She doesn't get how hard it is bringing buckets all the way up from the well. Mine's weirdness started to show in other ways, too. Like she suddenly began trying to put her hair up. We'd attempted that with her before, but her hair was so straight that it never stayed in place no matter how tightly we bound it. Eventually, we'd just given up. But now here she was, trying all over again. She failed every single attempt. Her cheeks puffed out in frustration. But then she started rummaging through my basket. It wasn't long before she pulled out my dearest treasure, a doll that our parents had worked together to make for me. Dad had shaped the wood while Mom had made the clothes. Tuli, can I snap this part off? That's her leg. You're so mean, Mine. How could she even think about doing something like that? I yelled at her and she apologized while hanging her head. Then she brushed aside her bangs and gave a heavy sigh. It was such a grown-up gesture that I actually gasped a little. She was only 5, so how did she act so much like an adult? Because she is an adult on the inside? Well, Tuli, she said, I want a stick like this. How can I get one? So she hadn't wanted the leg specifically. I could always make her a stick by cutting down some of our firewood, so I took out my knife and did just that, hoping to keep my precious doll safe. Mine was really picky about the stick she wanted. She asked me to make one a bit thinner without making it too sharp, but she was satisfied in the end. Thanks, Tuli. My little sister happily took the stick and then stabbed it right into her head. Mine, what are you doing? I cried, but while I was panicking, she started wrapping her hair around the stick. Somehow, using nothing but that piece of wood, she had managed to keep her tresses securely in place. It was magic, like the nobles used, but I was even more surprised that she'd gone for a grown-up hairstyle. You can't do that, Mine, I said. Only adults can put their hair up like that. Oh, I see, she replied, her eyes wide. It was the most obvious fact in the world, so I didn't know why she was acting so surprised. Well, I mean, considering the fact that you said yourself that she doesn't even get to leave the house, of course she's not going to know this. Your mom's hair is short, so... Wait, is her hair short? Or maybe it looks short to me, the way it's kept. It looks like a short cut. So she doesn't need to keep it up. That's what it looks like to me. Or maybe it is long and it's just so up so well that I can't even tell it's not short. I don't know. Mine pulled out the stick, letting her hair fall down. Then she put it back in and tried again, this time only tying back the top half. Is this better, she asked? I think so. From then on, Mine always used that stick to secure her hair. It was pretty weird. From the side, it looked like it was stabbing into her head, but she seemed to like it. Mom had today off work and was looking after Mine, which meant I could join everyone gathering in the forest. It had been forever since I'd last gone. We would pick up firewood, gather lots of fruit and mushrooms, and look for herbs that were good for flavoring meat. Everything we found would be important for our upcoming winter preparations, so all the kids worked their hardest. I really hope Mine gets well soon so she can start coming with us. Mine welcomed me back when I got home. She seemed healthy today. What did you get? She asked, peering into my basket. Let me see. I'd gathered the same herbs and mushrooms as always, but she was looking at them like she was seeing them for the first time. Mine's acting so weird. All of a sudden, her eyes sparkled and she pulled out a marrow from the basket. Wow, can I have one of these? This was a surprise. I couldn't remember the last time she'd asked for something like that. I gave her 2. Thank you, Tuli. Mine rubbed the marrows against her cheek, smiling like an angel, then disappeared into the storage room. She came back a few moments later with a hammer, looking all excited. Before I could say anything else, she swung the hammer down on one of the marrows. There was a loud splat as juice squirted all over the place and all over me. Smashing some fruit with a hammer is obviously going to make juice and stuff shoot out all over the place, right? You shouldn't even need to think about it, right? Mine, why'd you do that? I asked with a very stern smile, not even wiping the juice from my face. She flinched and let out a weird "wah" in response. You see, I wanted oil, so... Mine gazed up at me, her eyes hopeful and apologetic at the same time. She hadn't even thought about what might happen if she violently crushed the marrow. That's not how you get oil from fruit, I shouted. What's wrong with you? Oh. She looked sad, but I really had to wonder if she was okay in the head. Did she not remember us squeezing oil out of the fruit together just a couple weeks ago? I think her last fever actually made her go crazy. I should speak to Mom about this. Mama got to the well, and it was pretty obvious how she was going to react when she saw all the mess. I did my best to clean it up before she got back, but I didn't stand a chance. She soon came to the door and was just as angry as I'd expected. She yelled at me too, which really wasn't fair. At times like this, Mine wasn't cute at all. Tuli, Mine said in a quiet voice, trying not to anger Mom any further. How do you get the oil out? Can you teach me? You're not being quiet at all, though. Look, Mom's already staring at us. Mom, can I teach Mine? I asked. She sighed. Well, go ahead. If you don't, I'm sure we'll end up with another mess. She pointed at the storage room where all the stuff we'd want was kept. I could tell she was still a bit annoyed, and so I took Mine to the storage room. The first step was to show her all the equipment we needed. First things first, I said. You can't just smash the fruit on the table. The oil and juices will soak into the wood. You need to put it on this metal stand. Oh, and wrap some cloth around the fruit before you hit it. That way the bits won't fly all over the place. We want to keep the fleshy part to eat, but you can get oil from the seed inside. The oil from the seed won't be enough, though. I need it from the fruit as well. We tried crushing another marrow, this time using the proper method. Mine eagerly swung down the hammer again, but her aim was terrible, and her posture was all over the place. Plus, while she managed to smash the fruit, the seed inside wasn't breaking at all, and she wasn't strong enough to wring the cloth and squeeze out the rest of the juice. That's not good enough, I said. The seed isn't breaking, and there's no oil coming out. Aw, Tuli. Mom was giving me such a pathetic look that I decided to help. I took the hammer from her, but it was covered in so much juice that I could actually feel it sliding around in my hand. If I tried to swing it like this, it would probably end up halfway across the room. I wiped it clean, then gripped it tight. To begin, crush the seed, like this. Dad didn't need to rely on a hammer or break the fruit into small pieces like we did. He could use juicing weights instead. We were too weak to use them ourselves, but that wasn't much of a surprise. Only boys were expected to have enough muscle to do tough jobs like that. Then squeeze the cloth like this. Wow, you're amazing, Tuli. It was cute to see Mine celebrating over something as simple as oil dripping into a small cup. Her joy didn't make my arms hurt any less, though. Thanks, Tuli. You need to clean up now, Mine. Don't be lazy. She floundered, looking all over the place like she didn't know how to. I taught her what to do while putting the tools away. It was easy to forget that mine was already 5 years old. She was so weak and very small, like a lot smaller than was normal. She only had 2 more years before her baptism at the temple, then she'd need to find apprentice work. I was only a year away from being baptized myself. Mine would need to start helping around the house when I became an apprentice, but how would she manage when she didn't even know how to find or use our tools? She was already at a disadvantage because she was so tiny. Would anyone hire her after seeing that she couldn't do any work either? I need to get Mom to stop being so soft on mine and start teaching her how to do things herself. Tuli, can I have some herbs too? Mine asked. Just a few, okay? Mine started carefully smelling the herbs I'd gathered, then took a few and added them to the bowl of marrow oil. I figured she was trying to improve the smell, but some of the leaves she picked were for getting rid of bugs and weren't appetizing at all. Wow, we should probably use that oil for dinner before mine gets all smelly. But as I reached for the bowl, mine stopped me with a crazy look in her eyes. No, Tuli, what are you doing? We have to eat it soon, right? Otherwise, those herbs you added were going to make it taste nasty. You can't eat it. No matter what I said, mine swung her head in protest and tried to keep the oil away from me. I looked to Mom for help. Mine, don't be selfish, she yelled. Tuli went out and gathered those herself. I'm not being selfish, mine cried. She gave them to me. That was true, but I didn't want any of the things I'd gathered to be wasted. This time, however, mine didn't back down no matter how furious Mom got. We eventually gave up on mine, then she asked for some more water. It was her usual request, but she looked especially excited for some reason. I poured some into the tub for her, then gawked as she dumped in some of the oil and started switching it around. Mine, what are you doing? Washing my hair. Once again, I didn't have a clue what she was on about. She'd said and done so many weird things over the past few days. I continued to watch her, confused, as she dipped her hair into the tub and started rubbing the water into it. She splashed some of the water onto her scalp, too. Mine repeated this over and over until she was satisfied, then started squeezing her hair and dabbing it with a cloth until it was dry. From there she used a comb, and it was then that I realized her hair was gleaming a lot more than I'd ever seen before. Mine, what's this? It's simple all-in-one shampoo. Oh, so that's what it's called. After seeing Mine's hair get so clean, I wanted to try some of whatever it was she made. I couldn't just ask after I'd gotten so mad at her, though, and just imagining it made me feel awkward. Do you want to try some too? Mine asked me with a smile. There's enough here for both of us. Plus, you gathered the marrow and the herbs, right? You even did all the juicing for me. In an instant, all of my awkwardness blew away. She was right that I'd gathered and prepared all the ingredients. I undid my braid, then put my hair into the tub and tried to copy what mine had done. She even helped out, sticking her tiny hands in the water and using them to wash the places I couldn't quite reach. That should be enough, mine eventually said, as so I got to work drying my hair. It was normally so poofy that I struggled to comb it, but now it was all smooth and straight. On top of that, it was so glossy, just like mine's. It was like she cast a magic spell on me. Wow, your hair's super pretty now, mine said as she eagerly ran the comb through it. And you smell so nice. For some reason, she seemed even happier than I was. I'm glad to be clean now, but why does mine know so much about this stuff all of a sudden? My little sister had definitely gotten weird, and the thought of her getting even weirder each time she came down with a fever was kind of scary. Okay, let's clean up. Hold it right there. Just as we were about to put the tub away, Mom came over and started washing her hair too. I turned to look at mine, and we both giggled. My little sister was weird, that was for sure, but I was actually looking forward to whatever strange thing she might be doing next. Lutz, My Savior, a previously unpublished chapter that appeared in the web novel around the time of Part 1, Volume 1. Lutz works with his brothers to gather peruse, a very valuable winter fruit. These events didn't appear in any of the light novels since mine wasn't there to witness them, but they show how peruse are actually collected. Author's note, it wasn't until this chapter that I properly fleshed out Sieg and Zasha. Before then, they were just big bros 1 and 2. This is also the first chapter to show off the magical nature of the Bookworm world. Come on, Lutz, wake up! My older brother Zasha knocked me awake with a firm kick. I got out of bed, rubbing my eyes, and glanced at the crack under the window. For the past few days, the blizzard had kept any light from coming through, but now I could see something dazzlingly bright. That means the weather's clear. My drowsiness disappeared all at once as I threw open the window, not caring how cold it would make the room. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky. Sure, the whole city was still covered in snow, but the sunlight made it look all nice and glittery. I shut the window and raced to the kitchen. Clear days like these were rare, so kids and adults all rushed to the forest as soon as possible. We really didn't want to be late. Hurry up, Lutz! My third older brother had already eaten breakfast and was busily getting ready. I took some hard black bread, dunked it in some warm milk to soften it up, then scarfed it down before joining him. Today was a great day for gathering. Everybody would go to the forest to get peruse, which could only be found during winter. They were in pretty high demand since sweets were hard to come by no matter the time of year, so we needed to act fast if we wanted any for ourselves. Ralph wasn't the only one coming with me today. Zasha and Zeke were joining us instead of doing their usual apprentice work. We put on our baskets and the like, and then rushed outside. With the 4 of us working together, we were sure to get a ton of Perus. Mom was standing by the well, and she gave us all a wave as she noticed us. Going to the forest? Be careful, okay? And try to get as many as you can. We weren't surprised to see her. She was always out here gossiping with the neighbors. I'm real impressed she can put up with that cold for so long. Like, woo! Also standing by the well was Mrs. Effa. She and Mom were good friends, so I'd grown up playing with her daughters, Tuli and mine. Tuli and Gunter had already left, Mrs. Effa said. You might want to hurry. Mom was probably staying at home. She always ended up bedridden when she went outside, especially on days like this. Just last autumn, while making her way to the farm for Pig Day, she'd apparently fallen sick and passed out in the wagon. The same thing had happened the year before, too. Really sucks that she missed out on the fresh sausages. They're real good. Mine was tiny, weak, adorable, and pretty much barely clinging to life. We were the same age, but she was like a little sister to me. Oh yeah, back during winter prep, didn't she say something about wanting some plant stems? That's rare for her. Wonder what she's going to do with them. By the time we passed through the south gate and reached the forest, the battle for Perus had already started. Everyone was going nuts for them, and for good reason. They are a rare sweet you could only find on really clear winter days when the snow was still thick on the ground. See, go to that tree. The moment Zasha gave the instruction, my second elder brother let go of the rope connecting to our sled and ran off. He pushed through the snow on his way to the Peru tree, then immediately started climbing it. The rest of us moved away and started preparing a fire. We dug into the snow until we could see the earth underneath, then put down and ignited some firewood. Sieg was still up in the tree, deciding which fruit to pick. It's about done, Zasha said to me. Get ready. At his say-so, I made my way up the tree myself, aiming to reach Sieg. Like all Peru trees, it had bark as white as ice and snow, and while all the branches made it easy to climb, the fruit only grew really high up. To make things even more complicated, Peru trees weren't normal trees. They were fey plants. You couldn't just remove their fruit with knives, which was made it annoying to get. It wasn't long before I reached Sieg. Ready, let's? Just a moment. I quickly pulled off my gloves and grabbed the thin branch that Sieg was holding. He put his own gloves on, then hurried back down the tree. So cold. Let you do the rest. Shouldn't be much longer. The branch I was squeezing was cold as ice, and the air had a biting chill to it. My body temperature was going down fast. Hurry up and fall already. I was using my bare hands for a reason. You had to warm Peru branches to harvest their fruit. Using fire absolutely wasn't an option because the mana in the tree would put out the fire. Okay, so I'm guessing that, like everything else, it sucks out mana, but since commoners have so little mana at all, or barely any mana, it makes their temperature go down even more, because that's what happened when mine ended up giving her mana for the first time. She ended up passing out, but she was cold instead of hot. Still nothing? Come on, what was that about it not taking much longer? I could feel the branch gradually getting softer, but the fruit just wasn't falling. My fingers were prickling and starting to go numb, but just as I was about to call for someone to take my place, there was movement. I'll trade. It's almost done, Zasha. Ralph, here it comes. The moment Zasha grabbed the branch, the Peru fruit was about as big as my face, dropped straight down. He had been warming his hands by the fire, so they were a lot warmer than mine were now. Ralph was waiting below to grab the fallen fruit. Head back to the fire and warm up, Zasha said to me. Your hands are bright red. He then went for the hunt for the next fruit. I put my gloves back on and climbed down the tree, being extra careful not to fall. Then after running over to the fire, I took my gloves off again and held my hands up to the crackling heat. The feeling slowly returned to my fingers, along with a prickling ache. I'm tossing the fruit over, Ralph shouted. Get ready. He threw the Peru in our direction, then climbed up the tree to trade places with Zasha. The fruit hit the ground a short distance away and rolled over, at which point Sieg snatched it up and dropped it in our basket. Thankfully, Perus were like clumps of ice. As long as it was cold, they couldn't break no matter how rough you were with them. Whew, talk about cold, Zasha said, rubbing his hands as he hurried over to the fire. You go get the next one, Sieg. Right. It was Sieg's turn to put on gloves and run to the tree. Coordination was a key part of Peru gathering, and the more people with warm hands you had to switch around, the better off you were. We'd managed to get 5 Perus so far. Almost noon, Zasha said, glaring up at the sky. Think you can get one more? Let's get your hands so warm as possible, then go swap with Sieg. My hands were still red, worse still, either because of the icy branches, or because I was holding them on close to the fire, they turned completely numb again. Days like this didn't come often, though. If we could get one more Peru, then I was going to try. I warmed myself up as best I could, then ran back to the tree, then climbed all the way up to where Sieg was waiting. It's getting kind of soft, shouldn't take much longer. Got it. Just as Sieg and I were trading places and our 6th fruit was about to fall, light shone down from above. It was noon. The leaves of the Peru trees sparkled as brilliantly as jewels, and the trees themselves began shaking as if they had a mind of their own, creating a loud rustling sound. "Oh no, get down, Lutz," my brother shouted, just as the bough beneath me began to shake. I'd already began leaning away from the tree to warm the branch of the fruit on it, so I soon lost my footing entirely. Next thing I knew, I was dangling from the branch and nothing more. Whoa. I instinctively reached out and grabbed the branch with my other hand. "No, Lutz, let go. You need to get down now." But before I could even react, the branch became too soft to hold my weight. It snapped, sending me and the Peru hurling toward the ground. Ah! After a bit of a shock, the thick, fluffy snow broke my fall. Because I'd been hanging from the branch, I'd also landed on my feet so I wasn't hurt or anything. All around us, people were jumping down from the trees. Peru gathering time was over. There was even more rustling as the Peru trees began growing up toward the sky. They quickly became the tallest trees in the forest as they surged for the sun, waving their lush green leaves like a girl shaking her hair. The light soon reached the fruit that hadn't been gathered, making it shoot off in all directions. Once all the fruit was all gone, the Peru tree basically started to melt, becoming smaller and smaller until they disappeared completely. That was the end of their life cycle. They only showed up on the winter days and were different from any other tree in the forest. Well, that's that. Time to go home. We all got our Perus and made our way back home. Every home would be preparing sweets this afternoon. Getting the fruit was hard work, but the results were something to look forward to. Guess we get one each. The Perus had been about as big as my face back in the forest, but the outer layer had started to melt soon after we left. By the time we got home, they were much smaller than before. Are the bowls ready? We used the fireplace to ignite some thin twigs and pushed them into our Perus. The burning wood broke through the skin, and out came the thick white juice. A sweet aroma quickly filled the house. My mouth was watering as I made sure to get all the sweet-smelling fruit juice into my cup. Part of me wanted to drink it all at once, but it was such a valuable sweet that I knew I should treasure every drop. After getting out the juice, we crushed the rest of the fruit to get some oil. It could be used for cooking or as fuel for lamps, so it was really nice to have this late into the winter. Soon enough, we'd squeezed the Perus into small pieces. They were dry and barely edible, but they were good for the chickens. We knew that because the chickens that ate Peru scraps made even tastier eggs. "Excuse me, I'm here for a trade." Lots of people came to our house to trade their Peru scraps for eggs. Personally, I didn't think it was a very good idea. Or a very good deal. The chickens loved the scraps, sure, but we probably could have been better off eating the eggs ourselves. At least bring us some meat or something. We always cook enough eggs to get one each, but when we have meat, my brothers take it all before I could even get a chance. As I was thinking that, mine and Thule showed up. They brought a bag containing maybe 2 Perus worth of scraps. "Let's hear, we'll trade you 3 for eggs." Mine said, wearing a great big smile. She eagerly offered me the bag. I wasn't too happy about the exchange, but I couldn't just turn them away or else Mom would yell at me. "We've already got enough animal feed," I said. "Got any meat instead? My older brothers keep stealing all of mine." Most of my family stayed at home during winter, which meant my food got stolen more often. In other words, I was hungry pretty much all the time. I knew there was no point in grumbling to Thule and mine, but I couldn't help myself. "It's hard to fight back when they're so much bigger," Thule said with a sympathetic smile, brushing my complaints aside. Mine must have had some kind of idea, though, because she suddenly thrust the bag at me again. "Okay, Lex, why not just eat this?" "That's just for the birds," I yelled without even thinking. I've always been nice to mine, so why was she making such a cruel suggestion? In response to my outrage, mine just tilted her head at me and muttered, "Not even make it right." "Huh? It's only inedible when you squeeze all the juice out. Even leftovers can taste really good if you prepare them right." Mine was getting serious, but her words were so hard to believe. I mean, nobody ate chicken feed. I looked at Thule for an explanation, but she just shrugged and gave a tired smile. As it turned out, mine had eaten the actual fruit part of a Peru before. "Seriously?" I cried. "That's such a waste. Sure, you could eat the Peru and be done with it, but it's way more efficient to squeeze out the juice and oil than give the rest of the chickens." In truth, it was at this time of year that we needed chicken feed the most, so nobody here would ever think about eating it. Besides, it was crazy to imagine working so hard for some fruit and then not using it efficiently. Mine was probably the only person in the whole city dumb enough to do something like that. "You said yourself that you have enough feed, right?" Mine asked. "Then shouldn't you guys eat these scraps yourselves?" "Are you listening? The leftovers are so dry that nobody would eat them. They only end up like that because people squeeze as much oil out of them as possible. If you are a little more creative, they're fine to eat." You know, Mine. I could feel my strength draining away. Mine kept saying all these crazy things, and with that, an innocent smile on her face. What's this I'm feeling? It's like I can't convince her no matter what I say. Is it powerlessness? A sense of defeat? Let's, Thule said quietly. At last, a voice of reason. Mine was sure to listen when her big sister Thule explained that chicken feed wasn't for humans. Dang it. But in response to my hopeful stare, Tuli just hung her head. I know it's hard to believe, she continued, but the scraps really are edible. They taste so good that it's kind of shocked me. Wait, seriously? She made you eat chicken feed, Tuli? Mine had already tried the weird idea on her family. That explained why she was so confident about it. You just need to taste it for yourself, Mine said, sticking some of the dry-looking scraps in a small cup. Do you have any fruit juice left over? She ended up adding 2 small spoonfuls of my share of the fruit juice to her cup of scraps before mixing it all together. She took a tiny bite and nodded to herself. Open wide, let's, she said. As if making me eat chicken feed wasn't bad enough, she'd wanted me to waste some of my precious Peru juice, too? It all seemed way too vicious, but after seeing Mine eat some without batting an eye, I nervously opened my mouth. Mine dipped a finger in the yellow stuff we'd made, then placed some on my tongue. The sweetness spread through my mouth right away. It was amazing to think that just a little bit of juice had completely changed the taste of the Peru piece and made these not dry at all. I was used to drinking my share of the juice we made, trying to savor it as best I could, but now I could make it last even longer by mixing it with scraps. See, Mine said, smiling proudly, sweet and tasty, isn't it? But the words had barely left her mouth when my brothers, who had been watching suspiciously up until now, rushed over and swarmed me. Seriously, let me try some, let's. And once they all stuck their fingers into the little cup, I grabbed it and tried to keep them away. But it was no use, they were so much bigger than me. Hey, let go, I cried. What kind of people steal from their own little brother? Your stuff is my stuff. Share your tasty food with everyone, Lutz. All right, I got it. My resistance did nothing. They snatched the cup away from me and then kept prodding the grubby little fingers inside. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left. My Peru, I shouted, but my brothers were too busy gaping at Mine to pay me any notice. Tasty. Was that really chicken feed? As if she hadn't already done enough, Mine shyly scratched her cheek and said something even more unbelievable. I can make something even better while I'm here. For real? I couldn't blame my brothers for jumping at the offer. Zasha, the oldest, was always complaining about being hungry no matter how much he ate. Having another way to make chicken feed into something delicious would be awesome. But I might need some help, Mine continued. Since I'm weak and all, I was already well aware that she didn't have any strength or stamina. If all she needed was to make some tasty sweets with a helping hand, then I was fully on board. All right, I said, leave it to me. Hold on, Lutz, one of my brothers said. You ain't getting it all for yourself. We're helping too. Mine am a lot stronger than him anyway. All of a sudden, they became really willing to assist us. I was worried that there wouldn't be anything for me to do, but Mine happily give us all tasks to complete. Yay! Okay, I want you two to get me a metal griddle we can cook with. Lutz can prepare the ingredients, and Ralph can mix them. Oh, and it wouldn't be fair to only use Lutz's juice, so how about you all contribute, okay? Come on, everyone, let's see your juice. No use hiding it. She clapped her hands together like Mom would do, acting as if she were an adult, then got us all to put our juice on the table. At that moment, I really thought she was a genuine angel. If she hadn't forced my brothers to chip in as well, they definitely would have mooshed off of me. Lutz, would you get 2 eggs and some milk? Ralph, mix them together with that spatula over there. Mine was normally useless, but here she was instructing us all with a lively expression. Zasha and Zeke brought over the griddle and started warming it on the hearth. Meanwhile, Mine was adding ingredients to a bowl while Ralph was mixing them all together with a wooden spatula. I was running around and getting all the other things Mine asked me for. Okay, that should be good, she eventually said. Lutz, do you have butter? We did, so I went and got some. Mine took a small spoonful, then climbed onto a tallish chair to reach the hearth. We were all watching her with our hearts in our throats, worried that she might fall, but she probably hadn't noticed. The butter hissed as soon as it touched the pan and started to get smaller. At the same time, it gave off a delicious smell that made me feel even hungrier. Mine then used a bigger spoon to pour in the batter that Ralph had been mixing. The hissing was replaced with the sizzling, and the buttery aroma became mixed with the sweetness of the Perus. It smelled dangerously good. The actual butter reminded me of the pancakes Mom made from grated potato fulls, but ours was sure to be sweeter. And that's how you do it, Mine said. Would you all work together to make more? Now that she had given a demonstration, she was leaving the rest of the cooking to us. At most, she was going to watch the griddle and give instructions. That was fine, though. We only needed to see the process once to learn how to do it ourselves. Plus, it was much safer to have the taller people deal with all the cooking while having to watch Mine wobble on top of a chair wouldn't be good for any of our hearts. My brothers must have agreed because they took the cooking utensils from her right away. When they get bumpy, it means they're ready, Mine told us. You should turn that one over now. Zasha used a spatula to flip over one of the Peru pancakes. The underside was really good color, so good that I nearly drooled. I could hear everyone else swallowing hard, too. Move that pancake over, Mine said, pointing at the griddle. You can cook another one on the open spot. Once the pancake was cooked enough, it was moved to the side of the griddle. Then more butter and batter were added to the newly made spot. The ones that Mine said were fully cooked were stacked on a plate. It wasn't long before we had an entire plate of pancakes. Ta-da! Mine announced. Simple okra pancakes. She was wearing a beaming smile, but none of us had a clue what she just said. We all stared at her a little bit weirded out. What? I eventually said, say that again? Mine pulled an awkward face like she just made some kind of mistake and said, simple Peru cakes? The Peru cakes now sitting on the table were giving off so much steam I wanted to wolf them all down at once. Go ahead and eat up, mine said, but be careful, they're hot. I broke off a bite-sized piece and stuck it in my mouth. As it turned out, Peru cakes were shockingly tasty. To start with, they were fluffy, not at all dry like chicken feed, and unlike the potato pancakes that Mom made, they were plenty sweet even without jam. I didn't have to worry about my brothers taking my share either since we'd all gotten one each. Hey, let's, mine said. They were pretty simple to make, right? And don't they fill you right up? They do, mine. I don't know what to say. You're amazing. We had tons of Peru scraps from all the people who'd come to trade with us, and our chickens laid an eggs non-stop, so we had plenty to give. Some people even gave us milk for our eggs, so we'd be able to make Peru cakes all winter long. I know of some other things you can make with Peru leftovers, but I'm too weak to do all the cooking myself. I'll make them for you if you teach me how. After today's events, one thing was clear to me. If I follow Mine's instructions, I'll get to eat more tasty food. And so Mine started coming over on sunny days to teach us how to make new tasty dishes from Peru's. It was thanks to her that I'd spent the winter way less hungry than usual. She's my savior. That's when I'm going to use my strength and stamina, things she doesn't have, to help her out. From that point on, I was determined to assist Mine however I could. It was a decision that would end up changing my entire life. Though at the time I was too overjoyed by Peru cakes to realize it. Okay. I think I'm gonna have this one stop for the time being, and then I'll make another one, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Let us continue with the Ascendance of Bookworm's side stories. Gunter, my daughter's about to be a criminal? A previously unpublished chapter that appeared in the web novel around the time of Part 1, Volume 1. Gunter has to cope with Mine going to the forest for the first time after building up her stamina. He impatiently awaits her return, unaware of all the trouble surrounding her clay tablets. The other note says, I want to describe Mine's eyes changing colors from somebody else's perspective, and ended up choosing Gunter to narrate. It was fun writing as him. When did her eyes change colors in front of him, though? The only time I would imagine that happening would have been when they had to go to the temple. So that was way later. And Gunter wasn't around when her eyes changed colors. She got pissed off at the kids who ruined her clay tablets. So when did this happen? I have a beautiful wife called Effa and two adorable daughters, Tuli and Mine. My youngest Mine actually looks a lot like Effa, but she's got an even prettier face. Dude, really? She's got your hair color and her eye color, kind of a lighter version, I guess. A way lighter version. But I guess you could say her resembles her mother. But she's got an even prettier face. It's how I know she's loved by the gods. Her sickness was a result of that love, too. I'm sure she's always falling unconscious because the gods are inviting her over all the time. What a nice way to think of it. No. I don't think so. Mine had pretty much always ended up with a fever the instant she pushed herself even a little too hard. But that wasn't really the case anymore. All of a sudden, completely out of the blue, she started trying to get better. And it was working. Sure, she'd also begun doing and saying weird things, but she was doing her best to build up stamina in her own way. It hadn't been too long ago when she needed to rest after taking a few steps outside, but after a season of dedication, she was able to walk all the way to the gate without stopping. Impressive, ain't it? My daughter's a hard worker. On top of that, Mine was real smart. Well, that's what I was told, at least. I was never any good at judging that kind of stuff myself. There wasn't a doubt in my mind about her being the real deal, though. Otto had always refused to hire any assistants. He called them dead weight, and always said they just waste his time, but now he was pretty much begging me to let Mine work under him. Otto had told me that Mine could spot calculation errors just from looking at finance reports, and had mastered the alphabet after just a bit of studying. Now she was learning about forms and letter templates. He'd also said that she kept a good eye on her surroundings, noticed even the slightest changes, and adapted her thinking to accomplish her goals. Apparently she was pretty much on a league of her own. The heck does all that mean? I only really followed about half of what Otto had said to me, but I understood the gist. My daughter was so smart that not even he could believe it. That's my daughter. She's really is loved by the gods. Today Mine was going to the forest for the first time. I was on the noon shift, so I was planning to welcome her back, but I was real worried. Calm down, Captain, Otto said. Huh? Yeah. She could reach the gate without issue, but what would she make it all the way to the forest? Even if she did, she wouldn't get to rest indoors like when she came to help Otto. She'd be stuck outside the whole time. Maybe the sun would make her sick or she'd collapse with a fever. I couldn't stop worrying about her. Captain, don't just stare off into the distance, Otto said. Mine would be so disappointed if she saw you like this. Otto, you don't ever say that. Then get back to work. She won't be back until evening, right? The real irritating thing was that Mine called this smug dope her teacher. Well, he was. He taught her the alphabet. And taught her how to write. And after that, all she needed was... that was it. She really seemed to respect him. Though she respects me a lot more, obviously. After all, she said I was the best back when I made her a crochet hook and that stick for Thule's hair ornament. I tried to focus on my work and direct my subordinates, but I was nervous beneath the surface. The girls would come back soon, I was sure. Thule was responsible, and she promised to leave the forest early. Given that mine was so weak and slow, maybe they'd even start heading back around noon. Noon passed. It was still too soon for them to be heading back. That was obvious. The sun was starting its descent. Still nothing. They'd probably show up soon. More and more people were leaving the city, but there was still no signs of the kids. She promised to come back early, so it shouldn't be long now, Otto assured me. Please, Captain, stop glaring at everyone passing through. It's inappropriate. We'd reached the point of the day when there weren't as many farmers leaving the city after selling their crops, so there were people entering the city to return home or find an inn for the night. Mine and Thule should have been showing up about now, too, but they were nowhere to be seen. So much for coming back early. This is taking too long. Thule, weren't you going to come back sooner than usual? Has something happened to Mine? I could already picture Mine collapsed on the side of the road and Thule panicking over what to do. No way was I going to wait around. Otto, I'm going to go search for him. And abandon your post? Oh, wait, look, isn't that Thule? Where? Otto was standing on tiptoe and staring in the direction of the forest. He was taller than me, so he could see farther. She's just joined the end of the line of people coming to the gate. Let's work to get through them as quickly as we can. You can count on me. Immediately, I set about processing everyone trying to come through the gate, working at lightning speed so that Thule and the others could get back into the city as soon as possible. The line was moving a lot faster than before, and it wasn't long before I could see the kids myself. Wait, did they just join the queue? Dang, you tricked me, Otto! But as they came closer, I noticed something. Mine wasn't with them. My eyes darted all over the place. Thule was responsible. No way would she have abandoned her little sister. Thule, where's Mine? Les is going to bring her back later, she said. I think they'll arrive right before the gate closes. She turned back toward the forest, looking worried, but Mine and Les were nowhere to be seen. If they were going to be back as late as she said, then that meant they hadn't left early. Didn't you promise to come back early, I asked? What happened? The other kids started exchanging conflicted looks. It was like they were all trying to hide something. Thule, what in the world? A lot happened, Thule said. Can I tell you about it later? We're running kind of late, so everyone's moms are probably worried. I need to get them all home. I wanted to stand my ground and demand that she spill it here and now, but she was gone before I could even try. The other kids followed after her, looking exhausted. The heck happened, I wondered aloud. Otto, any ideas? It can't be anything serious, or else they would have asked for help. He sounded completely disinterested, but Thule usually tell me everything. Even when I didn't ask her to. It was no wonder that I was so worried. What's going on with Mine? I paced back and forth in front of the gate, so anxious that I was starting to get frustrated. It wasn't until right before the gate was about to close that Mine finally returned, pale and leaning against Les. Mine? Sorry, Dad. She apologized so quietly that I could barely even hear her before collapsing into my arms. Les helped me to remove the basket from her back, which was empty aside from a shovel. Then I hoisted her up. Les, what's going on? I shouted. What was she apologizing for? Probably for intentionally breaking her promise, he replied, rubbing his head. She started digging holes and making clay towels all of a sudden. Then she got really mad at Faye's group and started crying. She was so all over the place that she'll probably be stuck in bed for at least 3 days. My eyes shot open. You didn't stop her? Les's face twisted into a grimace. Mr. Gunter, do you not think we tried? Obviously they'd done their best. It was because Les and Thule had such a good track record of looking after Mine that I felt safe leaving her in their hands to help with. Les in particular was such a good caretaker to Mine that it was hard to believe they were the same age. Right, of course. My bad. Don't yell at Thule either, Les said. She worked hard. Oh, but you can yell at Mine, I did, though she basically ignored me. Mine's fever was getting worse while she was slumped in my arms and her pale face was beginning to turn red. Well, I'll leave her to you, Les said. I need to hurry home. Yeah, thanks for looking after her. You were a big help. I took Mine into the waiting room and laid her down on one of the benches. It was pretty much her second home at this point. Her cheeks were even more flushed and she was breathing heavily. After speeding through the rest of my work, I picked Mine up again and hurried home. Welcome back, Gunter, Effa said when I came through the door. Mine collapsed, didn't she? Without a moment's hesitation, Effa got Mine changed and put her to bed. I took a seat at the table directly across from Thule, eager to find out what had happened. So what's the deal, I asked. Les gave me a rough idea, but I want to hear your side of the story. Thule shivered and gave me a wary look. She was such a diligent girl with a strong sense of responsibility. Maybe her desire to do everything perfectly was why she seemed so scared of messing up? Lutz told me not to get mad at you, I explained, trying to calm her down. He said that you did your best. He also said I had got every right to be angry at mine, so come on, what actually happened? Once she knew that I wasn't going to shout at her, Tuli softened up. Her eyes wandered around the room like she was trying to find the right words. Then she said, I don't actually know that much. Mine was tired as usual when we arrived at the forest, so she sat on a rock to catch her breath while Lutz and I went gathering. I remember thinking that we'd need to be quick since we were going to be leaving earlier. Makes sense. And then? Tuli frowned. Just as I was going to ask about us heading home, I heard mine scream. I rushed back to her, but by the time I arrived, she was already crying and yelling. She kept saying that Faye and the other boys ruined something she made. I couldn't even calm her down. That's how mad she was. She just kept saying that she'd make them pay. Lutz got her to stop crying in the end, but only by saying that he'd help her remake whatever it was that got ruined. I closed my eyes, trying to piece together the scene from what Tuli had told me. Nope, I still don't really understand it. Mine made something. Faye ruined it. Then she got angry? What was it that mine made, I asked. I don't really know. They're called tab-somethings. I think they're pretty much just humps of clay. Or lumps of clay. We were so late coming back because we were all making them together. I was still confused, but one thing was clear as day to me. So basically, mine broke her promise not to do anything in the forest. Probably. Mine had ignored her promise in order to make something, then that something had gotten ruined. Everyone had gotten wrapped up in helping her fix it, making them late to return, then she ended up sick again. She couldn't have been more troublesome if she tried. I'm not going to let mine go to the forest again, I concluded. What? No, Tuli exclaimed. Mine will get really mad. She had gone all pale for some reason, but I didn't care how angry mine got. I was angry at her for breaking the promise she'd sworn up and down she was going to keep. Too bad, I said. Kids who don't keep promises don't get to go in the forest. I needed to give mine a good scolding, too. It was dangerous for kids to break promises, especially ones they'd made so they could work alone when their parents are busy. Dad, please, don't do this, Tuli cried, clinging to my arm when I tried going to the bedroom. She was desperate to stop me, but just as much as she loved her little sister, mine needed a proper talking to. No, I'm not letting mine go to the forest again. This is what happens when you don't keep your promises. Oh boy. Mine must have heard my voice because she looked up at me. Her face was still red and her eyes wet from the fever, but that didn't stop her from speaking up. Dad, one more, just once. Need to make clay tablets. I'd expected a sorry or at least some kind of self-reflection, but no, apparently she still planned on doing something in the forest. The blood rushed to my head in an instant. What are you saying? I barked. Absolutely not. Mine let out a weak sigh, then looked at Tuli, who was now standing beside her. Okay, Tuli, I'll do it here then. Okay, Tuli replied, I'll make sure to bring them back. Hold on, Tuli, why are you just going along with this? And you, mine, what are you planning to do here? Are you ignoring how furious I am? What's this you're talking about, I said? It's what made mine collapse, isn't it? No way am I going to let you bring it back here. Mine's face became cold and expressionless. It was like something had switched in her. Out of nowhere, she turned into a completely different person. Her golden eyes narrowed, and suddenly they weren't gold anymore. They blended from one color into the next like a surface of a thin layer of oil. Oh boy. Does her voice change here? I'm assuming he's going to say if it does or not. Do you mean that, Dad? Her quiet voice was so intense all of a sudden that I got chills. I'm guessing it's like when she became Darth Mine back in the temple with all that stuff, was crushing the High Bishop. She wasn't acting anything like my daughter, and I instinctively took a step back. Of course I do. I see. Mine looked away as if she completely lost interest in me. Then I'll need to squash Faye and the others like they squashed my tablets. Mine's eyes kept turning all sorts of colors, and then her thin, cruel smile sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't even imagine what the girl in front of me was thinking. Something was seriously off about her. Dad, you need to tell mine she can go to the forest again, Tuli exclaimed, hitting my arm over and over again, her face as white as if she'd seen a monster. Mine, what are you planning? I'm just thinking of a way to make sure that Faye can never go to the forest again either. Perhaps some psychological trauma, something from a horror movie. Maybe I should pull a Sudoku from the ring. Oh no, don't do that! You'll traumatize him even further! No, you'll scare everybody! That'll freak everybody out! Not just him! That'll freak anybody out! Seeing that in that world, they would think it's some kind of... I don't even know what they would think that is. Maybe it was just because of her fear, but she was mumbling words I couldn't even understand. To make things worse, the words I was able to make out sounded pretty gruesome. Was it just my imagination? It had to be. Maybe they'd only seemed gruesome because her voice was so strained? My daughter wasn't anyone that scary. What's Faye got to do with this? Pretty sure he's not important here. What do you mean, mine asked. He's very important. Anyway, I understand what you mean. I understand completely. She nodded over and over again, clearly struggling to breathe. I'd ended up getting sucked into Mine's weird aura for a bit, but it seemed like everything had worked out in the end. She was a smart kid, so she had to understand what she'd done wrong. That's great. I'll make them cry themselves to death. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Mine, you don't understand it all, do you? How is that what you took away from all this? What was running through her head to make her say something like that? Because, well, she's not going to get to go to the forest anymore, which means she's not going to be able to make her clay tablets, which means she's not going to have books. So of course she's going to freak out like this. And who made what and wake who cry? Me. I'm almost on the verge of tears myself. Shut up was Mine's immediate response. Leave me alone. Dad, come on, Tuli cried, trying to drag me away by the arm. Don't make Mine any angrier. Both of my daughters clearly wanted me out of the room, so I let Tuli pull me into the kitchen. Whoa. Tuli, was that really Mine, I asked? This must be what happens when she gets really mad. She got like this when Faye and his friends stepped on her tablets, too. Her eyes started glowing and went all terrifying. I remember she was also letting off some kind of yellow mist. Everyone was really scared. That's her mana. Her mana was going out of control there. And this is why the noble kids have to learn to keep their emotions in check, or else things like this would happen, or worse. Yeah, I was scared too. Must have been even worse for the kids. Mine cheered up after we started making the tablet things again, and none of us dared to say we should stop and go home. After what I'd just seen, that was no surprise. I would have wanted to leave her alone too. I ended up having to plead with Mine that it was almost time for the gate to close, Tuli said. She only stopped when Let's said that he'd help her finish the tablets next time. The rest of us promised as well before we left. So, Tuli had only managed to keep Mine under control by saying they'd go back to the forest another time. Then I'd come along and said that Mine was banned from going there ever again. Now I understand. Dad, can Mine go to the forest just one more time? It's scary how angry at Faye and the others she is. What does she mean when she says she'll squash them like they squashed her tablets? What even are those tablet things? I think she means she's going to flatten them like they flattened her tablets. But how? Tuli muttered. Will she actually stomp them to bits? And what's she going to do to stop them from going to the forest again? How would she make them cry? Dad, what do you think is going to happen to them? If you let Mine do it, she'd crush them to death. She'd crush them to death with their mana. What do you think she'd do? She's too physically weak to do anything physical to them, so magic would be the only way to do it, but they don't know this. If she really was being serious, then the fastest way for her to achieve her goal would be to cripple Faye and the others or slice the tendons in their legs. The blood immediately drained from my face. Doing something like that would make Mine a criminal. No two ways about it. Just what was she planning? Best way to stop her? Let her go to the forest again, so she won't do it. Tuli, what can we do to stop Mine? I don't know. Try asking Lutz. He's the one who stopped Mine in the forest. The next day, I pulled Lutz aside when he was passing through the gate and asked him what Mine had meant. It was possible that Tuli had just been taking her too seriously, but Lutz cut down my remaining hopes like they were nothing. I mean, she's obviously gonna smash Faye and the others to pieces. Nobody can stop Mine when she got those rainbow eyes. What? Mine's like a Fae beast that'll chomp your leg the moment you let your guard down and never let go. She'll accomplish anything that she set her mind on, no matter what she has to do or how long it'll take her. He puffed out his chest. Impressive, right? Yeah, impressive in a way, but at the same time terrifying. Lutz, is her head on right? That would make her real dangerous if she wants to hurt someone, wouldn't it? And why are you acting all proud of her? She's my daughter, not yours. Don't dip, dude. Heck, if she didn't have mana, then she would have been his love interest. It's the same thing with the clay tablets. They're the reason Mine spent 3 whole months building up enough stamina to go to the forest. Nothing can stop her from getting what she wants. She cares about the tablets that much? It really hadn't occurred to me that Mine was so interested in making those tablet things. Maybe I'd been too quick to ban her from working on them? But just as I was starting to have a change of heart, Lutz dropped another bomb. Let's see. Faye and his group ruined the tablets that Mine put so much work into making. This meant she had to remake them, which made us late to leave. Then she came down with a fever on her way back. She got banned from the forest now, too, so now she can't even go fetch the tablet she's already made. That's a lot to be angry about, and it's all going to be directed at Faye, huh? Faye's lot, huh? I wonder if they're going to survive. Don't say that! Do you want my daughter to be a criminal? She'd said that she was going to make them cry. That was all. Everything was going to be fine. I really wanted to believe that. Well, you're the one who would be making her a criminal. Huh? Me? You're the one who banned her from going to the forest and making her tablets, right? You know, the thought of Mine going all out on someone really scares me. I support her, but I don't get in her way. And as for putting a stop to her efforts entirely? No way! Absolutely no way! It scares you, I repeated, blinking. Mine was almost 6, but anyone who saw her would think she was only 3 or 4. She was weak, sickly, and had barely any stamina to speak of. For those reasons, I'd assumed that her going all out wouldn't actually mean much. But here, Lutz was in total disagreement. I mean, mine's brain doesn't work like ours does, he explained, looking completely serious. Sure, if she went after them with a weapon, she'd be too weak to do any damage. But if she never approached a situation like that, I don't know what she'd do in any detail, but I can tell you one thing. She'd find out their weaknesses and target them when they least expected. Real scary. Oh, God, you don't want to go against her. I groaned. I'd never even considered that Lutz and I might have different opinions like that. I, for one, couldn't even imagine mine being so ruthless. But the unimaginable was terrifying in itself. You'll believe that. You'll believe that when you see her crush the High Bishop. You'll believe she's capable of that. Not long ago, she beat even Sieg. He actually had to beg her to stop. Mine said that strength isn't everything. She's actually right. Lately, I've started beating my brothers, too. Hold on, what? This is the first I'm hearing about... Yeah, first I'm hearing about this. When did this happen? Yeah, what'd she do to beat Sieg? What's my daughter been up to? I want answers here. When did she do this to Sieg? And, what did she do? And what happened? What caused it? That's what I want to know. Lutz, this is a serious question. How can I keep mine's wrath under control? Pile a ton of clay in front of her. If you do that, all she'll think about is finishing her tablets. After my conversation with Lutz, I very begrudgingly decided to give mine permission to return to the forest. The last thing I wanted was for her to end up a criminal. But when I gave her the good news, she puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Oh, but I came up with so many ways to get my revenge. Wouldn't it be a shame to let them go to waste? Even after battling a fever, she'd apparently made plans to stomp her enemies. Definitely not. Forget about revenge. I wasn't sure whether we'd end up in this mess as a result of mine being too smart or too angry, but we'd escape by the skin of our teeth. I'd save my daughter from the future as a criminal and phase bunch from an entire untimely demise, keeping the peace and protecting my family's happiness. Lutz deserved all my gratitude for having helped me resolve this. I sighed in relief, but then suddenly something occurred to me. Wait. What happened to punishing her for breaking her promise? You have to find a different way to do that. Okay, now I remember what I was going to look up earlier. I'll do that after this. Wilma, Servants of Sister Christine. A previously unpublished chapter that appeared in the web novel around the time of Part 2, Volume 1. It focuses on how Wilma spent her days in the orphanage after becoming an attendant and provides an insight into how she sees mine and the orphans. Also included is her conversation with Rosina about the latter's future in the temple. So essentially the conversation she has with Rosina to get her to essentially do her job as an attendant and not just sit there playing the harpspiel all day. Author's note. Rosina started out as a troublemaker in mine's eyes, but that was because their views of the world around them were so contradictory. I wanted to write a chapter exploring Rosina's perspective in a little more detail, and ended up choosing Wilma to be the narrator as readers were more familiar with the character and seemed to understand her better. Sister Mine, an apprentice Blue Shrine maiden, recently accepted me as an attendant. I expressed to her my desire to stay within the confines of the orphanage. In response, she granted me her approval, as well as the duties of taking care of the pre-baptism children and overseeing the orphanage. Have the divine gifts been served to everyone, I asked? Yes. Then let us offer our prayers and gratitude. Almighty King and Queen of the endless skies, who doth grace us with thousands upon thousands of lives to consume, Almighty Eternal Five, who rule the mortal realm, I offer thanks and prayers to thee, and do take part in the meal so graciously provided. The pre-baptism children echoed my prayer, then instantly began devouring their lunch. Food was brought to the orphanage only after the adult priests and shrine maidens and then the apprentices had enjoyed their shares, so the orphans were made to wait longer than anyone else. Their hunger was clear from the ravenous fury with which they ate. I did feel sorry for the children that they had to wait so long before every meal, but at the same time I was overjoyed that they were now always guaranteed something to eat. Before, they had been entirely reliant on scraps, sometimes receiving nothing at all. Today's food is wonderful, isn't it? I asked. I ate my meals with the other adults, so my duties here were to teach the children how to eat properly and clean up after themselves. There were 6 of them in total, and looking after them all at once was no easy feat. The soup's good. Do you think Lizzie helped today? Look at how neatly cut all these vegetables are. Where the quantity of divine gifts one day was large or small, there will always be soup on the table for the children to eat. The soup itself seemed to embody everything that Sister Mine had done for the orphanage, so I always thought about her whenever I saw it. Sister Mine is the very reason we have this soup to begin with, I explained. She taught us how to make it, she allows us to gather ingredients from the forest, and she pays us for the paper we make so that we can buy whatever we need. You always tell us that, Wilma, one of the children said, and now you're going to say be grateful to Sister Mine. The other children all nodded in agreement. They were teasing me, but I didn't doubt they really were appreciative of everything that Sister Mine had done for them. She had cleansed them, given them food, and allowed them to experience the outside world. It was the duty of Grey Priests and Shrine Maidens to clean the halls used by the Blue Priests, and as the Blue Priests never visited the orphanage, our surroundings were left to grow dirtier by the day. This made it harder for us to keep ourselves clean, so we at least tried to maintain the places that were frequented most. In short, the dining hall was never terribly unclean, nor were the rooms of the apprentices and the adults. The pre-baptism children weren't quite as fortunate, however. They were customarily looked after by the Grey Shrine Maidens who had given birth, and would not leave the basement even for their meals. So most of us never saw or even really thought about them. I couldn't have been the only one who felt so shocked when Sister Mine's attendant, Fran, revealed the awful state in which those children had been living. It had taken the intervention of someone outside the orphanage for us to realize that there was no longer any Shrine Maidens in the basement, and that the poor souls still inside were receiving barely any food from the apprentices. Wilma, can we go to the workshop when we're done? One child asked. Only after you put your dishes away and washed your hands and face, I replied. Gil will scold you if you dirty the paper. Well, this is scarier than Gil. I had heard all the stories about Gil yelling at the orphans in the workshop and kicking them out when he had to, but I didn't know much about this Lutz boy, aside from the fact that he was an apprentice merchant whom Sister Mine trusted completely. He always shouts things like, "Do you know how much time and effort went into making even this one sheet of paper?" said one of the children as they continued their gossiping. He got mad at me the other day before I even touched anything, another child, Rico, added. He put his hands on his hips and said in an exaggerated voice, "Do you lot know how much this stuff sells for? Don't touch the dang product with your dirty hands." The other kids laughed. You sound just like him. I was honestly quite surprised to hear the children speaking as they were. Such harsh tones and crass language were never used in the temple. If we mess up the paper, then he won't let us go to the forest. He got violent a little while ago. I tried to warn him that violence isn't good, but he just said to blame whoever forces him to use it. To me, the mine workshop was a completely different world within the temple, operated on a blend of rules that reflected Sister Mine's understanding of merchant and temple customs. Of course, I was basing this assumption entirely on the stories I'd overheard. My fear of men kept me from ever going to the workshop myself. Though I must acknowledge that the orphanage is moving down a similar path thanks to Sister Mine's influence as the orphanage director. Cleaning the orphanage as we did the temple, making our own food so that we had enough for everyone, earning our own money so that we could support ourselves instead of relying on divine gifts. Sister Mine was teaching us all sorts of things that I could only assume came naturally to commoners. Despite everything she had done for us, Sister Mine was always so humble. I merely taught you how to improve your life, she would say. The progress you have made is the result of your own hard work. Perhaps that was true, but the temple was otherwise made up of nobles and orphans, some of whom could have taught us what to do. I was so grateful that the gods had sent us Sister Mine. She praised me as a saint due to how I looked after the children, but I thought she was much more deserving of the title. Although, considering her young age, perhaps she is less a saint and more the divine child of the gods. That actually would make sense. I giggled to myself, then recalled what Sister Mine had said this morning while visiting the orphanage. We had spoken about Rosina, whom Sister Mine had also recently taken as an attendant. Sister Christine, Rosina and my former mistress, had returned to the noble's quarters some time ago. Despite the fact, Rosina still clings to her memory and principles as if we were still in her service. It made her very ill-suited to become the attendant of a commoner, especially when Sister Christine's and Sister Mine's expectations were so drastically different. I had made a request to Sister Mine, which she had said she would consider, but I was certain that Rosina would soon be returned to the orphanage. Rosina was a genuine beauty. She had matured facial features, flowing chestnut hair, and blue eyes that shone like jewels. As a lover of all things beautiful, Sister Christine had adored all those things about her. But the two had gotten along so well because of more than just that. They were almost the same age and were equally as interested and proficient in the arts. Thus, after being separated from her family and sent to the temple, Sister Christina treated Rosina as a true friend. It was clear to me that Rosina was expecting the same treatments from Sister Mine, but she was being far too optimistic. It shouldn't be too long now. Sister Mine had said that she was going to consult all her attendants and discuss matters with Rosina after lunch. It was likely to be a painful experience for Rosina if she did not accept the reality that she was no longer serving Sister Christine. I sent the children off to the workshop and then went to my room, whereupon I took out the boards I was using to help make karata. The game was going to be Sister Mine's gift to the children, so I needed to be extra careful. My art would teach them the visages of the gods, so there was a lot of pressure, but it was such a worthwhile endeavor. Sister Mine's karata were wonderful indeed. They had originally been made for Gil to help him learn his letters, and he occasionally brought them to the dining hall for the other children to play with. Their effectiveness as a learning material was impossible to ignore. In what had felt like no time at all, the children had memorized the alphabet and the names of the gods. Using the pen and ink that Sister Mine gave me, I carefully started drawing the gods and their divine instruments on the boards in front of me. which were smooth and polished to a sheen. I'd read the cards so many times now that I could recite pretty much all of them by heart. The children knew them all too, so I could always ask for their help when necessary. I enjoyed looking after the children, but the elation I felt when absorbed in my art was something truly special. It was like a reminder that I had been starved of my passion for much too long. I was several illustrations into my work when there came a knock at my door. I called for my visitor to enter, and in came Rosina, entirely as I predicted. She closed the door behind herself, and then tears welled up in her blue eyes. This was my first time seeing her so emotional. Just how much had she been holding in? "Well, my sister mine is so cruel," Rosina complained. "She told me to do the work of a grey priest." "I'm not sure I followed. Tell me precisely what happened." "Yes, of course. Please do listen. You are the only person who can understand me, Wilma. You also serve Sister Christine, after all." I stopped drawing and turned my chair around, prompting Rosina to take a seat on my bed. She immediately began to explain the situation, tears streaming down her face. "Delia is the cruelest of all. I am not familiar with all Sister Mine's attendants. Can you tell me more about her?" Ever since becoming Sister Mine's attendant, I spent almost all my time holed up in the orphanage, so my knowledge of the outside world was limited to what the children told me during meals. Fran and Gil assisted in cleaning the orphanage as Sister Mine's attendants and had been quite famous in the temple even before then, but this was my first time hearing the name Delia. Rosina nodded in response to my question and said she's a red-headed girl with a remarkably spirited personality. She also used to serve the High Bishop as an apprentice shrine maiden. She was 8 years old, as I was told, which meant she had been in the basement where Rosina and I were returned to the orphanage. Someone with red hair surely could have stood out in my mind, and yet... "I would expect to remember this 8-year-old apprentice," I said, "but I have no recollection of ever seeing her." "The High Bishop took her in immediately after her baptism, so she went straight from the basement to the noble section of the temple, skipping the first floor of the orphanage entirely. She told me as much when I said that I didn't recognize her, and she sounded very proud of herself the entire time. She announced that she would one day become the High Bishop's concubine, and without a hint of shame." I agree! I agree! So mine and Rosina are of one mind on this one. They both agree that that's shameful. But still. Well, Rosina's view of the world is skewed too, so, yeah. Oh, what would Sister Christine have said upon hearing such a thing? Sister Christine had loathed the grey shrine maidens who gave flowers, even going as far as to call them talentless women who offered nothing to the world but their bodies. As a result, Rosina and I had come to oppose the idea of one day being taken by blue priests ourselves. The other grey shrine maidens of the orphanage did not share our revulsion to flower offerings, however. Life had grown harder over the past few years. Labor was more demanding and divine gifts in shorter supply, and many saw giving flowers as a small price to pay to ensure they didn't go hungry. Is it really so strange that a child who spent so long in the basement without any grey priest to care for her wishes to leave the orphanage and live a stable life, I asked. Imagine if you had been locked down there. Oh, do not say such things, Wilma. The thought alone makes me queasy. Rosina had been the first to run away when we were ordered to watch the children in the basement. She was undeniably taking after Sister Christine, who had always said that she wishes to see nothing but beauty. I could not help but sigh when I thought about how different our previous mistresses was from Sister Mine, who had sent Gil to save the children through any means necessary after coincidentally stumbling upon them. Delia has no sense of culture, does not understand art, and describes the sweet sounds of the harpsichord as unpleasant to the ear, Rosina continued. She is unpleasant to the ear, always saying geez this and geez that. Oh, but Sister Mine did not scold her for her ignorance. Instead, she merely listened with a smile. In a sense, Rosina and Delia were quite similar. Both had moved to the noble section of the temple without needing to endure any manual work. Such labor was a crucial part of serving as an apprentice attendant, however, which was presumably why Sister Mine had allowed Delia to continue uninterrupted. Furthermore, Delia spoke poorly of me to Sister Mine, Rosina exclaimed. She went on to describe everything Delia had said during their meeting, and even stressed that things she had repeated, which made Delia's irritation and anger all the more apparent. How did the others respond to this, I asked. Did anyone come to your aid, or did they all support Delia? The latter, Gil, even began to spout such nonsense, saying that those who do not work shall not eat, and that I should not be playing music at night. If she was playing the harpsichord as late into the night as Sister Christine had used to, then I could see why everyone was so displeased. Delia and Gil were both apprentices, and presumably went to bed as early as the children of the orphanage. I can understand why they might find your playing a bother, I said. If you played here in the orphanage while the children were trying to sleep, I would be very troubled. Wilma? Sister Christine was always late to rise, but those in Sister Mine's chambers are up as early as we are in the orphanage, are they not? Rosina looked slightly downcast. She had probably heard that same argument once already. That aside, I continued, I seem to recall that Gil was once considered an uncontrollable problem child. He certainly seems to have changed, does he not? The most I really remembered about Gil was how often the Grey Priest who oversaw cleaning in the temple had sent him to the repentance chamber. Everyone in the orphanage had doubted their ears when it was revealed that he was being made the attendant of a blue shrine maiden. Oh, Wilma, you wouldn't have believed your ears if you had been there to see him kneeling and receiving praise. I remember thinking he was mesmerized by Sister Mine the last time I saw him. She had given him Carta, so they presumably got along very well indeed. Well, what did Fran say, I asked. He used to serve the High Priest, so he must have viewed things from a more professional standpoint than the young apprentices. It was common knowledge to those of us in the orphanage that Fran had previously served the High Priest and was now tasked with teaching and guiding Sister Mine, who had grown up a commoner. He was also the only adult Grey Priest among her attendants, and was clear as a glance how much she trusted and relied on him. Fran is a Grey Priest, but he does not follow my instructions in the least, Rosina replied. He won't do normal manual work either. And can you believe it? He even gives me orders. Is it not obvious that he would? Oh, and why is that? Rosina looked genuinely confused. If she truly was this blind to the reality of her situation, then it was little wonder that she had earned the ire of Sister Mine's attendants. It was no wonder that Sister Mine came to me for my opinion on her. Fran is Sister Mine's head attendant, whereas you are a new apprentice. But I played the harpsichord and... Rosina, Sister Mine is not Sister Christine. You cannot expect your life to return to what it once was. Sister Mine said the same thing. What else did she say? That I should stop playing music after 7th bell so as to not bother the others. She also said that she would allow me to do paperwork instead of manual labor, as she understands that my hands are important for playing music. Paperwork, I repeated. Rosina gave a big nod. Sister Mine has too few attendants. Thus she has entrusted Fran with her paperwork, Gil with overseeing the workshop and the boys' building of the orphanage, and Delia with the upkeep of her chambers. She certainly does sound short-staffed. Normally, an attendant's only duty was to manage the lifestyle of the person they served, but Sister Mine was both the orphanage director and the forewoman of the mine workshop. Her obligations were too broad in scope for a mere 3 people to manage. Your duties are looking after the girls' building and doing art, correct? Rosina asked me. Sister Mine says she cannot afford me to do anything but play music. Then I must take on other jobs as well. Rosina was almost an adult. Of course it would be problematic if she was incapable of doing the work expected of all good attendants. So what kind of paperwork were you being asked to do, I asked. She wished for me to write letters on her behalf and oversee ledgers for her chambers and the workshop. In essence, I aimed to lessen Fran's burden. Well, Delia and Gil would struggle to do that kind of work, as they have just become attendants and still cannot read or write. Sister Mine must think you are a better candidate, considering that you are educated and almost of age. I started feeling as if my own flaws were staring me in the face. Upon becoming an attendant, one started learning how to read, write, and do math. But while those of us who served to Sister Christine could argue over who had the most beautiful handwriting or who could write the most touching poems, we had no experience doing formal paperwork. We were also lacking when it came to math, meaning we would provide very little assistance on that front. Truly, we were attendants who specialized only in the arts. If she wishes to ease Fran's burden, then she could simply take on more attendants, Rosina said. Instead, she wants me to learn things I do not understand and am incapable of doing. In her own words, she does not need an attendant who will not work. That does not surprise me. Sister Christine may have been a noble, but Sister Mine is a commoner. I cannot see her having enough money to hire more than 10 attendants. She had deliberately taught the pre-baptism children to earn their food. Someone who held such a belief certainly did not have the funds to hire as many attendants as she needed. Sister Mine is a blue shrine maiden, is she not? I find that hard to believe that Sister Christine was unique. The blue priests in the temple today have only 5 attendants at most. It was normal to hire 3 to 5 attendants as well as chefs and servants. In contrast, Sister Christine's retinue had included 2 servants from her home, 6 Grey Shrine maidens for enjoying the arts, 4 Grey priests for manual labor and administrative work, several chefs and helpers, and various tutors. Using her as a baseline was just plain unrealistic. Rosina, could it be that you are just not suited to serving Sister Mine, I asked. Given all the areas in which you disagree, I imagine that neither party is going to be satisfied with this arrangement. Would you tell me to return to the orphanage as well, Wilma? I felt a sudden pang in my chest. Sister Mine had suggested that Rosina leave her service. I'd expected something like that to happen. Your thoughts and deeds are so contradictory to Sister Mine's, I said. She must believe that she has no other choice. I can choose between returning to the orphanage or accepting a lifestyle that is nothing like the one we had with Sister Christine. Sister Mine told me to do so by tomorrow. I see. Then the rest depends on you, Rosina. If, as I suspected, Sister Mine had been so lenient as a result of my request, then there was nothing more I could say. It was up to Rosina to make her choice. Wilma, do you not think it is a mistake to have a shrine maiden do the work of a Grey priest? Rosina asked as she saw me return to my drawing. I could tell she was troubled that I hadn't sided with her, even considering our similar histories. I do not know. Sister Christine was the only person who maintained that role. Then I must be the one who is mistaken. After leaving the orphanage, Rosina had only ever known life under Sister Christine, even though she longed to return to those halcyon days. It was understandable and painful to be refused the things once cherished so deeply. But Sister Christine was never going to return to the temple, and the attitude she had presented or promoted wasn't applicable elsewhere. I wouldn't say that, Rosina. My point is that Sister Christine's rules apply only to those in her service. Now that you're working for Sister Mine, her rules apply instead. So, my perspective doesn't apply? Consider your situation carefully. If you had been taken in by a blue priest rather than Sister Mine, then you might not have even have been given an instrument. You might have been used to offer flowers. Would you have expressed your dissatisfaction then? In a situation like that, her fate would already be sealed. Nothing would come of an apprentice Grey Shrine Maiden telling a blue priest that she did not want to go anywhere without an instrument or that she was too cultured to offer flowers. Sister Mine has not forbidden you from playing music at all, has she? I continued. She said only that she cannot afford for you to play music all day and that you need to do the same work the other attendants are doing. She even showed you some consideration by saying you could focus on paperwork instead of doing manual labor. Above all else, did you not vow to serve Sister Mine from the bottom of your heart, or were you merely paying lip service? It was easy to sever ties with an attendant who did not meet your expectations, but it seemed to me that Sister Mine was compromising as much as she possibly could. Sister Mine has already gone to great lengths to make you feel more comfortable, I said. If you are still not satisfied, then I expect you will only ever be happy with Sister Christine. It would be best for you to return to the orphanage before you trouble anyone further. Rosina stared at me in a daze, looking entirely defeated. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she gazed downward and mumbled, I see now that even after becoming the attendant of an apprentice Shrine Maiden, I cannot return to those days. Indeed, nobody else can become Sister Christine. She hung her head and started to weep quietly. It was best to leave her be, I thought, as I simply continued with my illustrations while she let out her pent-up emotions. Eventually, her tears would dry on their own. After a while, Rosina finally looked up again. Wilma, she said, her eyes now brimming with resolve, I would like to have as much music in my life as possible. That's why I shall return to Sister Mine and learn to do the task she gives me. Rosina had clung to the past for such a long time, but now here she was, facing the future at last. It was such an extraordinary, beautiful sight that I regret not having the means to paint it. Sister Mine will appreciate your efforts to improve, just as she rewarded those who worked hard in the orphanage. There is not much more I can do for you than listen to your woes, but I wish you all the success in the world. Several days later, Sister Mine arrived at the orphanage wearing a radiant smile. She was an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden, but she would always be mistaken for the pre-baptism children. You spoke to Rosina, didn't you, Wilma? She asked. Though she does not seem particularly fond of the work, she is trying her best even at math. Thank you. There was so much joy in her golden eyes, and she looked so innocent and adorable that were I not in her service, I might have embraced her as I did the children. She was a commoner, and that was precisely the reason she felt so much like the rest of us. It was not that she lacked elegance, far from it, but rather that she lacked the forcefulness and high-minded dignity of a pure-bred noble like Sister Christine. Sister Mine, it is my understanding that the High Priest assigned Rosina to you so you might receive a cultural education, I said. There may not be any blue shrine maidens in the temple for you to learn from, but Rosina is the next best alternative. She was treated as Sister Christine's friend and educated alongside her, and if she is working hard to overcome her dislikes, then perhaps she can do the same and accept her noble education. Sister Mine faltered, her eyes flitting about the room. As someone who stood above others, it was unacceptable for her to show weakness so openly. Sister Mine, when you and your attendants were all gathered for your discussion, did Rosina avert her gaze? Did she cast her eyes down and weep when nobody took her side? No, she kept looking ahead and clearly stated her opinion, Sister Mine replied, blinking at me in confusion. It was cute, but that didn't make it okay. Indeed, she carried herself like a proper noble. Only when she came to me in private did she cry and allow her true emotions to show. And I must become like Rosina, Sister Mine asked, looking up at me and pursing her lips. I noticed the same resolve in her eyes as I had seen in Rosina's. If a great shrine maiden raised in the temple can carry herself as nobles do, then so can you. Do your best to learn from Rosina's behavior. Right. I can only hope that Rosina and Sister Mine will be a good influence on one another. That was my wish as I offer my prayers to the gods. Okay, I'm going to end this one off here. I'll see you guys in the next one. Dang, there's so many dang short stories in here. Gunter, I'm not giving up my daughter. An original short story written as a 2015 order bonus for the online store Animate, set around the time of Part 2, Volume 1. A troubled Gunter, upset that Mine's position as an apprentice Blue Shrine Maiden is keeping her from visiting the gate, is reminded that he's not the only one feeling her absence. Author's note, Leckel also appears in the Part 4 Volume 4 chapter, Preventing Destructive Reconstruction. To those of you eager to know what he is like when he was a little bit less mature, here you are. Leckel. Who was Leckel? Let me know. How's your daughter, Captain? Leckel stopped me at the gate on my way to my shift. From what I knew, he was better than average at most, and Mine's crazy work had really inspired him to improve. These reasons were why Otto had him pinned as his replacement. Otto had decided that he was going to quit being a soldier in a few years' time to actually start working as a member of a merchant family. Who's asking? I shot back. I'm not going to let you marry either of them. What are you even talking about? They're a decade too young for me to even consider that. Let me get back on track. I'm asking since we haven't seen Mine at the gate all summer. I've been stuck helping Otto all alone. Otto's style was to offload his work on anyone capable of doing it, and Leckel was the only one good enough at math to make a good replacement. He normally got Mine to do the double-checking work when she came by, but that wasn't happening anymore. The temple had completely stolen her away. Otto was understandably devastated. Nobody could have seen it coming. A rich merchant hired Mine to work in the store, I explained. She's doing math for him so she doesn't have time to waste here at the gate. Also, don't forget how weak she is. We weren't telling anyone that Mine had joined the temple. Instead, we were saying she was being looked after by the Gilberta Company. It wasn't entirely untrue. She and Lutz were going there to sell the weird things they were making together. Man, it's been rough lately, Leckel sighed. Otto just keeps comparing me to your daughter. Mine was crazy smart. That was what people told me, at least. I personally wasn't sure how to measure something like that. What I did know was that Otto had turned down more helpers than I could count, each time groaning that teaching idiots is a waste of time. And after just a brief moment with Mine, that same man had practically begged me to let her be his assistant. I was well aware that Mine had negotiated with Otto, then earned the approval of a rich merchant and secured a position under him as an apprentice. Her achievements hadn't stopped there either. Now that she was in the temple, she was serving as the orphanage director and giving the high priest a hand with his work. I didn't know what made someone smart, but I did know my daughter was pretty up there. Yeah, the gods sure do love my daughter. She's special, unlike you. Yes! She's so much more special than you know. Given what we know so far. Who would have thought all this? But her being special was why the temple had gone after her in the first place. There were times now when I kind of resented the gods. You always exaggerate, Captain, but she really is special, and I really hate being compared to her. Yeah, it's a bit of a lofty gap in abilities. I could hardly blame him there. It must have been miserable staring at boards and paperwork while the other soldiers were training and standing guard. Mine and Otto were two of the rare few who actually liked that kind of work. If someone told me to do math all day, I'd want to quit my job for sure. It's not right for Otto to force all the work onto you, Leckel. I'll tell him to train some other soldiers too. I'll also try asking Mine if she knows any good tricks for teaching others. Effa had mentioned that Mine had trained with Lutz in math and reading over the winter to help him become an apprentice merchant. He'd apparently made a lot of progress in just one season. When I spoke to Mine, the first thing she said was that I needed to look for someone who liked paperwork the same as Otto. You'll want to find someone who lacks stamina and wants to do nothing but bookwork like me. Guards brimming of passion for building muscle and protecting the city will never be good at paperwork. I'm sure they struggle enough with finding motivation to study. At the end of the day, you can't force people to learn. It'd be nice if we could just hire Grey Priests since they're good at math and used to dealing with nobles, but oh well. Grey Priests could most likely get a job at the gate with my recommendation, but they didn't know anything about life out here. They lived in a completely separate world, and the last thing I needed was to look after a bunch of guys who didn't even know enough about the lower city to buy from stalls. As you saw their skills sound, hiring them seems pretty dang tough, I murmured, remembering how their eyes would dart all over the place as they walked through the city, and the way they'd recoil from shouts and arguments. They weren't bad people, but they couldn't work at the gate even if they were doing nothing but paperwork. The lower city would eat them alive. Mine smiled. It might not be possible now, but I hope that in 10 or 20 years, it becomes normal for orphans to leave the temple. Maybe they could even seek employment in the lower city. She was wearing the expression of an orphanage director thinking about her orphans' futures, and I could suddenly feel the vast gap that had opened up between us. She was getting absorbed into the temple, into a world I couldn't enter. I instinctively pulled her into a tight hug. I'm not giving up my daughter, not to the temple or the gods. Okay, Thule, studying literature and picture books. An original short story written for a T.O. Books crossover in 2016, set around the time of Part 2, Volume 2. After helping Mine put together a picture book Bible from the temple, Thule decides that she wants to learn to read. She starts practicing on the stone slate, but progress is slow. I think we've already done this one. Right? I don't know. Tuli gets really weirded out by Mind's perception of value, and understandably so. Money is regarded very differently in the lower city. But, give me a book for helping, please. I want to learn to read too, I said, having worked up the courage after Mind asked me to help sew together some papers. I'd be going to the orphanage more and more, and the last thing I wanted was to feel like the only person in the world who couldn't read or write. I mean, not knowing how to read is supposed to be normal, but everyone I know seems to be able to read and write. Mind could do both, of course. Even Dad could, since he worked as a guard. It used to be that he couldn't write very well, even though he knew how to read, but when he found out Mind had started to learn from Otto, he had taken up studying on his own to maintain his pride as a father, of course. Lutz had learned to read just last winter, having been taught by Mind so he could become an apprentice merchant, but now he was good enough to read contracts like they were nothing at all. It was so impressive that Mrs. Carla bragged about it all the time. Mrs. Karina also knew how to write since she made notes on the board she used for work. With my aim being to one day join her workforce, I needed to learn to read and write too. And above all else, I didn't want Mind and Lutz to leave me behind. This is a stone slate. You hold it like this. Oh, not like that, Tuli. You can't grip it like that, Mind said. My lesson started with me holding a white slate pen and trying to draw lines on the stone slate in front of me. Learning to write actual letters was apparently still a bit too advanced for me right now. I held the pen as Mind instructed and tried drawing a line just as she demonstrated, but for some reason I couldn't put enough force into it. The line wasn't even remotely straight either. It was weird, thin, and wobbled around all over the place. Just like there's a right way to hold a needle, there's a right way to hold a pen, Mind explained. You can draw lines no matter how you hold them, but if you don't learn to hold them correctly, you'll mash their tips to pieces. I kept drawing lines, making sure I was holding the pen in the way that made it hard to use force, but they still didn't end up straight. Mind was doing it so easily, too. Keep trying no matter how much you're struggling, she said. If you can't draw straight lines or smooth curves, you won't be able to sketch clothing designs. I was even having to practice reading letters in between writing sessions. Once you've memorized the spoken text, follow along the letters with your eyes. Soon enough, you'll be able to write them yourself. You still got a long time before you need to go to Karina's workshop, so you don't need to rush as Lutz did. But it still took Lutz over half a year, right? I want to ask to move to Mrs. Karina's workshop, so I can't waste any time. Lahan's contracts lasted 3 years, and any arrangements to move workshops needed to be made in advance. That only gave me a year of wiggle room at most. A year is more than enough. You should try to actually enjoy the process too, Mind said with a smile. If you start to hate books and letters, you'll never pick up any of this stuff. Mr. Otto's struggling right now because all the apprentices who are forced into learning aren't remembering a thing. As she spoke, she spread out the pages of the bio picture book for kids. The God of Darkness spent a staggeringly long time alone, she read, tracing her finger along the words so I could follow along. The pure joy in her expression was unmistakable, and there was a sparkle in her golden moon-like eyes. The God of Darkness spent a staggeringly long time alone, I repeated the words to myself, watching as mine more or less melted in bliss. I couldn't recognize the letters yet, so the most I could do was repeat what she said. Right, good. Next line. The Goddess of Light appeared next to the solitary God of Darkness, brightening his surroundings with light. In the story, the God of Darkness and the Goddess of Light met and got married. Then they had 4 children, the Goddess of Water, the God of Fire, the Goddess of Wind, and the Goddess of Earth. The first to be born was Flutrain, the Goddess of Water, Flutrain has the power to heal and purify. I continued repeating the contents of the book back to Mind. Once they were done, I returned to drawing lines on the slate. Great, Mind said. Now that you can draw lines that smoothly, I think you can move on to writing letters. After much practice drawing individual lines, I finally started to learn actual letters. Mind first taught me to write my name. You'll be using your name the most, after all. Lutz had to write his on a contract when he joined the Gilberta Company. If you want to join Karina's workshop, you'll probably have to do the same. Wait, really? You should have said that earlier. Drawing lines was hard enough, so it made sense that memorizing all the letters was even harder. Lutz had memorized them all over the winter, but I wasn't sure I could manage that in time for when I needed to ask Mrs. Karina whether I could join her workshop. I was getting super nervous. I wrote my name while carefully looking at the example Mind had provided. She went on to teach me her own name, the names of everyone in our family, the names of my friends, Mrs. Karina's name, and how to write the Gilberta Company. Oh, Lutz is here, Mind said. I need to get going. She was heading to the temple almost every day for winter preparations, and unlike most apprentices, she didn't get every other day off. She really is going there as much as she can, even though she gets sick and bedridden so often. I kept on, transcribing the text from the picture book at Mind's instruction. A short while later, I heard a quiet thud. I looked up and saw Mom with her big belly sitting a cup of water on the table. I see you're working hard, honey. This is super hard. It's crazy that Let's learned all this over the winter, but it's even crazier that mine learned them all while helping with math at the gate. I wasn't exactly sure when it happened, but mine had mentioned helping Mr. Otto teach the apprentices at the gate. In other words, she was already educating others less than a year after she had gone there the first time. I hadn't really understood it at the time, but now I knew how impossible it really was. That reminds me of when I was a little girl. My father made me help out at the gate, too. Your father, Mom? You mean Granddad? That's right, he was a gate commander. You know how nobles sometimes have meetings at that one soldier meeting room? He taught me to prepare tea and speak properly there. He never taught me my letters, though, since I didn't have any real use for them. Grandma and Granddad were both gone now. Mom didn't talk about them much. If mine had kept helping out at the gate and doing her writing at home instead of going to the temple, I'm sure she would have been taught to prepare tea for meetings just as I was. I can't see mine actually managing to boil water properly, I mused aloud. She couldn't even draw water from the well, let alone make tea. Mom and I couldn't help but laugh as we tried to picture it, but it wasn't long before my eyes dropped back down to the slate. Mom, want to learn letters too? We can learn at the same time. I'm a bit busy making the baby's clothes and diapers, so maybe another day. You could teach me in the winter if we have the time. What, you want me to teach you? I asked, blinking in surprise. Mom replied with a mischievous smile. Be sure to learn well so you can help me out. Okay, I'll do my best. I was so happy to know Mom was willing to rely on me that I felt even more motivated than before, and so with the fire lit under me, I worked even harder of studying, until a certain question came to mind. Just how much is this book worth, anyway? I know the hairpins I made were being sold at a high price, so when mine came back from the temple contemplating about the next one, I took the opportunity to ask about the book. We made it at the workshop, so the base cost isn't very high, so I guess it would go for about 1 small gold and 8 large silver in a store? What? I recoiled in surprise, my eyes floating between mine and the picture book. I couldn't believe she had brought something so valuable home with her, and it was almost unthinkable that she wanted to make even more of them. I want to make them a little more affordable, but plant paper is still expensive, and ink is a real bottleneck. With Benno being so forceful about securing profit, I imagine it'll be a while before the price goes down. Mine seemed focused about how to reduce the price, but that wasn't at all what I meant. This isn't something we should be keeping here at home, right? I shouldn't be studying with something so expensive. What are you talking about, Thule? I made it as an educational resource to help children learn to read, Mine said. She looked utterly confused, but I was the one who was really bewildered. Mine apparently wasn't bothered about leaving something worth almost 2 small golds here in the house, and she was fine with letting both me and the soon-to-be born baby use it. I had never thought that the picture book was worth so much money. The blood drained from my face when I thought about how carelessly I'd been handling it. Mine, can books be washed? No, Thule, don't wash the book. The paper will get ruined if you soak it in water. Don't wash it no matter what. Oh, then how do you clean it when it gets dirty? I glanced at the book and noticed there was already some white smears on its pages from the dust of my slate pen. That sent a jolt of panic through me, but mine just gave a casual smile. It's best not to get them dirty in the first place, but it doesn't really matter that much if you do. Really, don't worry about it. How can I not worry when they're so expensive, I exclaimed. At this point, I was scared to even touch the picture book. What should I do? I shouldn't have asked for one of my own. Dude, if she's planning on making more of them, I don't think it'd be that big a deal if one got a little messy. It ain't that big a deal as long as you take care of it. I am thinking that some of these are probably from the fan book I had done. I'll have to look at it. But, yeah. A previously unpublished chapter that takes place between Part 2, Volume 4, and Part 3, Volume 1, and was originally posted online as part of a collection of disconnected short stories. After imprisoning Veronica and throwing the castle into chaos, Sylvester sends Riarda a summons. He wants her to serve Rosemine, his soon-to-be adopted daughter. We received a lot of very passionate requests for a Riarda short story. As a result, to celebrate the release of Part 3, Volume 4, I wrote this chapter about the events leading up to her becoming Rosemine's head attendant. In an event that shook Ehrenfest to its very core, Lord Veronica imprisoned his own mother, Lady Veronica. He had disappeared from the Archduke conference with his guard, denied Commander Lord Karlstedt in tow. Everything had come so suddenly that not even Lord Sylvester's own retainers had expected it. The castle was now in chaos, understandably so, and it was in the midst of this turmoil that I received a summons from Lord Sylvester. I stared at the yellow face stone which had just moments ago been an ordnance. What in the world does he wish to discuss with me? I wondered aloud. Riarda, learn as much as you can of the Ob's intentions. We cannot do our jobs properly if the situation remains so unpredictable. It was obvious why the other retainers were so concerned. At no point prior to the event had Lord Sylvester suggested that he might carry out such an act, and without consulting any of them. Well, I mean, considering that they had to essentially make a trap, whatever. Considering that Lord Karstead had already known the plan, that the incident had occurred in the temple of all places, and that the Knight's Order had moved as swiftly as it did, we could predict that Lady Veronica's imprisonment was part of a hidden plot between Lord Sylvester, Lord Karstead, and my boy Ferdinand. But some things were not to be done in secret. I will need to scold all three of them. Put more thought into how your actions will impact those around you. It was true that Lady Veronica should never have used the obseal without permission and for personal gain, and perhaps it was natural that she had be punished for it. The problem was that Lord Sylvester had laid none of the required groundwork. He had escalated the situation by involving a noble from the duchy and subsequently thrown Ehrenfest into chaos. A lecture on finding more elegant solutions was definitely needed. I mean, well, you can't really lay the groundwork on this one because Veronica's probably got spies everywhere, and if she had found out that he was planning this, she would have tried to avoid it, essentially. So best not to lay the groundwork to let a criminal potentially avoid getting captured. You know? Lord Sylvester, it is Riard I called. I have arrived at your summons. I entered the room to find it had already been cleared of everyone except Lord Karstead, Lady Avara, and Lord Sylvester himself. A sound-blocking magic tool was handed to me, revealing that this was an extraordinarily secretive discussion. And what I was told next made me doubt my ears. You were adopting a daughter? That's right, Karsted's daughter to be precise. She's due to be baptized this summer. Lord Karstead does not have a daughter, does he? I asked, looking between him and Lady Avara. Or could this be a child that even I am unaware of? Lord Karstead put on an unassuming expression and said, she's the daughter of my deceased third wife, Rosemary. It was a lie. As the woman who had raised him, I could tell in an instant. Ha ha ha! You can't put anything past her! Lady Riarda, her origin does not matter, Lady Avara said. She will become my daughter upon being baptized. So she knows. Okay, this is where, if I had read this from the start, I would have known that she'd known from the start. Okay. Her expression was stiff, but the resolve in her eyes made it clear that this decision had reached a level that could no longer be contested. Still, as Lord Sylvester's former nurse and educator, I needed to query him on these matters. There were few who could question the odd directly. Lord Sylvester, would you throw the castle into even further chaos? Putting more thought into how your actions will impact those around you. Rather than adopting a daughter now, you should be thinking about Lord Wolfrey, who was raised by Lady Veronica, and what these recent developments mean for him. If you were intending to adopt a daughter to strengthen his position, can that not wait until they are about to enter the Royal Academy? Lord Sylvester already had 3 children with Lady Florencia, and it was clear as day that adopting a Lyesgang noble here and now would throw the nobility into further disarray. The current state of disorder needed to be dealt with first. Tell me, what did Lady Florencia say about adopting a daughter now of all times, I asked. The same thing as you, Lord Sylvester replied. She demanded to know what I was thinking, and she wasn't nice about it. But the decision to adopt is final. I won't be changing my mind. He's already kind of it's already happened anyway, so you can't really undo it. Well, technically he could, because, I mean, that's what they're planning on doing at the Archduke Conference, but I don't know what will happen with this whole next volume, but whatever. His dark green eyes weren't wavering in the slightest. I was well aware that once Lord Sylvester made a decision, he couldn't be stopped. He was pursuing this adoption even against the wishes of his beloved Lady Florencia, so what hope did I have of changing his mind? My only option at this point was to learn as much about the subject as I could in the hope of minimizing the damage. I see. Then let me ask, what manner of girl is this soon-to-be daughter of yours? For you to be adopting her at the height of such a turbulent period, then there must be something special about her. I made sure to put my hand on my hips as I asked, and fixed Lord Sylvester with a glare that said, don't even think about lying. Lord Sylvester paused for a moment, then glanced at Lord Karstead. She's rich with mana, has knowledge from the world of the gods, and is even considering the state of Ehrenfest. Be serious, please. I am. She boasts enough mana to increase crop yields all across the central district, and is bringing new industries to Ehrenfest. It's already been decided that she will be made the new High Bishop, with Ferdinand supporting her as the High Priest. She was raised in the temple, however, so she isn't the slightest bit knowledgeable about the ways of noble society. That's why I want you to be her head attendant. You are adopting a girl who was raised in the temple and making her the High Bishop, I exclaimed, feeling lightheaded in the face of Lord Sylvester's blasé attitude. If you have this child enter the castle, she will need to endure great disdain and merciless rumors. You must understand that much, and the very idea of putting a girl who has yet to be baptized through such misery. Lord Karstead, this is your own daughter. Is it not your duty to protect her? Just thinking about how unstable her position was going to be, and almost about all the nobles who would treat her with such contempt, sent a chill down my spine. But no matter how fiercely I barked, Lord Sylvester and Lord Karstead simply exchanged glances. They showed no signs of budging. She didn't even question about how she has knowledge from the world of the gods. She didn't even question that. That should have been your first question there. Like, what do you mean by that? That would have been my first question. The fact is, Riarda, Lord Karstead began, there are things about Rosamund can only protect through this adoption, no matter how much it hurts her or how merciless the nobles may be. Lord Sylvester continued, Rosamund chose to be adopted to protect what she cares about. I won't tell her to abandon it all when she already came so far. Even keeping her in the temple as the High Bishop is for our own sake. It's better for her to have something trying her there, or at least that was what Ferdinand said. From their statements, I was able to draw a few conclusions. This girl was trying to protect something or someone in the temple, and this thing or person she treasured so deeply had been intimately involved in the recent incident there. As many understood it, an archnoble from another duchy had caused a stir. This child presumably needed the status of an archducal family member to resolve the matter smoothly. Riarda, on top of all the ills of the world, she has Ferdinand as her guardian, Lord Sylvester stressed. There's no one else I can trust with this job. Can I count on you? My boy Ferdinand received cruel abuse at the hands of Lady Veronica, and there were few to whom he could entrust someone under his protection. In this situation, I was the only person who met all the necessary conditions. I was at the behest of the Archduke, a natural pick for looking after Lord Karstadt's daughter, and someone my boy Ferdinand could rely on. I understood, I said. I shall accept this duty. This means you'll have looked after 2 consecutive generations, Riarda, Lord Karstad remarked with a smile. Thank you. Lady Elvira looked just as relieved and added, I thank you ever so much, Lady Riarda. Their expression made their worry for this young lady coming out to the castle all too clear. I would need to do everything in my power to ensure the temple child was as safe in the castle as possible. Lady Elvira, there's no need to be so formal with me, I said. Please just call me Riarda from now on. I'm going to be your daughter's attendant, after all. Lady Rosamund's adoption was going to take place during the upcoming summer baptism, so we retainers were all very busy preparing the chambers. For children of the Archduke raised in the castle, this process was done gradually as an opportunity for them to get used to using their retinue. Lady Rosamund's situation was unique, however. We could not have enough time to prepare her room if we waited until she arrived at the castle, so we needed the help of her mother, Lady Elvira, to be ready when it became time to welcome her. Lady Elvira, might you tell me Lady Rosamund's preferences, I asked. She seems to have grown to like her current chamber, so something of the same style would be preferable. Perhaps it will bring her some relief? Ah, she is still midway through her education. What kind of girl is she? I will ask for your thoughts because the opinions of men simply cannot be trusted on these matters. Yeah, sometimes the guys aren't going to be of any help. Lord Sylvester and Lord Karstedt only ever told me that Lady Rosamund was an exceedingly intelligent and equally estranged child. It was more than just that Saint of Aaronfest tomfoolery. They're not wrong about that one, but I still didn't have a firm grasp on her character. Just as Lord Ferdinand warned, Rosamund was unable to carry herself as an archnoble when she first came to our home. Since then, however, she has grown with startling speed. She has tremendous focus, and her teachers and I regularly find ourselves speechless. If she continues on her current pace, it will soon be impossible to tell that she was raised in the temple before her baptism. A hard worker with excellent skills, then. Indeed, Cornelia seems to find her presence somewhat inspiring. There is no mistaking the oddness of her character. Perhaps because she was raised in the temple, the way she approaches situations is very different from one would normally expect. At times, it was hard to tell what is running through her mind. If you pay very close attention, the logic on which she operates becomes clear, but it can be very difficult to unearth. It seems that Lord Sylvester's vague phrasing had not been an attempt at deception, as he said. Lady Rosamund was very talented, very diligent, and very strange girl who was nonetheless a hard worker. But what I found most surprising was that Lady Elvira had found out as much about her over such a short period, and her countenance was becoming more motherly by the day. I can tell from your words and the look on your face that you truly care for her, I said. It seems you have grown quite invested in this child, even though she is not your own. The atmosphere of our estate has changed considerably since Rosamund arrived. As I see it, she is my very adorable daughter, especially since Lord Ferdinand is so very concerned for her. Lady Elvira gave a refined laugh before elaborating. He visits her every couple of days, I repeated. Indeed, it has been every 3 on occasion, but he always comes without fail. He eats dinner with us, questions her tutors about her progress, asks her whether there's anything she's struggling with, and then checks on her health. One might very well say he is taking Karstadt's place in these respects. I was aware of Lord Ferdinand protecting Rosamund, but I never would have imagined that he would check up on her so often. Yeah, Ferdinand. Oh boy, I can't wait to see all this animated. Yes! I can't wait. This is gonna be so good. I can't wait. From the sound of things, Lady Rosamund was rather attached to Ferdinand and relied on him considerably. It was certainly hard to believe. My boy has always kept his guard up around others, never allowing anyone to get close, yet here he was, being so openly considerate? Think he would be so attentive to a young child, I said. Just what did Lady Rosamund do to lower the barriers around his heart? He synchronized his thoughts with her to read her mind, and thus he got emotional. And I think that kind of did something to it, anyway, at least a little bit. Perhaps it is simply because she's so young and frail. She would die without a watchful eye looking after her, so he naturally filled the role. Lady Elvira went on to explain how often Lady Rosamund became unwell. Then she fell silent, placed a hand on her cheek and sighed. She is an exceptionally good girl. Severing her remaining ties to the temple and raising her as a normal noble would be ideal, but Lord Sylvester, Lord Karstedt, and Lord Ferdinand are all against it. I cannot help but feel they want her to have some critical weakness to ensure that one of Lady Florencia's children becomes the next Ob. One could assume Lady Elvira was saying that without some such weakness, Lady Rosamund had a chance of becoming the next Ob. For a female archduke candidate to obtain that seat, over men with a similar claim to it, she and her husband would need to be extraordinarily talented to overcome the unique disadvantage that female Obs inherently faced. It was not something I could easily swallow after seeing Lady Georgine weep at the unfairness of gender disparity. Lady Florencia has another son, I noted, one not raised by Lady Veronica. Yes, I am aware. Lady Florencia consulted me for advice regarding raising boys when he was born. But a daughter belonging to Lord Karstedt and me will have the full support of the Lies gangs. Those whom Lady Veronica abused will rise up in full force and put Lady Rosamund in a position to become the next Ob if she so desires it. I could tell Lady Elvira was concerned about there being a battle for the seat of the Archduke, but I smiled and shook my head. I trust that Lord Sylvester and the others gave the situation a lot of very careful thought before deciding on the adoption. Ehrenfest's first wife has borne more than one son, and Lady Rosamund will never become the next Ob. I wish I could share your confidence for Lady Florencia's sake, but Lady Rosamund is so abnormal and extraordinary that I find myself wondering what kind of an upbringing she must have had. It is almost uncanny. Well, she's had 2 different upbringings, her one on Earth and the one as a commoner, so, I wonder if Riarda's gonna figure this out. Is she? Oh, that would be great if she could have figured it out and not said anything. Well, she is receiving an education from my boy Ferdinand. His strictness is surely the reason. He always holds those around him to the highest of standards and raises them to his level. I recalled when my son Justice resolved to give his name to Ferdinand in order to become his attendant. Ferdinand gave him all sorts of tasks and conditions to complete first, and I was sure he had done the same with this young child. He certainly does give her all sorts of assignments to do, Lady Elvira mused. That said, I believe they are essential to her future as a member of the archducal family. Rosamund takes it well, though. She says she does not mind as long as she can read books. I cannot help but pray that she does not get embroiled in any further conflict. Oh, boy, you have no idea. Lady Elvira and I continued to arrange the chambers as we spoke, and our conversation soon turned to Lady Rosamund's attendants. One such position was going to Audley, who was Lady Elvira's friend, apparently. Because of Lady Rosamund's connection to the temple, her other retainers were going to be selected with extreme care. One was often closer to those in one's service than to anyone else, so we could not risk someone untrustworthy being assigned to the role. Riarda, will you be attending the baptism ceremony? Elvira asked. Indeed, I wish to see what kind of person Lady Rosamund is with my own eyes. And so Audley and I went to Lady Rosamund's baptism. I wasn't going to be introduced as her attendant until she was brought to the castle, but Lord Karstedt and Lady Elvira had granted my desire to meet her ahead of time. But alas, disaster struck. Lord Wolfrid dragged Lady Rosamund away shortly into the introductions and ended up wounding her gravely. The ceremony was brought to a swift conclusion, meaning that I would not get to meet Lady Rosamund until our first exchange at the castle. Riarda, are you to be Rosamund's... That's right, I am Lord Sylvester personally asked me to look after her. My boy's reaction had come immediately after Norbert brought him and Lady Rosamund into the room to see me. I thought as much during her baptism, but Lady Rosamund truly looked young for her age. Her golden eyes were sparkling with curiosity as she looked at me and then up at Ferdinand. Lady Elvira had been exactly right when she said that the girl was attached to him. Oh, what a heartwarming sight it was. Lady Rosamund, this is Riarda, Norbert began, introducing me. She will be your head attendant here. I appreciate your service, Lady Rosamund said. She lowered into a curtsy, and her unbelievably glossy hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her every movement bespoke such considerate practice that I struggled to believe she was raised in the temple. Elvira was right. She was right about that. She had apparently only been on the level of a men noble when she first met with Lady Elvira, so I could guess that she had been working immensely hard to adjust to her new position as a member of the archducal family. Lady Rosamund was wearing a tense expression when she looked up again. My boy Ferdinand was also waiting my next words with some uneasiness. Oh my, he certainly has changed. I channeled my desire to welcome my new lady into a kind smile, and at once I noticed Ferdinand start to relax. I see that Lord Karstedt has raised you right. I always like to see someone who has such good manners, Lady Rosamund. I am Riarda. It will no doubt be a pleasure to serve you. Boop, boop. Oh, Hartman, here we go. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I think this is when he gets to see the baptism. A previously unpublished chapter that takes place near the start of Part 3, Volume 1, and was posted online as part of a collection of disconnected short stories. Hartman decides to attend Rosemine's baptism despite his misgivings about Audley being assigned to serve her. To his surprise, what he sees there changes him completely. Oh yeah! The short story was written to celebrate Suzaku-san's birthday. She's always so passionate when she speaks about Hartman, and many readers requested a short story about his one-sided first meeting with Rosemine, so I focused on just that. As it turned out, Suzaku-san actually likes Ferdinand more. Oops! Whoopsie! Wrong character! You recall that Lady Avara's child, Lady Rosemine, is being baptized this summer, yes? My mother asked me. She had just returned from a private tea party with Lady Avara, the Knight Commander's wife, and we were both holding sound-blocking magic tools. As it turns out, she is due to be adopted by the Archduke at the same time. I will be serving her in the castle. I spared our nearby attendants a glance and said, You? An attendant of Lady Avara's daughter? Mother was exceedingly good friends with Lady Avara, to the point that she had often taken me to Lady Avara's estate even before my baptism. Not once during any of those visits did I met a daughter of Lady Avara's, nor had Cornelius, who was in the same academic year as me, even ever indicated having a little sister. Which means this is not Lady Avara's child. In other words, she was presumably the daughter of Lord Karstedt's second or third wife, both men nobles and both members of the Veronica faction. I knew fragments of their situation through things Cornelius had let slip. This may be Lady Avara's request, but my own mother serving someone of such low status? I was overcome by displeasure. Mother must have noticed as she promptly began explaining the circumstances. I caught a glimpse of Lady Rosemine while she was being educated. She is quite beautiful, as well as intelligent. I can understand why she is being adopted. Furthermore, as Lady Avara's daughter, if she is taken in by the Archduke, then she will certainly become the hope of the Liesgang nobles. Lady Rosemine was searching for attendants now that her adoption had been decided, but I found this all much too suspicious. No reason whatsoever for the Ob to take in a child from a Liesgang noble. There had to be other, more significant circumstances that were being kept from us. I also found it hard to believe that Mother was acting by choice. She hadn't consulted my father, for one thing. This feels too careless for you, Mother, I said. There's clearly something happening behind the scenes. Indeed, and my decision to help welcome Lady Rosemine to the castle will afford me a peek behind the curtain. The castle has been changing drastically ever since Lady Veronica's imprisonment, and Lord Lebrecht, more than anyone, wishes to know what is going on beyond that which those working for Lady Florencia can learn. Father does. That is to say, this is something unknown to even to Lady Florencia, the first wife of Ehrenfest? I crossed my arms, conscious that this adoption was the amalgamation of many desires and much authority. Furthermore, my mother continued, this is an important time for the Liesgang faction, for whether or not we regain our former influence is at stake. Everything rests on this one chance, and so an opportunity to become the retainer of an archducal family member is very much welcome. I see. That is true, I replied with a nod, my attention now focused outside the window. Factions this, influence that, it's all so foolish. Going to the Royal Academy made reality painfully clear, the reality of Ehrenfest's position in Jürgenschmidt and how the Digi saw us. We had risen to the ranks somewhat after staying neutral during the Civil War, but now we were looked down upon harshly. The winners scorned us for not contributing in the battle, while the losers resented us for having attained a higher position through no merit of our own. What I find strangest of all is that our adults do not realize how empty our duchy's influence is to begin with. Despite how meaningless Ehrenfest was in the grand scheme of things, Mother was attempting to serve a girl born from a men noble for the sake of Father and his faction. It was all so foolish that it deserved nothing more than a derisive snort. Baptism ceremonies generally took place at the start of the season, but not Lady Rosemine's. Hers was being held in an awkward point between the start of summer and the time when nobles were gathering in the nobles' quarter for the Starbind ceremony. More than 200 nobles were gathered at Lord Karstedt's estate, with countless members of the Liesgang faction among them. The high turnout was no surprise considering that baptism ceremonies served the important purpose of debuting children to noble society. The archducal couple was born here as well in preparation for the upcoming adoption, as was Lord Wolfrid, their son. There were many nobles of the Veronica faction among the retainers flocking around the Archduke and the young lord, which created a very tense atmosphere. I heard from Lady Avara that you will also be serving Lady Rose, my mother said to Lady Riarda. Indeed, she replied, because of an order from Lord Sylvester, that is. That gave me a moment of pause. Lady Riarda had educated Lord Karstedt and served as the current Archduke's nurse when he was growing up. It seems to me that this Lady Rosemine is being upheld as someone of great importance. What in the world is the Ob thinking? Not to mention, my boy Ferdinand expects great things from her, Lady Riarda continued. He says the future growth of our duchy will rest squarely on her shoulders. The hopes being pinned on this pre-baptism child are so high, in fact, that I find myself worrying about her more than anything. We watched Lord Ferdinand climb the stage as the High Priest. He had personally endured Lady Veronica's wrath for so long, and was ultimately chastened to the temple despite being a member of the Archducal family. Does he have something to do with this adoption? Lord Ferdinand and I never officially met, but the stories about him from my elder brother had told me from his time in the Royal Academy indicated that he was a man of extraordinary talent. He had entered the temple to signal his departure from noble politics, but his cunning nature made it plausible that he had always planned to depose Lady Veronica and return like this. Of course, that was no more than speculation. Lady Rosamine shall now enter. Once Lord Ferdinand had ensured all the preparations were complete, the attendants of the estate opened the door. Lord Karsten and Lady Elvira entered as the parents of the one to be baptized, followed by Lady Rosamine herself. She did not recoil in the face of 200 noble gazes, nor did she look around curiously. Instead, she merely continued forward, moving with grace and while wearing a gentle smile. So this is Lady Rosamine. Her long hair swayed with each step. It was as dark as the night sky, while at the same time as radiant as the stars themselves, and adorned with an ornament I did not recognize. As I had heard, she was a rather pretty child with balanced features, and the elegance with which she had carried herself suggested she had been well trained, despite her noble mother and temple upbringing. The rumors about Lady Elvira giving her a strict education in preparation for today were sure to be true. As were the tutor's remarks that the girl was exceptional. She comes across entirely like an archnoble. I struck Cornelius with a curious look and saw that he was anxiously watching Lady Rosamine. He must have been very worried about her. Despite the loathing he felt for his father's second and third wives, he did not seem at all opposed to accepting this girl as his own little sister, and understandably so, for he had no reason to be embarrassed about someone so refined. Strange, whatever's going on here, it must be something significant. I watched dispassionately as Lady Rosamine grabbed a magic tool and made it shine, indicating that she had enough mana to be recognized as an archnoble. I applauded with everyone else, but it was scarcely an achievement. She had proven that she could carry herself as an archnoble, but no part of the ceremony had explained why the Ob desired to adopt her. Congratulations, Rosamine, Lord Ferdinand said. You are now officially recognized as Karstedt's daughter. A new child has been born to Ehrenfest. There was much applause, during which Lord Karstedt took the stage and raised a blue face stone ring high above his head. I give this ring to Rosamine, now recognized as my child by society and the gods, he declared, and then slipped it onto her finger. It was now time for the priest on stage, Lord Ferdinand in this case, to do his part. He granted Lady Rosamine a blessing from Leidenschaft, notably by using his own ring. Other priests would have to rely on divine instruments brought from the temple. As I compared the events to my own baptism, Lady Rosamine gave Lord Ferdinand her thanks. She would now bless him in turn, and the ceremony would end. But she instead turned to the audience. I pray that Leidenschaft, the god of fire, blesses all those in attendance and the high priest for celebrating my baptism. Everyone exchanged glances in response at the unusual development, while a blue light swelled within Lady Rosamine's ring. What? As it turned out, her offer to bless all those in attendance had not been insincere. Blue light flew up into the air, spun around, then scattered around the grand ball like blessed rain. It was a turn of events that I never would have predicted. Just what is this? What in the world? Came a similar mutter from the audience. She produced that much light? Just how much mana did she have packed into that small body of hers? A lot. Way more than anybody in this dang country. Maybe. Except maybe Ferdinand. This surprise was only natural. The return blessing was supposed to go with the priest, and the priest alone, not everyone in attendance. But given how calm Lord Karsten and Lord Ferdinand both looked, Lady Rosamine had not made a mistake. They had probably wanted to demonstrate her potential, and her being a child who hadn't yet learned to compress her mana made it all the more impressive. It wasn't her mana capacity that surprised me, though. It was abnormal to be sure, but what had left me in awe was the sheer beauty of the spectacle. I could not explain why it was different from any blessing I had seen before. The blue light seemed to sparkle with life as though it were truly from the gods themselves. Never before have I seen light like this. A sudden warmth spread through my chest. The blessings given during baptism ceremonies were usually so mundane, but this was different. The ease with which Lady Rosamine had granted a blessing that would have made most adult nobles wince made her seem like a genuine agent of the gods. But why? Why is Lady Rosamine's blessing so beautiful? I was still enamored of this newfound beauty when Ob Ehrenfest went onto the stage and announced the adoption. The Ob is adopting her? I was not informed. What is the meaning of this? Judging by the response, the news truly had been a secret. The hall immediately started to buzz like a struck hornet's nest, but after witnessing that extraordinary event, I saw no reason for the commotion. It was obvious why the Ob would want her in the Archducal family. His tales of her saintly deeds were even more wonderful. I needed to hear more of them. He did well to find her in the temple of all places. My evaluation of the Archduke had become a little more favorable. I scanned my surroundings. There were a great many nobles in attendance. They would all be greeting Lady Rosamine in turn. I already knew from my own baptism that it was impossible to memorize so many faces. especially when these first meetings were so brief. Only those who left a meaningful impression would be remembered. My mother would be introduced as her future attendant, and my father as Lady Florencia's retainer. Perhaps that would make me stick out in her mind? No sooner had that thought crossed my mind than I felt a little strange. This was the first time I'd ever been so interested in another person. I was likely more surprised by this change of heart than anyone. The first people due to be introduced to Lady Rosamond were her guard knights, who would be accompanying her tomorrow. Next would be the retainers of the archducal couple, whom she would meet with often, then the retainers who would start serving her once she moved to the castle. Lady Riarda and my mother included. Her family members, including Lord Bonifacius, would then follow, and that was when I would get my chance to shine. Nothing fun's ever going to happen here. Let's go play. Follow me. But as I was eagerly awaiting my introduction, Lord Wolfrey took Lady Rosamond by the arm and dragged her out of the hall. She did not return. As it turned out, the sickly Lady Rosamond had not been able to keep up with the young lord. She had fallen unconscious and sustained quite serious injuries as Lord Ferdinand had cast healing magic on her before carrying her back to her chambers. Was hurt? I need to be careful about Lord Wolfried. I gazed down at my hand, and what had felt like the blink of an eye, I had started to view Lord Wolfried as an enemy. I suppose I will need to drag him down, so that Lady Rosamond may become the ob. Oh no, this is where it started! Oh, shit. Christelle? Who is Christelle? Okay. I'll have to do a little bit of editing, but this should be fine. I will see you guys in the next one. Okay. Let us continue. Crystal, a tea party with my older sister. A short story that takes place after the Hartspiel concert in Part 3, Volume 1. I think this is something I've already read before as well. I think it was in one of the other books. After witnessing the grand event with her own eyes, Christelle, a background man noble in Ehrenfest, recounts the experience to her elder sister, who hadn't been able to attend due to being married to a noble from the Veronica faction. Author's note: I put the story together after 3 years of writing Bookworm as a thank you to my readers. It describes the changes Ehrenfest is going through from the perspective of a less important noble, something that is often difficult to fit into the main story. Last summer, my older sister married a noble of the Veronica faction. She had just recently returned to our home estate, having received permission from her husband to spend a few days with her family, and now I was about to have a tea party with her for the first time in quite a while. One sees one's family much less often after marriage, and since outside tea parties are focused more on socializing with others than spending time with one's family, there have been no opportunities for my sister and me to have a private discussion. I was consequently rather pleased that we were having a tea party with just the two of us. I took the first sip of tea as was common etiquette. My sister shortly followed suit, albeit with a great deal more grace than when she had previously lived with us. She then got straight to the point. So, Crystal, just what manner of tea party was that Hartspiel assembly everyone has been speaking about? You and Mother attended, correct? We did. It was positively splendid. As I am sure you have heard, the songs Lord Ferdinand played were simply marvelous. His voice had such richness that it was impossible not to be completely enraptured. There was no doubting that a princess once sent him an invitation to play. I had attended the Royal Academy with Lady Christine, and while her playing was certainly impressive, I could not help but prefer Lord Ferdinand's. I closed my eyes and reveled in the memory, only for my sister to interrupt it in a faintly impatient tone. Please do describe what manner of gathering it was, the event that has been brought up at every single tea party I've attended since. She hadn't been able to attend herself since her husband in the form of Veronica faction, had not given his permission. But the Hartspiel assembly would no doubt continue to be the topic of discussion at all tea parties for quite some time. I sighed. Your husband is a member of the Veronica faction, so you cannot change your allegiance as easily as us neutral nobles. Your timing truly was unfortunate. To think Lady Veronica would be detained not even a year after your marriage. Had she waited just one more year, the political shift in power would have allowed her to cancel her engagement. Divorces, on the other hand, were viewed much more negatively within noble society, and yet Justice was able to get one. I guess it has to be, consensual for both parties in order to do divorce, but whatever. That said, my sister was a little too old to be looking for a new partner in any case. I resolved to marry a noble from the Veronica faction 2 years ago when the rumors of Lady Veronica preparing for Lord Wolfrey's baptism began to spread. It seemed certain that she would maintain an iron grip on her authority for years to come, but I suppose nothing ever goes the way one wishes. I suspect the goddess of time was involved. It is the fault of Ob Ehrenfest, I must admit. His Hartspiel performance was splendid as well, but he is the one who ruined you and your families. Your and our families. I was highly displeased with the Ob, though. I could only speak ill of him in private family discussions such as this. Lord Sylvester had refused to take a second wife, no matter how many times Lady Veronica ordered it, instead devoting himself entirely to Lady Florencia. This had resulted in many nobles thinking Lady Veronica's power would wane when he became Ob. That had not been the case, however. Nothing had changed when he came to power. Lord Ferdinand was sent to the temple despite having achieved the highest grades in the Royal Academy, and the Archducal family was surrounded at all times by sycophants of the Veronica faction. For these reasons, the neutral nobles who carefully eyed the balance of power had steadily begun to favor Lady Veronica. When Lord Sylvester and Lady Florencia were entrusting the upbringing of their child to Lady Veronica, who could be blamed for thinking her power was set in stone, I remarked. Indeed, that is why I asked Father for his permission to marry a noble from the Veronica faction. After my sister's marriage last year, I was instructed to look for a husband from the Veronica faction as well. I was also told to avoid getting close to Liesgang nobles in the Royal Academy, as our family shifted from being neutral to supporting the Veronica faction, and yet to think the balance of power would completely flip overnight. Ob Ehrenfest had suddenly arrested Lady Veronica at the end of spring. He had shown her nothing but obedience for so many years prior, so nobody had expected it in the slightest. Under normal circumstances, one could plan ahead a tremendous amount before arresting the mother of an Ob, but there was no sign that this had been the case here. The political waters had been quiet and still, with none of the usual ripples. My husband told me that not even his retainers or any of the high-ranking nobles who accompanied him to the Archduke conference knew about his plans. It all came much too suddenly. What in the world was going through the Ob's mind? My sister complained as we both sipped our tea. If the Ob had planned to get rid of Lady Veronica all this time, I would have rather he made it more apparent so that we could prepare accordingly. If he had made it more apparent, this would have tipped off Veronica possibly, and she could have covered her tracks. Do you not realize that tipping people off could make waves and get back to the person you're trying to avoid? The Ob's thoughts are beyond me, but we do know he promptly adopted Lady Avara's daughter, a girl who was the subject of much scorn from Lady Veronica. We can imagine the Liesgang nobles will start receiving more favor now. Indeed, had Lady Veronica been in power, the Ob would never have been allowed to adopt one of Lady Avara's daughters, no matter how much Ehrenfest needs her mana. The Ob adopting Lady Rosamund was a symbolic gesture that he would favor Liesgang nobles moving forward. Not really. He had surely made this move so that he would not have to take a wife other than Lady Florencia. Christelle, my husband, is so taken by the Veronica faction that I fear the other nobles will soon leave him behind. In fact, he still refuses to accept that the balance of power has shifted at all. Just as few Liesgang nobles had expressed their obedience to Lady Veronica, few members of the Veronica faction were submitting to this abrupt change. I understand your fears, dear sister, but I imagine the Ob will strive not to eliminate members of the Veronica faction, but to absorb them into the Liesgang fold instead. Many members of the Veronica faction were present during the Harspiel assembly, and the majority of those among his retainers are likewise the Veronica faction. We cannot distance them all over mere faction politics. We'll see about that. Nobles of the Veronica faction were present all throughout Ehrenfest's upper power structures. It was not possible to suddenly eliminate them all without putting the daily operations and management of the duchy into complete jeopardy. Foreshadowing! That would be ideal, but he is the man who imprisoned his mother overnight without so much as a warning to his retainers. It is hard to imagine he will give much thought to the position we or our futures have been thrust into. Our house was neutral to begin with, so it was possible for us to lean toward either faction depending on our next actions. Now that my sister had married a noble from the Veronica faction, however, this would not be easy for her unless her husband changed his mind as well. Will you be marrying a Liesgang noble, Crystal? I believe so. Father says it is essential for us to return to neutrality. That's why I was allowed to attend the Harspiel assembly after all. Father had gone as white as a sheet when he found out Lady Veronica had been imprisoned, considering that we had so recently leaned toward her faction. From that point onward, he began spending his days thinking only of a way for us to turn back to the now dominating Lady Florencia faction. The nobility was thankfully still in a panic, which gave us a prime opportunity to shift ourselves back to the primary power. My marriage would play a significant role in this. Your final term at the Royal Academy is this winter, correct? Will you be able to find an escort in such a short time span? My sister asked, worried. I would indeed have to find a Liesgang boy to escort me before my graduation ceremony. Otherwise, I would need to ask my uncle or grandfather to escort me. I would at the very least like to find someone who will boost my image, but I cannot see that being uncomplicated. I have asked Lady Helmina for her assistance and shall be attempting to interact with Liesgang nobles as much as possible. Lady Helmina, did Father not forbid you from speaking to her, given that she has a Liesgang mother? Have you been keeping in contact with her regardless? My sister probed, looking at me with exasperation. I could already feel my face flushing. Despite the orders Mother and Father had given me, I was still secretly friends with Lady Helmina. She is such a good person, I did not want to cut her off due to the circumstances of adults. Plus, our friendship remains only in the classrooms of the Royal Academy. I am not doing anything that will inconvenience our family. I avoided eye contact as I gave my excuses, though I knew they would not change the fact that I had disobeyed my parents. Still, it is thanks to Lady Helmina that I was able to publicly show that I am on good terms with the Lies gangs during the Harpspiel assembly. All's well that ends well, would you not agree? Mother and I had only been able to associate positively with the Lies gangs because Lady Helmina and her mother had been willing to sit with us. I deeply regret that my marriage has put undue pressure on you, so I am relieved to know you have at least some connection with the Lies gangs. I feel as if my burden has been lessened somewhat, my sister said with an apologetic smile. I smiled and turned. There's still time for me to find an escort, and matters of engagement did not have to be settled anytime soon. I could wait until the balance of power had settled before making any concrete decisions. My sister and I each had unique hurdles to overcome as a consequence of the drastic change in the duchy's political state, so I understood her feelings and remorse well. Though that is not to say the balance of power may not change yet again right after my own wedding. Faction politics were decided by the Ob and those around him. All we could do was move with the waves and strive to secure as solid a position for ourselves as possible. We quietly sipped our tea, feeling bad for one another. Neither of us elected to speak, but our silence was not an awkward one either. Rather, it was one of compassion, as we each gave the other time to calm down. Crystal, please do tell me about the Harpspiel assembly, my sister asked again, setting down her cup and smiling as if attempting to wash away the previous mood. At a tea party yesterday, there was a woman who proudly spoke of everything there having been fresh and new. The others who attended all expressed favored agreement, yet no one would explain what fresh, new things they were referring to. Is that not cruel? The tea party my sister spoke of was one attended primarily by those who had also attended the Harpspiel assembly, so she had ended up feeling extremely alone. This news did not come as much of a surprise. Both Lady Helmina and I would admittedly become just as heated with excitement when we recalled Lord Ferdinand playing the Harpspiel, and there had been so many novel aspects to the tea party that those not in the know would struggle to comprehend even simplified explanations. I can hardly blame those other women. There was so much at the tea party that even those of us who were in attendance still do not understand. I am not sure how I could even begin to describe them in a way that would make sense to an outsider. Oh my, you are saying exactly what they said, my sister commented with an exaggerated frown. A chuckle escaped me. It's true, words alone struggle to suffice, and there is much we are obligated to keep secret from those who did not attend. There are a few examples here within our helm that I could show you, however, perhaps those would be easier for you to understand. I instructed my attendant to retrieve my box, inside of which was all the treasures I had obtained during that secret tea party. The first item I took out was one half of a ticket. Unlike most tea parties, we did not receive invitations. Instead, we needed to purchase these things called tickets to participate, I explained. We were shown a list of seats and allowed to choose where we wished to sit, rather than the organizer directing us. My sister listened to me with wide eyes, finding each revelation more shocking than the last. Does that mean seats were decided with no consideration of status and faction, she asked, a hand over her mouth. Indeed, the tickets were separated into tiers based on price, and one could sit in any of the seats assigned to their particular tier. The seats closer to where Lord Ferdinand was playing were more expensive, and those further away were cheaper. The seating chart had also contained the names of those who had already purchased their tickets, so one could even intentionally avoid those they did not wish to be near. That truly was a remarkable idea. According to Lady Helmina, Lady Florencia took a seat far from the stage to emphasize that one could sit wherever they liked. Her table had only members from her own faction, but at a neighboring table sat members of another faction, and they did seem to greet and frequently converse with one another. Mother and I had purchased our tickets somewhat late, so we had been unable to sit close to Lady Florencia. Instead, we had taken Lady Helmina's offer for us to buy seats next to hers, allowing us the opportunity to listen to the music together. If attendees were able to sit wherever they pleased, were there many members of the Veronica faction near the front? For this performance, Lady Elvira made sure to position Lias Gang nobles at the front so that Lord Ferdinand would not be disturbed. That is a relief, my sister said with a smile. Lord Ferdinand received such poor treatment from Lady Veronica. It's good to know that he was shown such consideration. Thank you. At least some people are nice to him, besides Lady Elvira and her family. Despite being an Archduke candidate, Lord Ferdinand had been cruelly antagonized even while attending the Royal Academy, having to endure the students and their attendants following Lady Veronica's orders. My sister was familiar with many incidents that had resulted from this, and she was relieved to know Lady Elvira had taken action to protect him. Upon our arrival at the tea party, attendants checked our tickets and guided us to our chosen seats. They then cut a ticket in half, see? Look along this edge here. I wasn't sure what they had opted to take one half of our tickets, but they had. Sweets called cookies and pound cake were served at the Harpspiel assembly, I continued. Lady Rosamond created the recipes for both, and they have been making frequent appearances at the tea parties hosted by members of the Lady Florencia faction. I am told they are quite unique and delicious, my sister said with a wistful sigh. I chuckled mischievously as I took out a bundle of cloth. And here are cookies made with tea leaves, said to be Lord Ferdinand's personal preference. They were sold after the performance as souvenirs. Would you care to try one? I took one of the carefully preserved cookies and handed it to my sister. She took it with great interest before taking a small, swift bite. The sweetness is sugar, perhaps, she asked. It's not too sweet, though. I feel as though I could eat them forever. That faint sweetness goes perfectly with the crisp, crunchy texture, wouldn't you agree? I find myself reaching for them more often than I would care to admit, but I am careful to pace myself such that I might savor the memories for the day. I picked up a cookie for myself and placed it on my plate. Despite my best efforts to savor the taste, it was gone in no time at all. I was taking care to eat only one a day, but there were already but 2 cookies remaining. The harsh playing of that day flashes through my mind whenever I eat one of these cookies, I noted. I have an important ritual for consuming them. Oh, please do elaborate, my sister said, looking at me with amusement. I next took the programming sheet out from the box. The front was decorated with an illustration of an unusual style that relied on thick black lines and white space, creating an image of a man playing the harpsichord. Beneath him were the names of the songs that had been played that day, as well as their lyrics. My sister frowned a little as her eyes went across the paper. Sister, this here programming lists all the songs that were played at the event, I explained. Many sheets identical to this were made to market a new for-profit industry known as printing. I always gazed upon the lyrics written upon the show sheet while eating the cookies, replaying the recital in my mind. I closed my eyes, recalling the heavenly notes of the harpsichord as the sweetness of the cookie danced across my palate. I recognize any of these songs. Observe the name of the composer. Lady Rosamund is written for each one, see? Lady Rosamund composed them while Lord Ferdinand and Rosina arranged them. Who is this Rosina? Lady Rosamund's personal musician, I presume. They are most likely songs that Lady Rosamund asked her musician to compose. It was hard to imagine someone as young as she composing this many songs. It would made far more sense to assume she was receiving credit for the work of her musician. That was not particularly uncommon. With the expectations these songs and suites are no doubt going to create, I expect Lady Rosamund is going to be under a lot of pressure during her debut, I said. I must say, though, those were all quite excellent. This one in particular, this love song dedicated to Geduld, practically exuded artistic talent. Lord Ferdinand playing a love song? I truly would have loved to hear that. Back in the Royal Academy, I had resorted to sneakily eavesdropping while he practiced, but even then, his playing was so masterful that my heart swooned with each strum. My sister had attended the Royal Academy alongside Lord Ferdinand, meaning she had listened to his playing before, but the harpsichord assembly was my first time. It was there that I was immediately convinced he had received a blessing from Kunzil, the goddess of art. There was no other way to explain the divinity with which he played. A great number of magic tools were used so that Lord Ferdinand's voice reverberated throughout the hall. I speak with all honesty when I say it felt as though he were whispering directly into my ear. I still find that funny. I could see the goddess of spring dancing before my very eyes. I imagine many even felt the arrival of Blonde for the goddess of sprouts. I know the feeling well. He truly does have the playing skills to entice even a princess, my sister said, nodding to herself and laughing. I cannot say whether it was due to the romantic nature of the song or Lord Ferdinand's sultry voice, but women were falling unconscious on the spot. Keep this between us, but Mother was no exception. Truly? Yes. Also, while our reason for attending was to change our faction, we spent far too much money. Mother was not very motivated at first, but by the end of the love song, both she and I had more or less collapsed onto our table. We were in such a state that we were almost escorted out by the knights. It was only because we rushed to compose ourselves and professed that we were fine that they allowed us to stay. I then went on to explain how a number of women hadn't been quite so fortunate, ultimately needing to be carried from the venue. Exasperated look. To think she would faint in such a public place. It was an embarrassing failure for a proper lady, but no woman who had participated would ever describe this particular fainting spell as such. The air carried such intense excitement that not a soul could be blamed for passing out. It truly was a special time, I said. Everyone resorted to gripping an empty face stone beneath the table to contain their storm of emotions. I myself was surprised to find that I was impassioned enough to fill my face stone entirely. We all carried empty face stones for matters of emergency, but it was rare for a person to actually feel the need to use one. It was standard to simply contain one's storm of emotions with the mind. I could see why those of us who did not participate struggled to understand, my sister said. The harpsichord assembly had not been a standard affair during which everyone had put on a polite facade. It was a gathering where the attendees wore their hearts in their sleeves, exposing their feelings to the world. It was hard to explain this to those who had not participated, however, because doing so was the same as exposing one's embarrassing history. Only those who had shared the joy of the heated event could understand and talk about it at length. Toward the end, the odd rushed over and played the harpsichord alongside Lord Ferdinand. It was my first time hearing him play also, and I must say, he was very good. The music became heavier and fancier with them both playing at once. They played a well-known Sir hymn, and we all sang along. It felt as though all the attendees became one in that moment. United in our excitement, I wish to experience it again one day if possible. And now I wish to as well, my sister said with an envious sigh. Allow me to show you something else, dear sister, that I would show to no one. To no other. These two must remain known only to those who participated, and they are my treasures. I took out another bundle of cloth from the box and slowly unwrapped it. Oh my, these are illustrations of Lord Ferdinand. What is the meaning of this? Should Lady Veronica know about these? Or hear about these? Our house will... Yes, she is gone now. My sister gazed upon the illustrations, unable to contain the smile that had risen on her face. I knew well that my sister had admired Lord Ferdinand from afar when they attended the Royal Academy. She would tell me about him quite regularly, speaking at immense length of his skill with the harpsichord and his awe-inspiring dinner victories. These illustrations were created with the new printing technology I mentioned. They are amazing, beautiful even, wouldn't you agree? They capture Lord Ferdinand impeccably, whether it be his perfect eyes, his inquisitive brow, or his countless other handsome features. I recall the recital in my mind countless times while gazing upon these. I set the 3 illustrations down on the table, taking care not to crease or dirty them. I had ordered ornate frames so that I could display them around our home, but the order would take some time to finish. I needed to treasure and preserve them until then. Lady Helmina informed me about this. It seems printing is a new technology that... I was very impressed when I saw so many copies of the same document, but I originally did not understand the value in pushing the industry to the point that donations were required to sustain it. When Lady Helmina had purchased the programming before the recital, I thought only that if one wanted copies of the same document, they could simply hire as many scholars as necessary. Indeed, printing may be useful now while we are suffering from a shortage of personnel, but when there are many scholars, one would need only procure their services. Is this not stealing work from lay scholars lacking in mana? Unlike my sister, I had not thought to consider the lay nobles, but I imagined many other nobles also failed to see the point in spending so much on the printing industry. When I saw these illustrations after watching Lord Ferdinand perform, however, I stopped thinking that way. Being able to produce so many exact copies of something is of the utmost importance. No scholar will be able to perfectly reproduce this illustration, no? Ordering art would usually result in a significant waiting period, and the artist could not sell copies of the same picture to multiple people at once. And yet, so many of us sharing the same illustrations was superb. It emphasized our shared memories. In short, there are many copies of these illustrations, my sister said. Indeed, 100 perfect copies of each illustration were sold at the tea party, all made by printing. As I'm sure you can guess, they all sold out. My sister longingly gazed upon the illustrations on the table before looking up at me with a steely expression. Crystal, please do give me one, she said. Then I will also be able to join the discussions at tea parties. I am afraid I cannot do that, dear sister. But you have 3. Can you truly not part with just one? I too yearn for an illustration of Lord Ferdinand. I know well that my sister had flushed for Lord Ferdinand back in her Royal Academy days, and one of these illustrations would prove a valuable weapon for her to participate in tea party discussions, despite her having been unable to attend the Harpsichord assembly herself. However, the 3 illustrations sitting atop the table were all unique, and I had promised Mother that I would preserve them until the frames arrived. It was not my place to lend them away without permission, and given how sharply Mother's eyes had gleamed when she battled the crowd to purchase them, it was hard to imagine she would ever allow them to leave the estate. I am keeping these safe for Mother, so I cannot give them away to anyone, not even you. Each one costs 5 large silvers. 5 large silvers for an illustration lacking color? I am surprised Father would allow Mother to purchase not just 1, but 3. He was furious, of course. He would not believe she would spend so much at a single tea party. Mother was only able to calm him down by saying it was a necessary cost to shift our faction to more stable territory. I explained Father was the one who had ordered Mother to attend the tea party in the first place, so he had not been able to argue any further. Oh my, but does that argument carry weight when one remembers that Mother grew heated enough to fall unconscious? My, that is a secret between you and me, dear sister. Recall that I gifted you one of my precious cookies. Those were available for purchase only at the Harpsichord assembly. My sister gave a sigh that was equal parts impressed and exasperated. She went to speak, only to be interrupted as an ordonnance flew into the room. Who could this be, I wondered aloud. The ordonnance flew around the room once before settling in front of me. Lady Crystal, it's Helmina, came a bright, excited voice. Lady Avara is holding a tea party 10 days from now to discuss the Harpsichord assembly. She said to invite all those who bought copies of each of the illustrations. Please do join us. It will be a positively splendid occasion. The bird repeated its message 3 times before reverting into a yellow face, which then clattered onto the table. You earned Lady Avara's invitation by purchasing all the illustrations? My sister asked, her mouth agape. I suppose Father truly cannot scold Mother for it. I nodded. Sister, I will attempt to persuade Lady Avara and the others as best I can. Perhaps they will hold another Harpsichord assembly. Crystal, I would not be able to attend without permission from my husband. I ask only that you see whether they can arrange for those like me to purchase the illustrations independently. 10 days after that lively tea party with my sister, I attended another tea party with Mother, this one hosted by Lady Elvira. Our intention was not only to discuss the Harshfield performance, however, we were gathering to extol Lord Ferdinand for all his virtues. It was an irreplaceably delightful time during which we all reminisced and allowed our fervent excitement to show. It was only natural then that there would be cause for another Harshfield assembly to be held. Upon seeing our enthusiasm, however, Lady Elvira's expression clouded over, and she looked across us all with sorrow in her eyes. I regret this more than anyone, but I cannot hold another recital. Nor can I sell any more illustrations of Lord Ferdinand, she announced. Lady Elvira went on to report that she had received Lord Ferdinand's assistance under the promise that it would be a one-time event. To make matters worse, Ehrenfest had leaked to him the existence of the illustrations, which in turn caused Lord Ferdinand to forbid Lady Rosamine from ever printing them again. How terrible! To think we would be thrust into a pit of despair so soon after being taught the splendor of printing and donating so much. It seemed that my feelings of displeasure toward Ehrenfest would not be resolved any time soon. Well, that was actually Lord Ferdinand's doing. If he had known he was going to do that anyway. Okay. Lampert, Where My Path Leads. A short story originally written as a sales bonus for Part 3, Volume 3. Lampert is given the chance to stop serving Wilfrid, who is at risk of disinheritance, and decides to consult his family on the matter. Which path is the right one for him? Author's note. Eckert's scathing remarks a la Ferdinand went through several revisions over the course of writing this chapter. They were originally so much worse so what you see here is actually pretty tame. Oh, I want to see the originals. I want to see the originals so much. I returned home after sending my mother a very abrupt ordonnance, but she welcomed me back without so much as a single question. I gazed around searching for Cornelius. Lampert, if you're looking for Cornelius, he has already eaten dinner and said goodnight and returned to his room, Mother noted. Did you wish to speak with him? I shook my head. No, just with you. This had to do with Rosamine, so it wasn't unrelated to Cornelius, but I didn't want my little brother seeing me so confused and uncertain. Mother sighed and beckoned me over. Lampert, come to my room. We are best to converse there, are we not? My return had come so suddenly that my room hadn't yet been prepared for me. I suggested that Mother and I wait until it was ready, but she had coolly refused and suggested that we go to her room instead. Upon our arrival, Mother ordered her attendant to prepare us some cups. Then, once we had everything we would need, she cleared the room and started to pour us both some wine, filling our cups with the amber liquid. I am always with Lord Carstad when I receive your report, so it has been quite a long time since we have been alone like this, Lampert, Mother said. I accepted the cup she offered me, and a rich, nostalgic scent tickled my nose. This was the first wine I'd ever drunk, and the last time I'd shared some with Mother had been when I made the decision to serve Lord Wilfrid. This discussion will not be too different from our last, I said. Oh? Have you been relieved of duty already? No, as my firm response as it stood, being removed from Lord Wilfrid's service was equivalent to being labeled incompetent by Riarda or Rosamine. It was an extreme dishonor for a noble, which was why I could allow no room for doubt. However, I continued, Oswald told me in no uncertain terms that he would not mind my resignation. What I chose to do next will have a considerable impact on our house. So I thought it best to return and discuss my options with you. Mother cast her eyes down briefly, then silently indicated that I should continue. I took a sip of wine and sighed. Right, where to begin? I expect you have already heard this from Father, Cornelius, and Lady Florencia, but Lord Wilfrid has changed dramatically since he spent a day in Rosamine's shoes at the temple. This has been especially obvious to those of us serving him. It was only 10 or so days ago when our main duty was to keep him from running away, but now he works harder than ever. So I have been told, Mother replied, bringing her cup to her lips, but his newfound work ethic is the bare minimum expected of a child of the Archduke, and he is still a long way from being considered acceptable. His lack of an education must be because Lady Veronica desired a puppet ob whom she could control effortlessly. Lady Florencia must bemoan how low he has been experimented to sink. I could not deny Mother's words. Lady Veronica had only ever scolded Lord Wilfrid when he disobeyed her orders. Not once had she spoken out against him neglecting his studies or being unreasonable with his retainers. In fact, when we had tried to lecture him ourselves, she had very harshly warned us not to criticize the future Archduke. Lady Veronica instructed me not to defy my lord under any circumstances, I said, and with such yes men in his service, Lord Wilfrid still might fail to prove himself even with his new education. Oswald has decided not to take any new retainers, correct? Correct. Lord Wilfrid is already struggling with his new lifestyle. Surrounding him with unfamiliar faces would only make things worse. Plus, if he also does end up being disinherited, then those retainers would end up with black marks on their records. Oswald therefore decided that splitting the workload between fewer people is ideal. Out of everyone in Lord Wolfried's service, Oswald was undeniably working the hardest. He was having to manage the distribution of work and keep the rest of us on track, even as we lost more and more people. I continued, given the likelihood that Lord Wolfried would end up being disinherited, I think minimizing the collateral damage is wise. And considering his current state, we cannot expect any Lysgang nobles to want to enter his service. We are trying to keep this as private as we can, but tensions are always going to be high. I think Oswald is making a very reasonable decision. Maybe then, but not now. He's kind of, smacking himself. He's kind of making it so that Wolfried's going to fail in the end. Not now, but it was later. There were some Lysgang nobles among the retainers Lady Veronica had collected, but most of us had been intimidated into serving Lord Wolfried, and the treatment we received hadn't been exceptional. The others had all quit as soon as Lady Veronica was detained, meaning I was the only Lysgang remaining. It does appear that Oswald is doing his best, but what of the other retainers, Mother asked. I am worried about Rosemine. It seems very unlikely that retainers of the Veronica faction, which have spent so long oppressing Lysgang nobles, would obey the ways and words of my daughter. No matter what Oswald might say in support of her, they are bound to take issue. Am I wrong? Oswald takes issue with her later. We see that a lot in, dang it, what was it? Not this latest volume, but the volume before that, I think. Or maybe it was the beginning of the volume. I don't know. I averted my eyes, instead focusing on the wine in my cup. The other retainers had vented their frustration to me, and their words resurfaced to my mind. Lord Wolfried was considered a source of shame for the archducal couple, owing to the lackluster education he'd received from Lady Veronica and the poor behavior of his retainers. But these shortcomings had only reached the public after Lord Ferdinand and Rosamund exposed them. Their actions had put Lord Wolfried at risk of being disinherited, and his retainers at risk of being relieved of duty. Of course, Lord Wolfried was now working hard to avoid such an undesirable fate, but his efforts did nothing to stop Rosamund from wandering in, besting him in every way imaginable, and then chastising everyone in earshot. She would say that he wasn't yet doing enough, that he was letting his guard down too much, and that his retainers were still being too soft on him. Yep. Many of the retainers disagreed with these criticisms, as one would expect when they were used to supporting their lord unconditionally. They wondered how Rosamund could be so wrong about Lord Wolfried when whom they thought was progressing by leaps and bounds, and started to wonder whether she knew her place as a lowly adopted daughter. Someone needs to smack them. A lot. As you expect, Mother, those who were forced to lead Lord Wolfried's service direct their frustrations out not at Lord Ferdinand, who brought up disinheritance to begin with, or at Lady Florencia, who executed the dismissals, but at Rosemine. The retainers' futures were ultimately decided by Lady Florencia, but Riarda was the one scrutinizing their every move. As a result, those who were relieved of duty often believed that Rosemine was to blame. They did not understand me when I said that Rosemine is trying to save Lord Wolfried from disinheritance, I continued. Although they knew deep down that I speak the truth, they cannot bring themselves to accept it. And Rosamund is such an easy target for their ire. Some even claim that Lord Ferdinand conspires to remove Lord Wolfried from his position as the next Archduke and install her in his place. On the outside, on the surface, that would be the best move. But deep down, Rosamund even knows that she would be crappy at being an Archduchess. As I recounted the situation to my mother, I realized just how much Lady Veronica's influence still colored Lord Wolfried's retainers. Many continued to dismiss Rosamund's advice as unthinkably rude and quietly admonished her for speaking out against Ehrenfest's next Ob. Even I had been imprinted with the idea that Lord Wolfried was better suited to rule than any of the Archduke's other children. I warned Cornelius to limit how often Rosamund visits Lord Wolfried, hoping to spare her some disdain, but he refused, saying that her prying was at Lady Florencia's request. I thought there was no need for Rosamund to endure so much hatred if she was just acting on behalf of Lord Ferdinand and trying to undermine her brother, but Cornelius had informed me that this wasn't the case. Cornelius just recently moved to the castle as Rosamund's apprentice guard knight, I said, so he might still be blind to the dangers of malice. If you were to warn him as well, perhaps he would reconsider. Mother nodded in agreement. I personally do not care whether Lord Wolfried gets disinherited, so I share your desire to keep Rosamund from becoming even more hated, but... I squeezed my eyes shut upon hearing my mother's complete disregard for my lord. Her blunt phrasing reminded me of Lord Ferdinand. Lord Wolfried was working so hard, but Lady Veronica's disposition had made it painfully clear how few people actually wanted him to become the next Archduke. Lady Florencia was overjoyed that her son had finally been returned to her care, Mother continued, and it was Rosamund's intervention that has given Lord Wolfried a chance to redeem himself. Trying to remove her from the equation now would only complicate things. I had not been in the dining hall when Lord Ferdinand proposed the disinheritance, so I knew nothing of what they had discussed or how they had decided on the terms of their agreement. The most I had heard was the Ops declaration and a report from Oswald. Mother shook her head in disappointment. Those serving Lord Wolfried should want to protect their lord above all else, yet they so blatantly oppose Lady Florencia's wishes and disrespect the girl doing the most to save him. In a just world, they would be assisting her and expressing nothing but gratitude for her efforts. I quickly opened my mouth to protest, not oblivious to the fact that she had included me in her criticism. It wasn't like we were all dissatisfied with Rosamund. Such griping only came from the people who had been relieved of duty. We aren't all ignorant of the work that Rosamund is doing for our sake, I said. Oswald and those who were in the dining hall understand. That's precisely why Oswald told me I don't need to continue tolerating fools incapable of seeing the reality of the situation. Unlike the other retainers, I can be of value to the archducal couple without serving Lord Wolfried. As I was Rosamund's older brother, some of the anger directed at her ended up falling on me as well. Oswald had noticed this, and that had spurred him to suggest that I resign. At this time, when everyone needed to work together, he likely considered a member of the Liasgame faction such as I to be a troublesome outsider, but perhaps he had other motivations as well. In any case, I was sure he wanted me to leave. He was already struggling with the shortage of retainers, so he would not have suggested otherwise. I expect my decision to have a significant impact on our house, so what do you think, Mother? I asked, eyeing her carefully. She placed a hand gently on her cheek, contemplated my question, and looked at me head-on. With Lady Veronica's influence growing weaker by the day, there's no longer any need for you to protect me, Lampreth. You may do as you wish. Mother, I was passionately against one of my own children going to Lady Veronica, but you defied my wishes and went anyway, did you not? Though that was in large part due to how powerless I was. There was a strained smile on her face. She was my mother, but stopping an adult from becoming someone's retainer was no easy feat, especially when their service was requested and their new lord or lady held a position of power. There had been nothing she could do. I can only imagine how much abuse Lady Veronica made you endure on my behalf, she continued, but no longer. My decision to serve Lord Wolfried had come after my older brother Eckert refused. I had felt it was my duty to protect my mother and younger brother, but that had not stopped Mother from worrying about me. It was only now that I realized this. Thus, whether you continue to serve Lord Wolfried or consider your duty as his retainer complete and choose to resign, I will not mind. Please know this, if you decide to stay and he fails his winter debut, it will mar your good name. Although my family could protect me, there would be no way for me to erase the reality that my lord had been disinherited. Mother looked at me with worry and told me to think carefully about my future. It was a silent plea for me to resign. Mother continued, if you wish to serve Lady Rosamund instead, Lord Karstead and I could recommend you. She is lacking adult guard knights in particular, so you would be taken on immediately. I crossed my arms and thought of all the Archduke's children. Rosamund held the lowest status due to having been raised in the temple and adopted into the Archduke family. The Liasgang's mothers and fathers' relatives were sure to acquire more influence going forward, and Rosamund currently had very few retainers, so I was sure to be accepted into her service if I expressed an interest. I hadn't considered serving Rosamund, I said, but it would be nice to continue serving the Archducal family. I need to consider my marriage prospects as well. In the Royal Academy, when trying to make a good impression with the father of one's bride-to-be, it was much better to be a guard knight who had found a new lady to serve than a former retainer who had become a knight after his lord was disinherited. Mother blinked at my remark, then her dark eyes narrowed. Lampreth, I would support whichever path you choose, but if you are going to follow your heart, think carefully about what it means for an archnoble to become a retainer of the archducal family. Lampreth, Father said, calling me into his office when I went for training the next day. Your mother told me everything. Mother aside, more or less everyone in my immediate family was a knight. It was funny how we found it easier to meet up at the training grounds than at home. Avara said you could decide for yourself and presented you with a chance to serve Rosamund, Father remarked, summarizing my conversation from the day before. Do you intend to resign as Lord Wolfried's retainer? His eyes were as sharp as Mother's last night. I could tell that a single misspoken word would prove fatal, so I stuck out my chin out and said, No. My fellow retainers may not think highly of my being Rosamund's brother, but I am not yet resolved to resign. It was a rather ambiguous response, delivered while carefully watching my father's reaction. He sighed and then said in a hushed voice, If you are still undecided, let me give you some advice. I am opposed to you becoming Rosamund's guard knight. Wait, but why? Yeah, I'm kind of wondering that myself, but why, I asked, struggling to understand where this was coming from. I don't think you're built for it. Lord Ferdinand is her guardian here and in the temple, so you'd be serving him indirectly. Oh, yeah. You might not be built to handle that level of expectation he has. Kind of think of Eckert as an example of how his expectations are, and you can kind of gather whether you will be able to hit that or not. Just as Lady Veronica had overseen Lord Wolfried controlling his education and directing his retainers, Lord Ferdinand was playing a very intimate role in Rosemine's education, since she had spent such a long time in the temple. I recalled the time he had very lightly crushed me, and I felt a chill ran down my spine. I'd be serving him indirectly? Is that really true? As I stood in the daze, Father continued, Rosemine's retainers need to do more than just enter the temple. They visit the orphanage and workshop often, and attend meetings with merchants. According to Daniel, her guard knights are also technically subordinates of Lord Ferdinand, since they assist him with paperwork and report to him on a daily basis. I am hesitant about you becoming Rosemine's guard knight when he deems you as incompetent as your lord. Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought about that at all. In the temple, I only did math work to save Rosamine the trouble. It wasn't normal for guard knights to carry out duties like that each and every day. It caught me completely off guard. Plus, Father continued, when you accompany Rosamine on religious matters, you may need to perform some duties in her place depending on her health. You may need to eat with commoners when circling the farming villages, and you may need to sleep on bedding mat most would never consider fit for a noble. What? Retainers of the Archducal family are mimicking the priests and dining with commoners? I find that hard to believe, but is that really what's expected of her guard knights? To me, it was unthinkable to imagine a retainer of the Archducal family dining with the commoners of a farming village. As a noble, you may find it hard to imagine, but that is what is expected of those who serve Rosamine, the High Bishop. Or at least that's what Eckert said when Lord Ferdinand assigned him to accompany Rosamine. Apparently, Eckert had accepted the task at once, eager to be useful to Lord Ferdinand. It was unbelievable. If you wish to serve her despite all those deterrents, then I won't stop you, Father said. But you should know that, much like Lord Ferdinand, Rosamine is unique in all sorts of ways. She is not someone who can be served without first forming immense resolve, being completely accepting of changing times, and having no intention of self-promotion whatsoever. So a person like you, a person who still clings to Lady Veronica's old methods, will find it impossible to be her retainer. What do you mean by that, Father? Is there something about Rosamine I don't know? He placed a hand on his forehead. Do you think there isn't? Clearly he had no intention of telling me Rosamine's secret. Of course not! Of course he's not going to tell you that! They don't trust you enough for that. Lamprecht, now that Rosamine is the Alp's adopted daughter, Elvira and I can't make any large moves. We must obey Lord Ferdinand in the temple and the Archducal couple in the castle, and naturally Rosamine's education is entirely different from Lord Wolfried's. It was exactly as Father said, serving under Rosamine wouldn't be as simple as accompanying her to the temple and eating nice food. I would also need to help her assist Lord Ferdinand, guard her during religious ceremonies, and above all else, visit farming towns and spend time with commoners. The job would require me to put some distance between myself and the rest of noble society, which I hadn't anticipated whatsoever. Well, Lamprecht, think you'll want to serve as Rosamine's guard knight? I shook my head and replied, no, you're right, it's not for me. Then that's all I have to say. Father nodded toward the door so I took my leave, only to find my brother Eckert waiting outside. Oh, let's see how this goes. I wonder what No, I'm really curious. What is he going to say that would have been tame in comparison to what he would have said? My family really was worried about me. He gestured for me to follow him, so I gave him a half-smile and obeyed. Feeling a little embarrassed, I said, everyone sure is being a worrywart, but my small remark was received with a very stern glare. I'm not worried about you. Ooh. Eckert clearly wasn't one for familial warmth. Familial warmth, my ass. Y'all have not even given Rosamine a hug since she started being your daughter. God. Only one who gives her hugs is Ferdinand. And that's even stopped lately. He's not even there anymore. A short while passed before my brother spoke again. So what's your plan? I am not suited for serving Rosamine, so I am unsure what to do. Eckert cleared his throat and looked straight at me. I don't care what you do, but it's about time you stop taking half measures. Ooh. What? I widened my eyes. Eckert's words were like mother's, but with any semblance of compassion stripped away. Brother, isn't that a bit harsh? After you refused Lady Veronica's request, I took on the mantle to protect our family and have served Lord Wolfried ever since. I would hardly consider that a half measure. You seem to be under the misapprehension that I chose to refuse Lady Veronica. It was quite the opposite. I thought that serving Lord Wolfried would put me in a better position to assassinate her and help Lord Ferdinand out of the temple, but Father got in the way. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that he would. Yeah, considering what we've seen in that one little part I put for Volume 8, about how he wanted to go in and kill every single person in Ahrensbach that had, tried to kill Ferdinand, it doesn't surprise me anymore. Even though Eckert was furious with Lady Veronica, Father had swiftly intervened to keep Eckert from realizing his scheme. He had stopped Eckert from doing anything for the family, restricted his access to the castle, and kept him busy with Knight's Order paperwork and the training of new recruits. It had never occurred to me before, but Father really must have been struggling. For as long as I can remember, he had laughed Eckert off as a strange case. For his desire to keep serving Lord Ferdinand even after being relieved of duty. The emotional weight of concealing the truth from us all must have been immense. If you are judging me by your own standards, brother, then I can see why you consider me so half-baked, I said. His definition of loyalty was on an entirely different level, yeah, because his name's sworn to Ferdinand. Of course he has to be all in, essentially, considering that's his life at stake there. Mother and Oswald have both said that I am free to stop serving Lord Wolfried. I am simply considering the changing trends and trying to decide which path to follow. Eckert narrowed his blue eyes at me, looking completely exasperated. You really don't get it, do you? Though it may sound nice, considering the changing trends is the fate of lay nobles and men nobles who spend their lives cowering in the protection of those with power. That isn't an acceptable existence for an archnoble, let alone one with archducal blood. Just how much have Lady Veronica's drones corrupted you? His words snapped me back to reality. Oh, now I really want to know what he would have said. Girl, if you're going to put this out there, give us like a interview that says what you would have put in there instead, but you toned it down. I want to know. His words snapped me back to reality. Like so many of the Lias gangs, I was an archnoble, but most of the nobles supporting Lady Veronica were men nobles. Being alone in their presence for so long had started to warp my way of thinking. Yeah. You spent so long as Lady Veronica's lapdog, unable to chastise your lord, and docile to the point that you hindered his growth. And now, instead of supporting him as he works to avoid disinheritance, you're treating this offer from Oswald as a lucky break and trying to use your family's power to escape. How is that not a half measure? My brother's words cut me deep. After telling everyone to acknowledge how hard Lord Wolfried was working to improve, here I was prioritizing my future and trying to abandon him. I was stunned into silence, which prompted Eckert to continue. Mother might have praised your selfless endurance, but is abandoning one's lord in his time of need and searching for someone to replace him not the worst offense an Archducal Guard can make? Or can commit? Yeah, I have to agree. If you do something so callous, who would trust you to enter their service? From an objective standpoint, my intentions really were unforgivable, but I wasn't going to roll over and take my brother's abuse. I wouldn't say it's abuse. Yeah, that's tame. Considering he could have said it a lot worse. So you say, but my lord doesn't need me. There's conflict between the retainers, so Oswald, it isn't up to Oswald to decide whether you're needed. At the very least, before you resign, ask your lord what he actually desires. He started rubbing his temples like Lord Ferdinand so often did. Yeah, he's taking after Ferdinand on that. You might not realize it, Lampert, but you're stupid. And you don't think things through. I was taken aback by how cruel he was being, but then he pointed at himself and said, the same goes for me. No matter how much I rack my brain and try to follow theories, no good idea ever comes to me. We've been a family of mules ever since grandfather, so instead, you need to rely on your guts. Out of my siblings and me, Eckert resembled our grandfather the most. He really seemed to live on his wild, animalistic instincts. I didn't trust my gut anywhere near as much, but still, I was given a choice. Who do you think you'll be better off serving, he asked, Lord Wolfried or Rosemine? I already knew my answer, and with that in mind, I went straight to Lord Wolfried's chambers. Oswald and the other retainers were surprised to see me, though I paid them no mind, while Lord Wolfried showed me his to-do list with a proud grin. What do you think, Lampert? I completed all these tasks. Oh, that's wonderful. You certainly are making fast progress. It was so apparent that he was trying his best, especially in comparison to the days we had spent chasing him all over the place. Yeah. At that moment, I was struck with a genuine desire to support him for as long as I could. I'm working hard, he announced. You should work hard too and improve your math. Lord Ferdinand gave you a scolding before, right? Lord Wolfried said in jest, do you have a need for guard knights who aren't really good at math? Obviously, guard knights just need to be strong. Lead them out to scholars. But you should at least work as hard as me. Can you read numbers? I can do that much. Lord Wolfried chuckled, then went to see Professor Moritz. Today he was going to be using cards to practice his letters. He did need me. He had told me without as much as a second thought. Lampert, Oswald said, is there any meaning to you continuing to serve Lord Wolfried? His eyes were filled with concern, but now I understood why. He didn't want the stress of a guard knight who could quit at any moment. As the only Lias gang noble here, it had been foolish of me not to make a better effort to prove myself. I don't want to do anything that might be considered a half measure, I replied, looking him straight in the eye. Even if you all shun me, I will support Lord Wolfried for as long as he desires my service. Oswald gave a small, genuine smile. Those who would shun you have already been relieved of duty. Let us all work our hardest, together. It was on that day, after receiving confirmation that I was needed and that my fellow retainers accepted me, that I truly started to see myself as Lord Wolfried's guard knight. Yeah, that, kinda didn't last long. considering how it all ended with, a bunch of them getting dismissed, including Oswald. Here we go! Okay, I'm gonna have to probably end it off here, and I will see everybody in the next one. Okay, part 5. Eckert, Travel Tales for Justice. Description: the original, scrapped epilogue for Part 3, Volume 3. Eckert tells a very impatient Justice what happened while he was accompanying Rosemine for spring prayer. When was this? Author's note. Putting aside how these two characters always take things way too far, I ended up scrapping the story because it didn't feel quite right for the light novel. The things I wanted to convey are the same in both versions, so comparing them might be fun. You're pretty late, Eckert. How long do you think I've been waiting for your ordinands? You sure do like to exaggerate. It's only been 10 days. Come on. Justice had barely even arrived at my estate before he started complaining. I might have considered apologizing if this were a conversation with my late wife, Hyde-Marie. But I felt nothing for this 30-something-year-old man who would so readily abandon noble etiquette to feed his obsession with gathering information. Actually, that last part was untrue. I did feel something. Frustration. I placed the sheet of parchment I had been reading from atop a stack on my desk and told the attendant who had brought Justin to my office to go prepare tea. Then I returned my attention to my impatient visitor. I just got back from spring prayer, which I attended at the orders of both Lord Ferdinand and the Ob. It was a journey fraught with surprise that I wish to share with you, which is why I did my best to invite you as soon as I could. During the Harvest Festival, Rosemine had spent only a brief while with Lord Ferdinand. They had actually acted separately for the most part, and reunited only for the Goltz hunt. Thus, there were plenty of things that I had just allowed to wash over me, things I had assumed were normal for commoners or those in the temple where nobles so rarely went. Not only did the guard knights know far too little about Lord Ferdinand, everyone accepted whatever occurred simply by saying that the temple was not the nobles' quarter, I said. It felt like communication was impossible. After everything I had seen and heard during this year's spring prayer, what I wanted more than anything was to someone to share in my surprise. I'd even regretted Justice needing to leave Haas to transfer the registration medals. Riveting tales of travel, huh? Oh, this is after the Haas incident. Okay. Sounds like fun, Justice said. He then peered down at my desk. By the way, what were you doing when I came in? Rare to see you searching for something in your study. The rude card. The documents weren't anything I was trying to keep secret, so I gave him the entire stack. Daniel asked me for any documentation showing how Lord Ferdinand used Gwenin to teach dinner strategies back at the Royal Academy, I explained. So I was looking for educational resources from that time. He wanted to use them to tutor Angelica, apparently. Think she's gonna make it? No clue, was my frank response. Her grades had nothing to do with me. It's unthinkable that a retainer of the Archducal family would need remedial lessons. After hearing that Rosemine wanted to keep someone as so incompetent by her side, I genuinely started to doubt her senses. She might not be smart, but she's good at what she does. Any other member of the Archducal family would have cut off a failing apprentice knight without a moment's hesitation, but this strange forbearance with Angelica, on top of the incident with the citizens of Haas, seemed to suggest that Rosemine was incapable of abandoning anyone, no matter how incompetent and unneeded they were. To be blunt, I said, Rosemine's too soft. I don't think she has the right personality for a member of the Archducal family. Considering what she is, you can understand that. You guys know the dealio on her. You had to search for information on her, so I think you know. A teasing smile crept on the Justice's face. For all your negative talk, you sure seem invested to finding these documents. But I wasn't trying to help Angelica or Rosemine. Instead, I'm doing this for Daniel and Cornelius. Spring prayer afforded me plenty of time on the road with Daniel, and it became immediately apparent how much he's breaking his back to teach Angelica and Cornelius. So what, you're all buddy-buddy with Daniel now? He asked, still grinning. Times sure have changed. I remember your initial opposition to a certain little lay noble being assigned to an Archduke candidate indefinitely. I nodded, and those feelings haven't changed. So he's been opposed to him being part of Rosemine's retinue ever since the beginning. And those feelings haven't changed. The burden's too great for Daniel and his limited mana capacity, and nobody's going to be happy about him serving Rosemine. It would sink his career, but his life would be so much easier if she just let him go. No, not really, considering what he knows. He knows everything about her. He knows about her commoner origins, so she can't let him go. Or he might be killed for knowing too much. Oh, well, according to Lord Ferdinand, Daniel plays a crucial role for his lady. Daniel's presence in the temple was clearly treasured, and Lord Ferdinand had said that Rosamund needed someone who knew her from her commoner days serving as her retainer. He also considered her extreme tolerance with saving Daniel and raising Angelica's grades as an opportunity to prove her compassion as a saint of Ehrenfest. If this is what Lord Ferdinand desires, I said, then I will do everything in my power to support it, simple as that. Thankfully, it seems that Daniel is something of a late bloomer. Even as an adult, his capacity continues to increase bit by bit. I went on to detail what Lord Ferdinand had told me about training Daniel, at which point Justice put on a more serious expression and gave the stack of parchment a light smack. Eckert, were you really looking through all these for Daniel? Sounds to me like you're just doing it for Lord Ferdinand. Yep, most likely. You know what? You're right. What I said about doing it for Cornelius is still true, though. He never showed enthusiasm for anything before, but now he's motivated to study and has the support of our parents. Helping him is my duty as his older brother. Plus, it should make him understand what makes Lord Ferdinand so incredible, which means I'm killing two birds with one stone. Justice smirked. So that's your real motivation. I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Cornelius was still going to benefit, after all. His problem was that he'd attended the Royal Academy too late to witness Lord Ferdinand in action. But as that thought crossed my mind, something else occurred to me. Wait, hold on. Daniel only heard about Lord Ferdinand through Heinrich, yet seems to understand his grandeur perfectly. Was I unclear when trying to explain things to Cornelius, or did my lecture not come often enough? Or lectures come often enough? I reflected on my errors. As an older brother, I was to blame for not speaking about Lord Ferdinand more often and more clearly. I'm assuming you did it a lot. And Cornelius just tuned you out at this point, because he was like, listen to hearing you saying the same thing over and over and over and over again. But at the same time, Cornelius was now serving a member of the Archducal family. Sure, he had only attained that position because our house had required it, but he was now taking his studies very seriously. We would have more opportunities to speak from this point forward, and more opportunities to discuss what made Lord Ferdinand so amazing. I don't think he wants to talk about Lord Ferdinand. You're the only one who does. Leave when you're done, I said to the attendants, preparing our tea. Then I offered Justice a seat and took out a sound-blocking magic tool. These tales of my travels during spring prayer weren't to be discussed openly. So what happened, Justice asked me. Wish I could have been there with you on the night I flew train. Oh! Ah, no! The goddess's bath! Oh, no! What's he gonna say about this? Just be glad you got to see the Haas's executions. I hear you had to twist a few arms to attend not just as a tax official, but as a scholar in charge of the registration medals. Well, it was a rare opportunity to see Archducal magic up close. I wasn't going to let it slip through my fingers. He was right about it being a rare sight, though. I personally only cared when it was Lord Ferdinand performing. Eckert, what did you think about Lady Rosamund? Justice inquired. She was saying some pretty naive things about Haas's punishments. I considered the question. Justice had praised Rosamund for working hard and in imitating a noble despite her commoner origins, but I thought she had a ways to go when it came to developing the heirs and authority expected of an Archducal family member. Still, she had at least exceeded my initial evaluation. My commoner little sister for whom Lord Ferdinand shows much favoritism. I'm still not pleased with how Haas was punished, I said, sipping my tea. Rosamund still seems to be thinking like a commoner, and her misgivings put Lord Ferdinand through a lot of trouble. For quite some time, I saw her only as someone whose weaknesses inconvenienced my lord, but my opinion began to change when I was attended spring prayer, and it changed even more when I spoke with Lord Ferdinand about the matter. Oh, what did he say? I want to know what he said. Oh, is that so? Justice leaned forward, his eyes sparkling. But she was so sickly during the harvest festival that she needed to rely on his rejuvenation potions to do her job. And were you not furious about how she dealt with Haas? As I recall, you also ranted about how you wished you could combine her mana and stamina and separate them into equal portions. I'm interested to hear what made you change your mind. I kind of agree on that. That would probably make it better. She'd still have probably a ton of mana, but at least she'd have the stamina to back it up. I still think she was too naive and benevolent in Haas. To the Archducal family, commoners are citizens to be managed, and rebels are to be purged without hesitation. I'm not sure how she's going to last when she can't even manage that much. And in that sense, my impression of her remains the same, but she can also benefit Lord Ferdinand, which is rare. There were so many surprising developments over the course of spring prayer that I could scarcely keep my emotions hidden. I thought back to spring prayer. Rosamund was still as frail as ever, and seeing her grimace as she drank one valuable rejuvenation potion given to her by my lord after another had truly been exasperating. It's the taste, dude! Do you really think she would like the taste? You drink those potions and say they taste okay and you could drink them all day. Actually, Actually, he probably would, just because they're made by Lord Ferdinand. Just because of that. He's crazy. Compared to during to the Harvest Festival, however, she had not been bedridden so often. And when I realized that this was because Lord Ferdinand was caring for her, an immense shock ran through me as though I had been struck by lightning. Unlike during the autumn, I continued, Rosamund stayed with Lord Ferdinand for the ceremony. It caught me entirely off guard, since I so rarely had the chance to see them together. Lord Ferdinand was treating her with as much care and consideration as he would an especially valuable plant for brewing. He had an eye on her the entire time. Wow, that's how you describe it? It was one thing for him to look after medicinal herbs for his research, but never before had I seen him care so much for another human being. Were my Marie still alive, she would have kicked up a huge fuss over it. Oh, I wanted to see how she would have reacted to that, considering she's probably just as devoted to Ferdinand as he is. Which is a lot, saying a lot. Yeah, Lord Ferdinand showing compassion for Lady Rosamund after the Haas execution was something of a shocker, Justice admitted. I was standing by at the ready to intervene if he was too harsh with her, but my concerns weren't necessary at all. Right, Lord Ferdinand was forced to fend for himself to survive, which is why he always refused to rely on his retainers. He expected to be attacked the very instant he showed weakness. I assumed he would yell at Rosamund to get her act together, but instead, after enduring so much abuse from Sylvester's mother while growing up, Lord Ferdinand had developed a habit of never showing any vulnerabilities or weak points. He could perform acts of kindness if he logically determined that doing so would further his interest, but he struggled to prioritize his actual emotions. At times, his attempts to do so ended up indirect and obscure enough that even I wanted to put my head in my hands while watching from afar. Incidentally, the acts of compassion that had stunned Justice and me were as follows. After the incident in Haas, Lord Ferdinand had granted Rosamund time to rest, and even let her hold on to her father's cloak. Then he had stopped her attendance on several occasions to ask how she was doing. It was rare for him to care for someone so openly, but at the same time I was glad to see him opening up a little without suffering for it. But that wasn't all I noted. Get this. Our Lord Ferdinand said he'd prefer food that suits his taste. He even got Rosamund's personal chef to make his snack lunches. What? Justice yelped, his voice cracking in shock. The same Lord Ferdinand who tries to replace meals with mere supplements, claiming that research sustains him much better. Wow! Dude! A good thing Rosamund came into his life when she did, because he would have, who knows how long he would have lasted. Hearing his complete and utter bewilderment satisfied me to no end. This was exactly what I'd craved. Someone to share in my surprise. Everyone else had accepted the request without batting an eye, agreeing that it was only natural to desire tastier food. Because they don't know him like they do. Perhaps that behavior was just normal to the temple. Indeed, I said, he was firm in his demands and everything, said that he was willing to endure commoner food on occasion, but not every day. And on top of that, he didn't even bother to poison check the meals that Rosamund's chefs made for him, because he knows that Rosamund would not poison him. Like, seriously. She's the one person that he trusts more than anybody, even maybe as much as Eckert and Justice, because he doesn't even have a poison check for her food. That must be common practice in the temple. Yeah, for him. Only in extenuating circumstances would a noble ever share personal chefs with another. The risk of an attempted poisoning was simply too great. And none knew this more keenly than Lord Ferdinand. Oh, definitely. Even when he was living in the castle after coming of age, he had rarely ever eaten there. I never would have expected him to assign Rosamund's chefs to make his lunch every day. And not just that, I added. On the road, he negotiated with Rosamund to buy even more of her recipes. Everyone knew from winter socializing that Lord Ferdinand had purchased recipes from Rosamund in the past, but I'd never thought much about it. He had always shown so little interest in food that I'd assumed it was a gesture performed as her guardian, intended to popularize her recipes as a trend. I certainly wouldn't have guessed that upon learning that there was only 2 chefs who could demonstrate how to make those dishes, he'd spent money to secure one of them for himself. Lord Ferdinand, a gourmet and picky eater? Justice groaned, I never heard something so absurd, so unbelievable in my entire life. Does she know how much I've struggled just trying to get him to eat normal meals? Probably not, considering, like I said, she doesn't know him like in that way that you guys do. You've seen how he is like that. She has not near as much to even think that was as weird as it is to you guys. Yet nobody in the temple, not even Daniel, considered it strange. Do you understand how shocked I was? Oh, absolutely. Justice and I enthusiastically shook hands. Back when the previous op first became unwell and Lady Veronica's power grew, Lord Ferdinand developed some particularly dire eating habits. We had needed to employ every technique at our disposal to secure him safe food and earn his trust, so the fact that Rosemine had made so much progress so effortlessly was definitely a shock. This is how much he trusts her. Like I said, this is how much he trusts her. He knows that she would never do anything to deliberately hurt him. I wish I'd been there, Justice scribed. After what occurred on the night of Shitsaria, I'm guessing there was some strange happenings on the night of Flute Train too, right? Oh yes, here we go. Yep, some very strange happenings. I knew it, Justice shouted, slapping his leg in frustration. He then fixed me with a stern glare, almost willing me to continue. I went ahead and explained what we had seen on the night of Flute Train, as well as what Rosemine had seen from her perspective as a girl. Justice hung on my every word, a noticeable glint in his eye. Then, when I concluded my tale, he started to mutter. A magic barrier that not even Lord Ferdinand could penetrate, shining balls of mana, flowers and plants that grew larger in response to Lady Rosemine's singing. Rosemine and the girls were completely careless, wandering around and riding the giant leaves while gathering ingredients. I can't think of anything more dangerous. Lord Ferdinand tried everything in his valiant battle to pierce the barrier, but in the end we were forced to wait until sunrise. And even when it became sunrise, he still had to force his way through the barrier to even break through to get to her when she fell. Everything had turned out okay in the end. The mana barrier eventually thinned, allowing us to break through, and Lord Ferdinand managed to catch Rosemine before she hit the ground. Actually, she would have hit the water, but still. Still, it had been a harrowing experience for us all. I continued on a more positive note. The ingredients Rosemine gathered seemed to be pretty rare. Lord Ferdinand was overjoyed when he reported the outcome of the mission to Father. Most of the details washed over me. I could never follow along with those kinds of conversations, but from what I understood, they're a lot different from the rare Ryren nectar that you got back in the day. Justice began to groan, lamenting that he hadn't been able to join us. He was being such a pain, which was exactly why Lord Ferdinand was opposed to him tagging along on such trips. Oh, yeah. Why not just ask Lord Ferdinand for the details, I said. I'm sure he'd tell you, though I doubt we're going to return to the goddess's bath since men aren't allowed to enter. Nor do I think he'd give up any of the rare ingredients he got. He had said that he wanted to research them, so he probably wouldn't surrender even one to Justice, who cared only about collecting rare things. As I recall what Lord Ferdinand had said about the Ryren nectar, Justice gave me a serious look. Eckert, do you think a guy could get past the barrier and into the goddess's bath by cross-dressing as a woman? I don't think you'd be able to trick them. No, I don't think so. I don't think you'd be able to get through. Not sure you'd be able to trick the gods, but you can give it a shot if you're that desperate. Just don't get me or Lord Ferdinand involved. Go on your own. Justice crossed his arms and started to mutter under his breath. His plan had been flawed from the very beginning. Perhaps it would work, but any deity foolish enough to be deceived by his cross-dressing would cease to be a god in my eyes. I agree. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do it. He's not going to be able to. I'd need to go next year, but I don't think I'd manage on my own. Better give up on the goddess's bath, then, Justice groaned. Then he looked straight at me and said, incidentally, Eckert, have we settled on the summer gathering spot? Mount Lowenberg, but don't assume you're coming. Rosemine is sure to do one strange thing or another, and Lord Ferdinand made it very clear that he can't look after both of you at once. Oh! So essentially he's having to babysit Justice too. Wow, okay. Excluding me again, Justice groaned, his head in his hands. That's just too cruel. I was used to, and more or less immune to, his complaining by now. Don't try and tell me you've forgotten just how bad things got last time after you killed all those babies. They were sleeping so soundly. I remember you saying their facestones were free for the taking. Mount Lowenberg had been filled with mana, and just thinking about how close they had come to erupting sent a shiver down my spine. Okay, so last time he went with them, he almost caused the mountain to erupt. Okay, yeah, best don't let him go. Justice grimaced. I remember, and that's precisely why I won't do it again. Could you help me convince Lord Ferdinand that you might not repeat that particular offense, but I'm sure some new discovery or another will inspire you to start poking around. Then you'd give the same old excuse that it was your first time making that mistake, that it won't happen again, yada yada. We're going to be following a strict schedule. We don't need that kind of uncertainty. Justice responded to my refusal with a vexed glare, but that did not bother me in the least. After all, I prioritized the wishes of my lord above all else. Oh, boy. Why did you tell him about how Ferdinand had rushed in and saved Rosemine, even though she would have been perfectly fine falling in the water? Oh, my God. Okay. Did I already do this one? I don't think so. Wilfred, Time of My Siblings. A short story originally written as a sales bonus for Part 3, Volume 4. Wolfrey visits his younger siblings, Charlotte and Melkor, while staying home for the Archduke Conference. Authors note this chapter really emphasizes how Wolfrey was the only one among his siblings whom Veronica raised, despite them all sharing a mother. It was fun getting to write about pre-baptism Melkor. I wasn't able to do that from Rosemine's perspective because they're not siblings of the same mother. Fifth bell chimed, marking the end of afternoon studying and the beginning of my free time. Overall, it was another productive day. I still couldn't compare to Rosemine, but I was a lot better at Heartspiel than I used to be. There were even new songs I could play. Oswald, can I go visit Charlotte and Melkor today? I asked. Yes, Lord Wolfrey, we can confirm that you have caught up to Lady Rosemine in both history and geography. Dude, it doesn't matter on that one, because, everything else. Apparently, I was behind in my studies and needed to close the gap. As a result, even though I'd already had my debut and safely made it into the winter playroom, my spring thus far had been spent chipping away at a mountain of work. Rosemine was living in the castle while our parents were absent for the Archduke Conference, and I'd been told to focus on history and geography so I wouldn't look really bad compared to her. I studied so hard and for so long without any breaks at all, but she caught up to me in 3 days, and even got mad about me getting to read new books first. It's not fair. Dude, it's Rosemine. What do you expect? She loves to study. She loves studying because it means she gets to read. Do you not think that gap would have closed eventually? Really quickly? How was I supposed to beat Rosemine when it came to studying? You ain't. You're not going to be able to. Ferdinand was completely right in his evaluation that she'd start reading the moment you gave her a book. And she'd pull all sorts of tricks to get her hands on one, even when it wasn't time to study. That was why I needed to be firm with my retainers. I'll work hard as a child to the Archduke, but don't expect me to overtake Rosemine. It's impossible. Can any of you even bait her? Nope. They had ultimately acknowledged that it was an unreasonable request, and we had instead shifted our focus from beating Rosemine to simply meeting the standards expected of an archducal child. My workload was still pretty ruthless, but I was actually allowed some free time now, which came as a huge relief. Also, Oswald said, Lady Florencia asked you to visit Lady Charlotte and Melkor in the main building while she is gone. Did you not? Or did you not? Yes, I was asked to play Carta and cards with Charlotte. She's going to have her baptism and debut this winter, so I needed to interact with her as both her big brother and senior. You worked very hard in the run-up to your baptism, Lord Wolfrey. Lady Florencia surely hopes that your younger siblings will take inspiration from your efforts. First, I've been told that messing up my debut would result in my disinheritance. Then I'd been given a mountain of tasks to complete. In the end, after much hard work and the help of my retainers, I had managed to come out on top and start leading the kids in the winter playroom. My retainers had even began praising me as an ideal Archduke candidate. It's my duty as Charlotte's big brother to make sure her debut performance is good enough for a member of the Archducal family. That's what Mother expects, right? Yep. Oswald nodded. She likely wishes for you to strengthen your bonds with your siblings through the cards while also teaching them about the staffs of the winter playroom. I puffed out my chest. Most of my free time thus far had been spent playing cards with my retainers, but I was much happier to have Mother entrust me with big brotherly duties, and to be able to visit Charlotte and Melkor much more often. Grandmother always told me I wasn't allowed to see my siblings before their baptism, so I barely spent any time with them either of them. All of a sudden it hit me. Studying and managing the winter playroom had kept me so busy that I'd forgotten to ask Father how Grandmother was doing. Oh, boy. Oswald, how is Grandmother? I asked. Can she not come back yet? No! No, she cannot come back. Ever! It's been almost a year now. Has Father said anything about her recovery? Recovery? What has he told him? No! Is this before the Ivory Tower incident? Oh no. No! Oswald shot my other retainers questioning looks, whereupon they all glanced at me and shook their heads. He nodded and spoke as their representative. We have heard nothing of note. We will consult the Ob once he returns from the Archduke Conference. About a year ago, after my baptism, Grandmother was taken ill and went somewhere far away to recover. Yep, he was lied to. He was lied to. I was forbidden from seeing her in case I caught her sickness, so we hadn't been able to catch up in such a long time. I sadly really regret that I couldn't tell her what a success my debut had been, and that my studies were going really well. I really hope she gets better soon. Oh, who's going to tell him? An entire year had passed, but she hadn't gotten any better. Maybe she never would. I shook my head, trying to banish that awful thought from my mind. I decided to leave my room and started toward the main building. And along the way, I just happened to bump into Rosemine. She was in her single-person high beast, which meant she was probably on her way to the main building as well. According to Riarda, Whenever Rosamund was staying at the castle, she always spent her free time in the bookroom. Perhaps personally, I couldn't figure out why she liked reading so much. It was way more fun practicing swordplay with the knights in the training grounds. Well, I guess she might not enjoy that. She has a hard enough time just walking around. Oh, Lord Wolfrid, Rosamund said when she noticed me. Where might you be going today? To visit Charlotte Melkor. Why not come with me instead of always going to the bookroom? The girls in the winter playroom were always doing all sorts of girly stuff together, so maybe Rosamund and Charlotte would appreciate an opportunity to do girl things too? At the very least, Charlotte would probably love to spend some time with her big sister. But the moment I extended the offer, Riarda exchanged a look with Oswald and let out a sigh. We appreciate your invitation, my boy, but Milady cannot come with you. The Archducal couple would not permit a half-sibling to visit the young ones before they've been baptized. Rosamund must have understood what Riarda meant, because she continued moving along in her high beast. I must go to the bookroom, she said with a smile, but you may read one of my picture books to them in my place. Do your best to raise them into book-loving children. And with that, Rosamund's group was gone. Oswald, what was Riarda actually saying? I asked confused. Rosamund's my little sister, so why does she need permission from mother and father? For my baptism, I needed permission from grandmother, but I don't remember getting it from my parents. Oswald surely shook his head. As your head attendant, such matters fall to me. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Furthermore, as Riarda inferred, only the Archduke, his first wife, and their children may enter the third floor of the main building. After all, that is the Ob's living area. Lady Rosamund may have been adopted, but as you do not share a mother, she is not allowed entry. Thus, take care before inviting her there in the future. According to Oswald, mothers had such an enormous influence on their baby's manner that, in private, half-siblings weren't considered siblings at all. Thus, while Rosamund was publicly the Ob's adopted daughter and my little sister, she was actually considered to be Lamprett's little sister. Well, she is. Technically not! Oh, God. What will these guys do if they do the truth? Would they freak out? Because I know a bunch of them already know. I know Elvira knows. I know Hartman knows. Obviously, Sylvester, Karlstadt. I'm assuming does Florencia know? I assume she knows. I don't know. Lampert was here as my guard knight, so I gazed up at him. He put a hand on my shoulder and said, Lord Sylvester is married only to Lady Florencia, so this might not mean much to you. But Lady Rosamund receives the same treatment as a sibling from another wife. I really don't get it. Rosamund was being treated as mother and father's daughter now, meaning she was a proper member of the Archducal family, and since I'd never had a half-sibling before, I didn't know how they were usually treated. Well, of course not. My attendant Linhard folded his arms. Adopted children and half-siblings are all considered part of the same family, but they are treated a bit differently when it comes to spending time with siblings of the same mother who have yet to be baptized. I nodded along. So basically, grandmother is my full sibling because we spent time together before my baptism. No! What? Linhart was firmly shaking his head at me, but why? Grandmother was the only family member I'd lived with before my baptism. Full siblings are those you share a mother with, he explained. Naturally, this is not the case with your grandmother. Apparently, my direct family, that is, my family connected to me through mother, were father, mother herself, Charlotte, and Melkor. Rosamund was included publicly, and if that extended to the entire Archducal family, then grandmother and Lord Bonifacius were as well. In the past, Lord Ferdinand was also a member of the Archducal family, Linhart explained. Now that he is in the temple, however, he does not publicly count. Lord Sylvester relies on him often for paperwork, so he is still treated as part of the family, but that is not precisely the case. That ain't gonna last for long, because I think he gets his debut soon, so yeah. There are so many annoying definitions and distinctions here, I said. It's surprising how distant I actually am from grandmother. We made our way through the main building. Apparently, when viewed from above, it was basically a long rectangle with a garden in the middle. The south side usually had a bunch of scholars busily traveling between offices and meeting rooms. It was also where places like the Grand Hall, team rooms for formal meetings, the teleportation hall, and the book room were. On the north side were the Ob's living quarters. The third floor had rooms for the Archducal couple and their pre-baptism children, while the second had parlors, guest rooms for personal visitors, a dining hall, and the hallways connected to the northern, eastern, and western buildings. The first floor had rooms for live-in attendants and such. Apparently, I didn't really know since I'd never been. The northern building was where children of the Archduke lived from their baptism until they came of age. My and Rosamund's rooms were there. The eastern building was for retired Archducal couples and was where grandmother raised me before my baptism, though it was closed off now that she had gone far for her recovery. The western building was where the Archduke's second and third wives lived, but as father was only married to mother, it was empty for now. I used a key borrowed from Oswald to open a door on the second floor, behind which was a stairway leading to the third. Until recently, I hated the feeling of the key sucking at my mana, but now it didn't feel bad at all, maybe because I'd started supplying maintenance of the foundation. The authentication ended without issue. I really am growing. My retainer's praise for me was true. With each passing day, I was learning to do more and more things. I opened the door, feeling my own growth firsthand. Then, after stepping through and locking it again, I passed the key back to Oswald. The stairway was only faintly lit. The doors were always tightly locked for security, and there were no windows, so it felt like nighttime even now at midday. We could see where we were going, since the walls, floor, and stairs were all pure white, but it was still a little claustrophobic. We climbed the stairs until we reached another locked door. I opened this one the same way as the last, then entered the hall connecting all the Archduke's private rooms. One of those was the children's room from Charlotte and Melchior. There was a guard knight posted in front of the door, but Oswald spoke to them for me. "Charlotte, Melchior," I said upon entering the room, "I'm here to play." "Oh, my brother," Charlotte replied. "We have been waiting for you." Her hair, which was the same color as mother's and my own, bounced as she turned to face me. Before she could say anything else, her head attendant coughed. Charlotte let out a tiny noise in response, stood up straight, then knelt before me with polite and noble movements. I hate this all noble stuff. "The goddess of time has woven the threads of our fates together once again," Charlotte said in a serious voice and stood back up with a giggle. "What do you think, brother? I've not yet memorized the names of all the gods, but I've learned to give greetings to some degree." "Charlotte, what kind of greeting was that?" I asked. It wasn't one I'd heard before, so I didn't know what it meant. "Oh, do you not know? It is used when two nobles have not met each other in a long time and are overjoyed about their reunion," she replied, looking a bit proud. I turned to Oswald, who continued the explanation. "It is not normally used among family members who live together, but it may be heard during long-awaited reunions with someone who married into another duchy. Just like a first-time greeting, it is spoken by the person of lower status, so you will most likely receive it many times during the next winter playroom." The greeting wasn't being used during our everyday trips to the playroom, but apparently it would play a more important role when it came around again next year. I would, of course, be on the receiving end. Now that I made it past my debut, I was going to be the next Archduke. Charlotte, on the other hand, would probably be married into another duchy after coming of age, so she needed to learn all sorts of lengthy greetings. "It must be rough, Charlotte, but do your best," I said, trying to encourage her through the many hardships she was going to face. Charlotte's indigo eyes blinked several times. Then she smiled at me. "Guess I will do the best I can. Will you be playing with us today, brother?" "Yeah, Rosamund asked me to read you to some picture books, and Mother told me to play Carta with you." I turned to Oswald, who had the box containing the Carta and picture books. Melchior had been hiding behind his retainer since our arrival, but he came over when he realized they were toys. His face looked a lot like Mother's, but he had Father's hair, which made me a little jealous. As he had turned 3 years old, he was no longer wearing lumpy diapers. He was now walking like a normal person. "Glad to see you're doing well, Melchior," I said. "Last time I saw you, you were uneasy on your feet and always looked close to stumbling. Now you seem pretty good at walking." "Brother," he replied, "the gods at times, threads have meaning. Grant." He's probably trying to do the same Noah Grave, but he can't. The poor little guy. Melchior had probably intended to give the same greeting as Charlotte, who was watching him with a proud smile, but he hadn't managed it at all. Shouldn't his attendants have made sure he was able to say it in preparation for our meeting? He's 3! Dude, he's 3 years old! Cut him a little slack. He's trying. Unlike you, who freaking tried to run at every front of your lessons. Maybe his education was a bit insufficient, to which case I would need to inform Mother. Letting him drag behind would only make things harder for him down the line, something I understood all too well. He may need a change of retainers like what Rose might push with me. As a child of the Archduke, we went to the northern building as soon as we were baptized, so Mother and Father took care of our retainers before then. But I needed to be completely sure that Melchior was going to be okay. As I was mulling over the situation, Oswald spurred me on. Rather than standing there with such a serious frown, why not begin playing Carta? I took the cards from him, then looked over at Charlotte and said, "Right, this is Carta, a game that Rosamund invented. It's really useful for memorizing the names of gods and the divine instruments. It makes greetings easier to learn, too. It was by using these cards that I was able to remember the names of the gods." After showing a demonstration of the game with my retainers, I invited Charlotte to play with me, and soon enough, "You're so fast, brother." "Ha! The world of games is harsh. Status means nothing, and you can only count on your skill. If you don't practice a lot, then you'll lose to everyone in the winter playroom." I'd gone all out, just like Rosamund always did of me, and effortlessly emerged victorious. There was no way I was going to lose here when I could usually win in the playroom. Charlotte seemed really frustrated about losing and was glaring at the card till her shoulders slumped. I knew exactly how she felt. It had been annoying beyond words when Rosamund kept beating me. "I want Carta like this too," Charlotte said. "Why does Mother only ever..." "Mother didn't give this to me. I got it from Rosamund for studying. She said she'd only be able to prepare enough for the kids in the playroom So I guess Mother and Father will need to wait until winter to buy a set for you. But I think she said something about selling a picture book during the summer. I can vaguely remember Rosemine mentioning that she wanted to sell a picture book about the subordinate gods when all the nobles came to the castle for the star binding. Charlotte placed a hand on her chest and sighed in relief. If we can buy books in the summer, then I can study before the winter playroom. And you can play with me until you get your own carta. I've been told to come here as often as I can during the Archduke Conference. I'll always accept your challenges. My challenges? Charlotte repeated, tilting her head at me. All of my friends in the playroom understood me when I said that, so why did she look so confused? I racked my brain for a moment, then it hit me. She didn't know anything about the playroom. It was frustrating when communication wasn't as simple as it was with my retainers. Charlotte, you'll get good with too when you practice lots. I got a lot better after playing with my friends in the winter playroom, though I never managed to win against Rosemine. Even after coming up with so many schemes, I hadn't managed to beat her a single time before the end of winter. It was a frustrating thing to admit, but I was so close. I would win during the next winter playroom for sure. My friends and I had vowed to defeat her before saying our farewells, so I could guess they were practicing cards at this very moment. Understood, brother. Let us play again. Right, I won't hold back, you know. Charlotte was motivated, and we all started playing, but Melkor just kept getting in the way. I got it! You didn't, I exclaimed. That was the wrong one, and you haven't gotten any cards yet, so one of your retainers has to give one up in your place. I hit Melkor to give back the card, but he shouted no, and tried to hide it. We couldn't play while he was doing that. Come on, Melkor, I said. Don't be selfish. You need to put it back. I snatched the cards away from him, and immediately he started crying. Not that it would change anything. Brother, could you not let Melkor have at least one? Charlotte asked. This is a serious match. We can't be soft on him. If he doesn't know the rules, then we have to teach him. And if he won't learn the words, then he can't be allowed to play. Brother, Melkor is still only 3 years old. That's what I'm saying. He's just a toddler. Let him play like he does for a bit, and then as he gets older, teach him the rules. Jesus Christ. Poor Melkor. Freaking bullying a 3-year-old. So what? Everyone always says it's important to be stern with the Archduke's children, so why should we be soft on Melkor? He's a baby. Not a baby. He's a toddler still, but whatever. He has to learn, but you gotta teach him gradually. Mother asked me to teach you two as your big brother. I'm just giving you the same treatment that Rosemine gives me. Oswald stepped forward and smiled at Charlotte, Melkor, and their retainers. Lady Charlotte, Lord Melkor, because Lord Wolfrey was raised in the Eastern Building, and not in the main building as you were, he has no experience interacting with young children. He knows almost nothing about them. He then turned to me and crouched down as we were face to face. You have already been baptized, while Lord Melkor is only 3. You cannot hold him to the same standards you hold yourself. You would not want others to expect me to perform at the level of an adult, would you? And he told us not to compare your progress to that of Lady Rosemine. Thank you! Where's the Oswald that was there back now? Seriously, this guy is trying to do his best for you, and yet at the same time, later on, he is trying to cause problems, essentially. Seriously. He was right. It was unreasonable of me to expect a 3-year-old to act my age. Duh! Sorry, Melkor, I said. It looks like I was wrong, but, Oswald, what standards should I hold him to? That is a question you must ask his retainers. The expectations placed on a child slowly develop as that child grows. You yourself have come a long way since last year, have you not? I nodded and decided that I would ask about Melkor over tea and sweets. One of his retainers gave him a sweet, and immediately he went from crying his eyes out to being all smiles. Lord Melkor enjoys hearing stories, another retainer explained. Perhaps he would enjoy the picture book you brought more than the carta? Yeah, try the picture books with them. That's what Rosemine wanted you to do, after all. It was settled then. I would read to him after finishing my tea. You know how to read, brother? Charlotte asked. Yeah, you'll need to learn before your debut, I replied, then took the picture book from Oswald. It was the one about the 2 supreme gods and the Eternal 5, which I pretty much knew by heart after reading it so many times. I spread the book open in front of Charlotte and Melkor like Rosemine and my retainers had always done when reading to me, and then began. The story begins long, long ago, before the gods performed their legendary deeds, and even before the 2 supreme gods married one another. The god of darkness was in pitch-black abyss. As I continued, Charlotte and Melkor stared at the picture book with wide eyes. And so, Avaglaib, the god of life, gained power, stole Gadul, the goddess of earth, and froze her so that she could only be touched by those who received his harsh judgment. Gadul's siblings would need to build up their strength and regain new life once again, which is why the seasons all come and go. The end. Melkor let out a cry of happiness while Charlotte looked at me impressed. So you truly have learned to read, brother. Huh, impressive, right, I said. I'm something else, but Rosemine's even more impressive. Rosemine, just what kind of person is my elder sister? Please do tell. And now he's going to have to tell her all about that. After stressing how extremely hard I'd been working since autumn, I went on to describe how amazing Rosamund was. I noted that she was just like a teacher, but even more harsh, which made Charlotte's expression cloud over. So, she's obsessed with books, and has been forcing your retainers to resign one after another, Charlotte eventually summarized. She sounds much scarier than when Mother described her. Will she really want to be my friend? Aww. Before I could say another word, Lamprecht grimaced and put a hand on my shoulder. Lord Wolfried, if I may. You appear to have given Lady Rosamund the wrong impression. The wrong impression? I understood that he was Rosamund's older brother, but there was no wrong impression to give. I was describing things exactly as they'd happened. I was going to protest, but then I saw Lindhart wearing a half smile out of the corner of my eye. Melkors and Charlotte's retainers were already muttering about Rosamund. On second thought, maybe I had exaggerated a little. I would need to reconsider my phrasing. Lamprecht's right, I said. Rosamund isn't scary. She's just passionate about studying and really harsh in the winter playroom. She didn't seem to dislike anyone in particular, so the two of you will probably become fast friends. She never holds back in games, but she's really fond of girls who like books. I even explained my work leading the boys in the playroom while Rosamund led the girls. We'd done really well, even getting some praise from the attendants in charge. But rather than commending my hard work, Charlotte's eyes wavered. Does she like or dislike anything other than books, she asked. I don't really know, but I do know that she doesn't have much stamina. You won't believe how weak she is, and she collapses all the time. She's got plenty of mana, though. In fact, she's been helping me supply the foundation. And even when I'm exhausted from emptying face stoves, she continues like it's nothing. But the more I spoke about Rosamund, the more uneasy Charlotte seemed to get. Was I giving her the wrong impression again, or exaggerating too much? Was I making Rosamund sound overly harsh? As I thought back on what I said, Charlotte took my hand in hers. Do you like her, brother? Is she someone you consider likable? Yes? I couldn't keep making my sister feel anxious, so I gave her a big nod. Oh, don't worry, Charlotte. I know you're worried about your upcoming baptism and debut, but you'll be fine. I'm here for you. As her elder brother, I'll do everything I can for her. I gave Charlotte's hand a reassuring squeeze, but that just made her look even more uneasy for some reason. Confused, I turned around and saw that Lamprecht had a distant look in his eyes. Huh? What happened there? Somebody tell me, please? Upon returning to my room, I was told that I should have praised Rosamund more. I thought I'd done a good job by describing her strengths, but apparently it wasn't that easy. The next day, on top of all my other work, I was tasked with learning to praise people. Apparently I needed to ease Charlotte's worries before winter. This is all Rosamund's fault. Nothing I said about her was untrue, so why am I getting the blame? It's not her fault! Okay, I'm gonna keep going one more. Cornelius, a miserable morning full of regret. A previously unpublished chapter set near the end of Part 3, Volume 5, posted online with a collection of disconnected short stories. Cornelius, overcome with regret after failing to protect Rosamund and catch their true culprit, has a thought-provoking conversation with his mother. Author's note, this started as the beginning of the sales bonus for Part 3, Volume 5, but it got cut when the story became too long. As you can see, I ended up turning it into its own little chapter. You could somewhat loosely call this the first part of the next short story in this book to protect my little sister. Cornelius, Lord Ferdinand said to me, if you're truly sorry, capture those who harmed Rosamund. I nodded, then went with grandfather to apprehend the criminal. We found a rot to Angelica, who had managed to restrain Viscount Joystock, that I found off to inform father and the Ob that we had completed our objective. After failing Rosamund so greatly, I had managed to atone for my mistake, even if only slightly. Or so I thought. Following an interrogation by Ob Ehrenfest himself, it was confirmed that Viscount Joystock had invaded the northern building and kidnapped Charlotte, but he hadn't been the one to attack Rosamund. In short, I still haven't caught the criminal. I haven't done anything. As time went on, that knowledge weighed more and more heavily on my soul. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to find peace, even in the pitch-black darkness. It was making my overnight attendant very concerned. In the dark, where I was unable to sleep despite my best efforts, awful thoughts came to mind unbidden. I could still see Rosamund unconscious in Lord Ferdinand's arms. She was wrapped in cloth, but her face, ashen and covered in scratches, still peeked out from among its folds. Her skin was normally quite pale, but now it was deathly white, as if she were no longer with us. The fact that she wasn't even reacting to the potion-soaked rag in her mouth only added to my worries. At the same time, I remembered seeing Rosamund during her baptism ceremony crumple to the floor and covered in blood. Both then and now I had failed in my duty to protect her. Will she be okay? That was my only thought. Lord Ferdinand had said during Viscount Joystock's interrogation, but she would survive. But after seeing the look on his eyes as he inspected our surroundings, I couldn't help but imagine that she was in a terrible state. Viscount Joystock had mentioned receiving his soldiers from Viscount Gerlach, so the Ob and the Knight's Order were now directing their attention at him. This meant I was unable to find out any more about Rosamund's condition on the details of the situation. If only I'd stayed with her and not Lady Charlotte. I had been completely focused on saving Lady Charlotte and Angelica, so I hadn't even seen the moment Rosamund's high beast was captured. Instead, I'd only heard her scream while I was detouring from the sky above the forest, satisfied and relieved about having made it in time. I'd frantically looked around only to see her high beast ensnared in light and being dragged along down into the forest. There, the trees had started swaying far in the distance, and after I was told that a guard knight should never take their eyes off their charge, not even for a single moment, no matter the circumstances. It had only been for a brief window, not even 10 seconds, but that was all it had taken for Rosamund to end up in danger. I hadn't been able to understand what was happening at first. Fear dulled my senses and my blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat and my vision flashed white. I wanted nothing more than to race to Rosamund's rescue, but abandoning Lady Charlotte wasn't an option. I asked Angelica to stop channeling Mana into her enhancements and stand look so that she could produce her high beast, then left Lady Charlotte in her care while I tried to pursue the kidnappers. But by that point, it was too late. Rosamund didn't respond no matter how much I called for her. At the very least, if we knew who was responsible, I could capture them. I wouldn't forgive the criminal who had put Rosamund through so much suffering. Was it actually Viscount Gerlach, whom Viscount Joyzenstock had apparently spoken about? I need to capture them with my own two hands as soon as possible. Racked with feelings of powerlessness, regret, and anger toward the criminal, I squeezed my eyes shut. I needed to fall asleep as soon as I could. My attendant urged me out of bed, but I didn't feel rested at all. I'd started awake several times in the night, and not once had I managed to fall into a deep sleep. Despite my exhaustion, I got up and went to have breakfast. Today was the day of Viscount Gerlach's interrogation, and I needed to attend as a guard, but also to give some emotional closure. By the time I arrived at the dining hall, Mother had already finished eating. "Oh, Cornelia," she said, "you are up early this morning?" I couldn't sleep. One of the attendants poured me a hot drink. I watched the liquid as it swirled in my cup, then took a sip. Immediately the warmth of the beverage spread through my chest. For breakfast, I was served some bread with a side of tawny cream. Mother was sipping her tea, not reacting at all, but the great gesture wasn't lost on me. Tawny cream was my favorite, but she had forbidden me from having it without her permission ever since autumn when I'd eaten it on a daily basis. For her to have prepared some for me now meant she must have been worried about me. I spread the tawny cream on my bread and then took a big bite. Its delicious sweetness helped to raise my spirits, but then I remembered that it had been Rosamund who gave me the recipe in the first place, and the storm of emotions that had been swirling through my head since last night bubbled up out of me. Mother, I'm Rosamund's apprentice guard knight, but I couldn't protect her when it mattered most. I should have stayed with her instead of rescuing Lady Charlotte. That was my duty. Cornelius, I understand how you feel, but it was Rosamund who told you to save Lady Charlotte, was it not? I nodded. Mother was right. Under normal circumstances, I would have left Lady Charlotte's rescue to her guard knights and the Knight's Order. It was only because Rosamund had flown off to save her that I had taken action as well. As merciless as that may have seemed, it was the duty of a guard knight to protect their lord or lady. Mother's dark eyes sharpened ever so slightly, then refrained from speaking or acting in ways that suggest you regret rescuing Lady Charlotte. If anyone should feel responsible, it should be Lady Charlotte's own guard knights who could not handle the black-clad soldiers and failed to protect their lady from danger. Her words were as harsh as one would expect from the first wife of the Knight Commander, but she could only say that because she had not seen the situation herself. Thinking back to how many enemies had appeared and how everyone had been positioned, it would have been near impossible for Lady Charlotte's guard knights to manage alone. As I thought back to the trying movements of the black-clad soldiers, I started moving Gwen in pieces around in my mind. Theoretically, if we had attacked the three soldiers who ambushed Lady Charlotte, Angelica and I would have ended up fighting one each, while the third would have gotten to Rosamund unopposed. Though she wouldn't have been picked up and carried away like Lady Charlotte since she was in her high beast. You aren't wrong, Mother, but I don't believe you are entirely correct either. I was there during the attack, and I could say in good conscience that Lady Charlotte's guard knights did not act incompetently. If you are capable of such rational analysis, Cornelius, then think not of what has happened, but of what is to come, Mother said, bringing her teacup to her lips once again. Lord Ferdinand said that Rosamund will awake, though perhaps not any time soon, so we can rest easy knowing she is safe. It annoyed me how casually she was speaking. I stabbed my fork into the bacon I was served. Lord Ferdinand did not give any details as to her condition. It is not like you to naively trust someone, Mother. Both she and Eckert placed too much faith in Lord Ferdinand, in my opinion. Oh, my Mother said. She covered her mouth with one hand and gave a refined giggle. Lord Ferdinand always speaks as ambiguously as possible to keep his own words from being used against him. Yet he said in no uncertain terms that Rosamund will survive. She will be safe in his hands. She sighed and continued in a quieter voice, though I admit we do not know how long her recovery will take. Lord Boniface is furious about her being kept in the temple, but Lord Ferdinand considers it for the best, and I trust his judgment. But why, I asked, if her condition really has stabilized, should she not be moved somewhere more secure? The temple is primarily staffed with grey priests, and there are so few guards stationed there. As far as I was aware, Rosamund only had 2 guard knights who could enter the temple, Daniel and Bridget. Lord Ferdinand only had 1, Eckert. Do you not think that Lord Ferdinand would be able to do anything about this? Hello? He can fight. Eckert holds him in high regard for a reason. With so few capable fighters at their disposal, what did they plan to do in the event of another attack? Perhaps, but nobles generally do not go there. Rosamund, Lord Ferdinand, and their retainers are the only exceptions, which makes it much easier to protect Rosamund from those who would try to harm her under the guise of a visit. Do you not agree? Mother went on to explain that, according to Eckert, there was a hidden room in the temple that Ferdinand often used. Rosamund was being kept inside, and moving her anywhere else would potentially be more dangerous. Mother told me all this coolly, which was far from amusing when I spent all night worrying myself sick. You certainly are calm, Mother, considering all that has happened. I am not calm. Rosamund, who has come to be known as the Lies Gang's greatest hope, is at death's door. The very thought of all the fretting I will need to deal with gives me a pounding headache. The Lies Gangs have spent years under Lady Veronica's thumb, and now they are pinning all their hopes on Rosamund. In their eyes, the future of their house rested on her very shoulders. We had thus far kept Rosamund's meetings with other nobles to an absolute minimum, since she was sickly and unaccustomed to society expectations. We had planned for that to change this winter. We were going to have her meet with the Geeves and her family as socializing practice, while at the same time spreading the printing and papermaking industries. She would have unified the Lies Gangs, gotten them involved in her new industries, established their superiority over the former Veronica faction. But now, however, their hopes were crushed. And in more ways than one, I can imagine their outrage all too clearly. Well, I can see why this is going to be difficult for you, I remarked. Why are you acting like this is not your problem as well, Cornelius? You will need to interact with the children in the playroom and the Royal Academy. You will do well to speak with Lord Cardstead and the before that, so you know what information to hide and what to spread. I could already imagine the Lies Gang children bombarding me with questions. Last year had already taught me that Rosamund had drawn a lot of attention to herself. Mother continued, under these circumstances, I do not expect your father to be able to leave the castle. He will probably be living in the Knight's dormitory for some time. If you visit him to discuss what I mentioned, could you ask whom we are considering as the next Geeb Joinstock? The province borders Gerlach, so it will prove critical for upcoming socializing events. I actually was wondering about that, because the Joinstocks are killed in this, so they no longer exist. All their families were killed by association, essentially. So that part of her biological family, quote-unquote, is gone. So someone has to be supervising that as Geeb Joinstock. So I wonder who it is. Regardless of whether I visit the Knight's Order, I do not think Father will have time to discuss something so personal. Anyone who spent a year as an apprentice guard knight would be able to guess how much work the Knight Commander was having to endure right now. At the very beginning of winter socializing, when nobles from every province were coming together, as Ehrenfest nobles had attacked the Archducal family, a personal meeting was out of the question. Well, I ask only that you keep it in mind, should the opportunity arise. The more means of gathering intelligence we have, the better. For now, I will tell Eckert and Lamprecht to come home for dinner tonight. I knew it. Mother is calm, cool, and collected. Seeing her contemplate whom she would ask to obtain intelligence on the state of the Archducal family made me feel like I was still immature as both a noble and a guard knight. Okay, Cornelius, to protect my little sister. The sales bonus for Part 3, Volume 5. Cornelius finds that he isn't the only one who feels responsible for Rosamund getting attacked, and a secret conversation with Hartmut leads to a very unexpected revelation. Ooh. Author's note, I wanted to write about Cornelius' friendships, something that isn't really seen from Rosamund's perspective. This short story includes a conversation between her future retainers, as well as an illustration that I requested of them all when they were younger. They're so cute. Oh, and if you're reading these chapters in order, prepare for a little déjà vu. Some of the dialogue that was originally cut from the story and went on to become a miserable morning full of regret ended up being worked into the lunch meeting scene. You don't look so good, Cornelius. Couldn't sleep? Daniel asked me, sounding worried. It was the day after the Viscount Joisenstock incident, and I'd arrived at the room in the castle reserved for the Knight's Order. I gazed up at Daniel, unsure how to respond, and saw that he looked just as beaten. It seemed that neither one of us had gotten any rest. To be honest, it was nice to know that I wasn't the only one agonizing over my failure. I sighed. If I hadn't raced off to rescue Lady Charlotte, I could have stayed with Lady Rosamund and stopped all this from happening. I was up half the night thinking about it. Cornelius, Bridget said, I know, staying with Rosamund wasn't an option. Lady Charlotte and Angelica would have gotten badly injured, or worse. Mother told me this morning that Lady Charlotte's guard knights are largely to blame, which made me feel a little better, but I still think I could have done something to save Rosamund from this danger. You can't keep beating yourself up over the what-ifs. What if I had done this better? Or what if I had done that better? You can't change it. You just gotta do better in the future. I didn't want to believe that saving them had been a mistake, but I was Rosemine's guard knight. I couldn't shake the feeling that I should have prioritized her safety above all else. You feel so responsible because Lady Rosamine is your little sister as well, Bridget noted, then gave me a gentle pat on the shoulder. That said, all this regret is bad for your health. It will only serve to make those around you even more worried. I recall something that Mother told me about Bridget, that her decision to cancel her engagement had put her home province Ilgner in very dire straits. She likely knew my feelings of guilt firsthand. I heard your call for Lady Rosamine to stop when she charged off on her own, Bridget continued. For a guard knight to protect their lord or lady above all else, a degree of cooperation is needed. In the heat of the moment, you followed Lady Rosamine's orders and acted as was appropriate. Is that really true, though? Yes. Do you remember what Lady Rosamine shouted when you succeeded in your rescue maneuver? Plus, as I understand it, she always prioritizes others above herself. I am sure she would have been distraught if you had abandoned Lady Charlotte. I recalled the look on Rosamine's face when she had raced to save her sister, and the desperation in her eyes when she had begged me to save Lady Charlotte and Angelica. But that wasn't all. I also remember the jubilation with which she had called my name when my rescue attempt proved successful, and my own pride as having granted her wish. That's right. Rosamine wanted to rescue them. Bridget is right, a familiar voice added. There is no reason for you to beat yourself up over this, Cornelius. Angelica? Were I able to use my high beast while strengthening myself, Lady Rosamine would never have been in danger. I could tell from Angelica's downcast eyes that guilt was eating away at her just as it was me. Perhaps my words had backed her into even more of a corner. I racked my brain trying to think of a way to console her, but when she looked up again, she looked completely unperturbed. However, there's no use crying over something that was out of my control. I just need to work hard so I don't have that same constraint next time. That's what Lord Bonifacius said. I became his disciple to grow stronger, and next time I will protect Lady Rosamine no matter what. I had wondered what insanity compelled Angelica to train his grandfather's disciple, but I could see now that there was a method to her madness. She was being so optimistic and constructive, whereas I had spent the night agonizing before coming to no meaningful conclusion whatsoever. I agree, we should train hard so that we can do more for Rosamine, I said. Let us see that I have a lot to learn from you. I had no intention of making the same mistake twice. To protect my little sister, I needed to be better. Plus, it would definitely wound my pride if Angelica ended up stronger and more reliable than me by the time Rosamine woke up. Seems you calmed down, Cornelius, Bridget said with a relieved smile, then looked to Daniel. Let's go to Riarda, then. We need to check on our schedule for the day. Viscount Gerlach's due to be questioned soon. Hopefully we can confirm he was the criminal who attacked Lady Rosamine. We nodded at Daniel, then went to see Riarda. As I thought about the upcoming interrogation, my hands instinctively balled in a tight fist. If it turned out that Gerlach was the culprit, I would make him pay then and there in the questioning room. Ooh, they might have to hold you back. You are not allowed to attend today's questioning. Knew it. Hold on, Riarda. Why not? Bridget protested. We're Lady Rosamine's guard knights. You're kind of be filled by emotions here. Hello? I gave a firm nod of agreement. We had been allowed to attend when Viscount Joycestock was questioned, so this made absolutely no sense. Gabe Joycestock was captured at the scene of the crime, so the Archducal family's guard knights were permitted to spectate, Riarda explained. Gabe Gerlach, on the other hand, has only been mentioned by name. The Knight's Order has also confirmed that he was in the Grand Hall at the time of the incident. He is unlikely to be the culprit, which is why attendance is so limited. But Riarda... Bridget attempted to object, but Riarda raised a hand to stop her. Allow me to speak more plainly. There is too great a risk that you young'uns will lose control and automatically label Gabe Gerlach a criminal even when we have no evidence. We cannot have you causing any further problems. I pursed my lips, unable to argue. I was well aware that I wasn't as commonsensical as usual, especially after my conversation with Bridget. Where's our schedule for today, then? Ehrenfest and my boy Ferdinand visited the winter playroom after breakfast, whereupon they instructed Wilfred and Charlotte to manage the winter playroom. You are to assist them with their efforts. We weren't serving Lord Wilfred or Lady Charlotte, so I didn't see why we needed to help them. Riarda must have noticed the furrow in my brow, so she gave a half smile and said, This is going to be Lady Charlotte's first time in the winter playroom, and Lord Wilfred was not particularly focused on his management last year. In other words, they will struggle on their own. Lady Rosamine also made quite a few changes to how the winter playroom operates, and the attendants there simply are not used to her methods. They needed our help because, as Rosamine's retainers, we had seen her work up close and assisted with her various preparations. Angelica and I were going to be spending more of our time in the Royal Academy, though, so it was unlikely that we would be able to much help. Lady Rosamine was very invested in the management of the winter playroom, so much so that she wrote a letter about it, Riarda continued. Her wish is that it will smoothly continue down the same path while she sleeps. Understood, she may not be here to give orders, but if we put her wishes in a letter, it is our duty to if she put her wishes in a letter, then it is our duty to fulfill them. I went to the playroom and got Lady Charlotte to show us Rosemine's letter. It contained a bunch of instructions as well as details on what she wanted done in the playroom. Lord Wolfred and Lady Charlotte were clearly working hard to make up for their siblings' absence, and seeing their valiant efforts made me want to do my best too. As Rosemine's guard knight, the least I can do is make sure the winter playroom doesn't return to what it was like before. But no matter how much I resolve myself to do that, Angelica and I will be spending most of the winter in the Royal Academy. How would we be able to help with the winter playroom? As it turned out, Rosamund had the answer. In her letter, she asked for students to start gathering intelligence on the duchies and creating study guides for the various courses. Angelica and I were going to oversee these efforts, except Angelica was slowly but surely backing out of the conversation. Of course. I really wished she wouldn't use her talents as a knight to disappear from sight the moment she lost interest. Alright, let's not trust Angelica with gathering information. Yeah. Anyone who thought she might buckle down and use her head was surely mistaken. I had plenty of battle scars from my tour of duty in the Raise Angelica's Grade Squadron, and it was because of my experience with her that I immediately gave up on seeking her assistance and instead decided to cooperate with Lord Wolfred's and Lady Charlotte's underage retainers. I do not mind giving reports on what we learned, Ernestus said, but should you not be speaking to those of the Scholar course? It is not a knight's duty to gather intelligence. You make a good point, I replied, but we want to cast as wide a net as we can. That's why we should all work together instead of leaving everything to the scholars. Right, and as those who provide the most valuable intelligence will be handsomely compensated, it makes sense that people other than scholars will offer their assistance. During our conversation, Lady Charlotte received first-time greetings from those in the playroom. The line stretching out in front of her was far from short, so it was obvious she was going to be busy for quite some time. In the meantime, the adult retainers were speaking with the teachers, musicians, and so on. Riarda and Ottilie were helping with management preparations, while Daniel and Bridget would apparently be leading temple-related work, such as the preparation of new picture books. Lord Wolfred was currently telling the other children everything he was allowed to disclose about last night's incident. After the knight's order blocked all the exits from the Grand Hall, the attending nobles had all been checked and swiftly ordered to return home. As a result, they knew nothing except that an attack had occurred. And then Lord Bonifacius, Cornelius, and Angelica brought back the criminal. To our surprise, the black-clad man who kidnapped Charlotte was Viscount Joisenstock. What? The children were eagerly listening to the story. Viscount Joisenstock had admitted to his crimes after being captured, so his family had presumably been found guilty by association. A quick look around the room seemed to confirm my suspicion. The Joisenstock kids who had been here last year were nowhere to be seen. Oh! I still hate that! So it was Lady Angelica and Lord Cornelius who rescued Lady Charlotte, asked one of the children, a boy called Matthias. I'm going to be a knight myself, so I wished I'd been there to see it. I also want to become a knight and do those things. You too, Lady Judith? That's right, I'll become a knight like Lady Angelica and protect Kernberger's country gate. You're Lady Angelica's little sister, right? Lady Lesletta, will you become a knight too? Lesletta shook her head. My house is well known for protecting attendants. I'll become one as well and serve Lady Rosamund alongside my sister. Hopefully. That's so wonderful. Among the children listening to the stories of our battle was none other than the son of Viscount Gerlach, the man under interrogation at the very moment. Despite his father's predicament, he seemed just as excited as the other kids. He looked particularly relieved when Lord Wolfred mentioned that the culprit had been caught, and started discussing strong knights with the son of Viscount Wiltord. I couldn't tell whether his nonchalance was because Viscount Gerlach was innocent, or because he simply hadn't brought his son into his schemes. Why the long face, Cornelius? Hartmut. Hartmut! He's so cool! Crazy, but he's cool! If you need intel from the Royal Academy, why don't ask me? Come on, we're friends. Hartmut and I have been friends since we were little, owing to our mothers getting along so well. He had red hair and bright orange eyes, a combination that really made him stand out in a crowd, and like any noble worth his salt, always wore an approachable smile that revealed almost absolutely nothing about his true feelings. He also had more connections than anyone else I got along with. Of course he had his fault as well. He tended to be annoyingly casual, and there was a particular coldness to his warm-colored eyes. It was also rare to see him show an interest in anything, which was why I found it so unusual that he was poking his nose into a conversation about generic intelligence gathering. I was surprised, but then I saw Brunhilde and Lenore behind him. Lies gangs. There were other nobles similarly looking in our direction. They were mobilizing to get more information about Rosamund. This is a conversation between retainers, I said. Can we speak later? Perfect. Lady Avara just sent me an invitation to have lunch with you all. I wasn't told about that. Mother had said during breakfast that winter was going to be rough. But she hadn't said that we were going to have lunch with guests. She was evidently working in the shadows beyond my notice. It was going to be even harder for me to guess her intentions once I returned to the Royal Academy, since contacting one's parents became much less simple, so I would need to learn what she was doing before then. How about we talk over lunch then, Hartman suggested. It would be a little more leisurely than if we spoke here and now. Sounds good to me, I said. With that, Hartman walked away with Brunhilde and Lenore following after him. They appeared to be discussing something among themselves, no doubt trying to decide which questions to ask me. This is going to be annoying. It was fourth bell, lunchtime. As some nobles went home to eat, lunch in general was longer than dinner time, lasting an entire bell instead of merely half a one. I wasn't an attendant, meaning I didn't need to serve anyone's food, so I could choose between eating in the castle or at home when I wasn't on guard duty. Today I was going to be eating at home. I mounted my high beast and took flight with Audley and Hartman accompanying me. Apologies, Cornelius, Audley said. This lunch meeting took you by surprise, did it not? It truly did. Now that we know Lady Rosamund will not wake up any time soon, there was a need to speak with Lady Elvira before the last King House mobilizes. However, Audley glanced at her son. She was the picture of a mother looking at a problematic child, which told me that Hartman had twisted her arm to come along to this lunch. Last King nobles will surely swarm us at the moment we arrive at the Royal Academy, Hartman continued with a smile, not at all bothered by his mother's stare. We need to hold a meeting before then, no? You intend to help me, I asked? Yep, my real interest in this intelligence-gathering operation is at the Royal Academy. But I don't mind offering some assistance as well. If the mood takes me, it was his way of confirming that he had no intention of helping me whatsoever. On that note, we arrived at my family's home, where Mother welcomed us with a bemused smile. I see Hartman dragged you along after all, Cornelius. Wasn't this meeting already agreed upon, I asked? Not at all. I merely said that I wished to spend some time in leisurely conversation with Audley, and that she should only bring Hartman if he would be coming home as well, to keep him company. In the future, you must observe your surroundings and take more care to obtain information, my son. My cheek twitched as we sat down for lunch. My naivety as a noble had just been thrust in my face, so you openly believed him. During lunch meetings, attendants would busily move around to serve everyone, so only matters that were safe to be made public were discussed. Audley reported that Rosamund was going to be asleep in her Jaree for more than a year, at which point Mother put a troubled hand on her cheek and shook her head. Lord Ferdinand said during the questioning that she would survive, but to think it would take her that long simply to regain consciousness. Indeed, Rosamund's recovery period was far too long. The world around me started to grow dark, much like it had when I first heard of her situation in the castle. My understanding was that most people spent 5 days at most in a Jaree. More than a year, I repeated. Do we know what kind of drug was used on Rosamund? Lord Ferdinand did not specify in fear that it might be used again, Audley replied, but it seems to be lethal to Lady Rosamund in particular. He said that if the rescue had come even a moment later, she most likely would have ascended the towering stairway to this. She would have died if they hadn't got to her in time. Apparently, it was a drug that wouldn't be fatal to most people, but to the sickly Rosamund it was. Audley's explanation made my anger toward the culprit swell more and more, but while it was getting increasingly furious, Mother remained calm. Rosamund, the shining hope of the Lion Kings, was brought to death's door, she said casually while bringing some food to her mouth. Just thinking about all the fretting I will need to deal with gives me a pounding headache. In truth, her attitude annoyed me a little. I think you are being a bit cold, Mother. Lord Ferdinand did not give any details as to her condition. It is unlike you to trust someone so readily. Yeah, this is our deja vu with this. Yeah. This was all in the last one. Lord Ferdinand always speaks ambiguously to keep his own words from being used against him, yet he made it very clear that Rosamund will survive. I trust that she'll be safe in his care. Mother and Eckert both put way too much faith in Lord Ferdinand. Have they forgotten that he was responsible for that bloody accident on the day of her baptism? Audley had a distant look in his eyes. You were keeping her meetings with other nobles to an absolute minimum, correct? Because she was so unwell and unaccustomed to noble society? And now this, right before she was due to start meeting with the Gibbs and her family, and spreading in the printing and papermaking industries. I am aware that the latter turned out to be very successful in Ilgner. She certainly was abreast of the situation. I can only imagine she had spoken with Mother at some point already. There are many who are looking forward to formally meeting Rosamund, Audley continued, so getting through all this winter will prove very difficult indeed. Yeah, deja vu. The last kings had spent years under Lady Veronica's thumb, and now they were pinning all of their hopes on Rosamund. In their eyes, the future of their house rested on her very shoulders. Now that she was asleep in her Jaree, however, these hopes had been scattered to the four winds. Their newly formed connection to the Archducal family, adoption of new industries, and guarantees of future support. All those things would be on hold until Rosamund woke up. I imagined the inevitable looks of outrage from all those in our family who had joined together to eliminate the Veronica faction, and immediately I understood why Mother had such a headache. Great-grandfather might despair so much that he ascends to the distant heights. Yeah, he might despair so much he actually dies. Incidentally, Audley, have any candidates been chosen to take over as the next Gieb Joyzenstock? Mother asked. I was told that the Joycestock family has been imprisoned, but I have received no news about their successors. I assume the selection will take place this winter. That said, Joycestock is filled with nobles of the former Veronica faction. The higher-ups have been racking their brains for a way to put a noble of the Last King faction in charge, but to no avail. Our meal ended while Mother and Ottilie continued to share intelligence. They were going to move elsewhere and use sound-blocking magic tools to have a more in-depth conversation, so Hartman and I were shooed away and told to wait in my room until the 5th bell. I couldn't help but grimace at Hartman's scheming smile. Get along with one another, they said. How can I get along with a guy like this? The moment we entered my room, Hartman held out a sound-blocking magic tool, still wearing the same grin. He had always been kind of aloof, and he seemed to look at everyone else like they were idiots, so it was seldom good news when he was keeping something from the adults. I glared between Hartman and the magic tool, which made him cock an eyebrow at me. This is about Lady Rosemont, he said teasingly. Would you rather it become public knowledge? Having no other choice, I accepted the tool. Hartman walked over to the window with an exceptionally bright smile, then he stared off into the distance for a moment, then turned to look straight at me, his eyes sharp and judgmental. You and Angelica should have stayed with Lady Rosemont instead of rescuing Lady Charlotte. You are a failure of a guard knight, are you not? Oh! Had he put that question to me this morning, I would have been at a loss for words. And when I had finished wavering, I would have agreed with him, crushed under the guilt of my own incompetence. But now I didn't believe his criticism at the slightest. It was Rosemont's wish for Lady Charlotte to be saved, and she was overjoyed when she saw that her little sister had been rescued, I retorted. Angelica and I both obeyed our lady's orders and did the best that we could in the moment. For those reasons, I do not consider either of us to be failures. Though that must be hard to accept for someone who doesn't understand Rosemont like we do. Oh. Hartman's face twisted in the most blatant grimace. I wasn't sure why, when he had said the hostile tone of our conversation. Is that true, Cornelius? He asked. Lady Rosemont wished to save Lady Charlotte? It is. I shouted for her to wait, but she ignored me and rushed off with Angelica and her high beast. If she had understood her position as an archducal family member and acted accordingly, I would have guarded her and her alone, even if the knight's order had arrived late and Lady Charlotte were lost. It was a guard knight's duty to protect their lord or lady above all else. Under most circumstances, we were not responsible for Lady Charlotte's safety. She had her own guard knights, as did all the members of the archducal family. And when our lady ordered us to look after her, well, that was an entirely different story. Did the two girls socialize before Lady Charlotte's baptism? Hartman asked. No, they had their first greeting at the end of autumn when Charlotte's room was being prepared in the northern building. No, she got to spend time with Lady Charlotte, and then Wilfrid busted in and the whole Ivory Tower incident thing happened. Does Cornelius not know about that? You mean to say that Lady Rosemont rushed headlong into danger for someone she barely even knows? Hartman moved over to a chair, perplexed, and sat on it with his legs crossed. I suppose that I should have offered him a seat sooner. I still wish he would have acted more like a proper guest. It might have been because she was raised in the temple, I said, taking a seat opposite him. Although she's trained to carry herself as a proper member of the archducal family, and gained plenty of knowledge through books on some fundamental level, she's still a bit lacking in common sense. She doesn't always seem quite like a noble. Didn't you hear this from Ottilie? Hartman slowly shook his head. She told me there have been absolutely no problems with her day-to-day behavior in the castle, that nothing about her suggests she was raised in the temple. But I see now that her true self sometimes shines through. I wonder what further education might she need. And with that, he started to ponder something or another. I knew from experience that he would stay like this until he reached a conclusion he found satisfactory. So I stood up, grabbed a board and pen, and started writing down this morning's decisions about gathering intelligence in the Royal Academy. Cornelius says, Lady Rosemont's retainer and brother by blood, do you not think you lack the proper mindset and motivation for making her into the next Ob? Excuse me? What the? That was his first question after spending so long lost in thought? He must have noticed my confusion because he launched into explaining himself. Lord Wilfrid, who was raised by Lady Veronica and propped up to become the next Archduke, was disgraced and pulled back from his position of guaranteed power at a time when one has to admit he had the blessing of Dragon or the gods of time. And as for Lady Charlotte, she does not even pose a threat. Now when Lady Rosemont has such an abundance of mana, the profits from her new industries, and several new trends under her belt. And if that weren't enough, she also has the advantage of being a year older. Now is the time to help Lady Rosemont become the next Archduchess and... Older? Is he talking about being older than Lady Charlotte? Because if he is, that would make sense. But if he's implying that she's older than Wilfrid, when did he figure it out? Because Wilfrid had already had his baptism by the time she had her new one as Rosemont. So I'm assuming he's talking about Charlotte, unless he says otherwise in this. It was no surprise that we were using sound blocking magic tools. This wasn't a conversation we could risk our attendants overhearing. Did everyone in the family share his opinions? Just imagining him in my headache. Hartman, I hate to break it to you, but Rosemine has no intention of becoming the next Ob. Your grand ideas will always also require mother and father to push aside one of Lady Florencia's children, which I doubt they would ever do. Mother's keeping her influence to a minimum outside of mediating for the first wife. Mother couldn't be too high-handed, else she would breed an unnecessary conflict within the Archducal family. It would be one thing if Rosemine herself wanted to become the next Ob, but I couldn't imagine Lord Sylvester wanting his position to go to someone who gleefully visited the temple even after her baptism. Still, Lady Rosemine might as well be the princess of the Lies Gangs, Hartman said. She can't ignore the will of an entire noble house. With their support, it was only a matter of time before she becomes Ob. That isn't necessarily the case. If the Lies Gangs kick up too much of a fuss, Rosemine will either be sent to the temple for good or married into another duchy. At the very least, I can't imagine Lord Sylvester letting a child who isn't Lady Florencia's become the next Ob. Our family supports that notion as well. As I saw it, Rosemine had been spending so much time in the temple to show noble society that she had no intention of becoming the next Ob. It was just like how Lord Ferdinand had entered the temple to avoid the nobles of the Veronica faction. Lady Rosemine managed to escape the temple through her baptism, and now you mean to send her back? Hartman asked with a look of disgust. I gave a half smile. She doesn't have a negative opinion of the temple, you know. I've been there with Father, and it isn't as bad as I was led to believe. There was great food, and the great priests and shrine maidens serving as attendants were well trained. Rosemine even seemed more at ease when she was in the temple. Maybe because there were fewer nobles there? Hartman mused aloud. In that case, I should see the temple with my own eyes. Lady Rosemine was raised there, after all. Perhaps it holds the key to securing a mana capacity far large enough to bless an entire hall full of people during one's baptism? I don't know what you're thinking, but the temple is going to be closed off to all nobles except Lord Ferdinand and Rosemine's guard knights for quite some time. Letting anyone else visit would only make it easier for someone connected to the culprit to cause Rosemine harm. Even the families of Blue Priests, the Archducal couple, grandfather, and our parents were forbidden from entering. Wait. Hold on, it's been over a year now since I resolved to become Lady Rosemine's retainer. I was sure to start serving her this year. Can't you start treating me as part of her retinue? What? Hartman? Becoming Rosemine's retainer? He looked serious, but was he really telling the truth? In all the years that I had known Hartman, never had he said something so bizarre before. I can't see a shred of sense in what you just said, but even if we did treat you as a retainer for some reason, you're still underage and can't visit the temple. Angelica and I aren't even allowed to go either. That's rough. How can I be of use to Lady Rosemine, then? Hartman mused. He brushed up his scarlet bangs while staring into space again. And no matter how deep in thought he appeared to be, I needed to get to the bottom of this. Hartman, do you seriously intend to serve Rosemine as a retainer? Weren't you against your mother serving her? At the time, I didn't know a thing about Lady Rosemine, Hartman admitted. Then a satisfied little chuckle, like he just remembered something amusing. I wasn't sure he understood the weight of what he was proposing. As an arch-noble apprentice scholar, he would be committing himself to Rosemine for the rest of his life. Unlike a female scholar, he wouldn't be able to resign for marriage or anything like that. I grimaced. Lamprey invited you to serve Lord Wolfrey, didn't he? Become his retainer instead. I already refused. A subordinate a summer cannot become a subordinate a spring. That aside, woke Cornelius, weren't you set on leaving Lady Rosemine's service when she grew old enough to pick her own retainers? She may be your little sister, but that seems out of line for me. I don't believe all this about her not wanting to become the next Ob either. Hartman was glaring at me, but I wasn't about to back down. I had resolved to make sure that Rosemine was never put in harm's way again. Now that I knew there were more criminals after her, how could I resign as her guard knight? Do you think I would step down when people like you are trying to sneak into the ranks of her retainers? Rosemine is my little sister. I will protect her. Shouldn't you be trying to work out what you'll do when she doesn't pick you? That's rich coming from someone who doesn't have the strength or the grades expected of Lady Rosemine's brother. Hartman shot back with a mocking smile, but his words only steeled my resolve. I would keep this dangerous lunatic away from her at all costs. You failed! You failed! You failed, dude! In fact, it's worse! She has his name now! I would also secure grades that put me above the arch-noble average, grades that would shut Hartman up for good. Luckily, thanks to having studied in the phrase Angelica's grade squadron, my classes this year were going to be easy. Just you wait, Hartman. I began my battle to protect Rosemine from all sorts of danger. Okay. I'm going to end this off here. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Part 6. Hersher Special Accommodations, a short story that takes place between Part 3, Volume 5, and Part 4, Volume 1, originally written as a sales bonus for the latter. Hersher receives a special request from Ehrenfest, which brings to mind thoughts of her duchy and her disciple. Authors know how was Rosamund's long slumber seen by those not in Ehrenfest. In this chapter, I decided to write a little about what dormitory supervisors do when they're not, supervising their dormitories. I hope you enjoy seeing a side of Hersher that Rosamund doesn't experience as a student. In preparation for my most recent brew, I set down my practice wooden board, the surface of which was all rough and dented from extensive use. On it was a magic circle that would aid my brewing, but in order to actually use it, I needed to transfer the design onto paper. I checked the magic circle for any errors. I already had it memorized, but better safe than sorry, then held down my sheet of paper with my left thumb and index finger. Then after deciding how big I wanted to make my copies, I morphed my staff into a pen and took a slow breath. My every line would need to be beautiful and precise. My focus entirely on the pen, I drew several circles of various sizes, one after another. My movements were quick but delicate. I seemed to be on a roll today. My concentration was perfect, and my pen moved with a tremendous accuracy. It was probably because I was in such good health at the moment. My mana flowed smoothly, and the lines I drew were of equal thickness, making my circle even more seamlessly than expected. I set down my pen and paused to appreciate my work, but not for long enough that my focus would wane. After rotating my wrist a few times and rolling my shoulder to loosen up, I got to work drawing the sigils next. All of a sudden, a flapping noise announced the arrival of an ordnance. This wasn't the best time, considering that my arm was occupied and I could not serve as a perch. I completed the sigil that I was working on, tapped the desk to make the little nuisance land, then resumed my drawing. Professor Hersher, the bird said, we need you to unlock the Ehrenfest dormitory. It was a message from one of the knights working in the dormitory's teleportation hall. I will soon, I replied, not even looking up for my magic circle. Wait for now. I was preoccupied at the moment, so I would send the ordnance back later. The Archduke conference arrived in the blink of an eye. It was about now that attendants would start arriving from the castle to begin preparing the dormitory. I was fortunate enough to not to be teaching any remedial lessons this year, so I'd pay almost no attention to the changing of the seasons, but this meant that spring was almost over. How wonderful it has been not having to tutor Angelica. Words cannot describe how great it feels to be so immersed in my research. But alas, I soon received another ordinance. Professor Hersher, where are you? We request that the dormitory be unlocked. Truly a foolish question. I was obviously in my laboratory in the Scholar Building. And because you haven't shown up, that's why they're asking. Duh! And surely they understood that my lack of a response meant that I was brewing, or could they not even piece together that much? Good grief, I sighed again, ignoring the ordinance to focus on my drawing. It seems to me that the knights stationed in the teleportation hall need more training. Yes, it was my duty as a dormitory supervisor to unlock the dormitory and tea party room, but my intervention was not necessary for the servants to prepare chefs or the attendants to clean the room for the archducal couple. My mana was in top form right now, and I intended to finish the magic circle and complete my brewing while that remained true. I gazed upon my magic circle with a contented sigh, impressed with my accomplishment, only for yet another ordinance to arrive. This is Norbert Hersher. I ask that you unlock a dormitory and tea party room without further delay. So the castle's head attendant had decided to join the tomfoolery. One can easily imagine his furious countenance. I was going to start brewing right away, but I sensed that making them wait any longer will only cause any more trouble. Yeah! Though it pains me to admit this is the bare minimum I must do as a dormitory supervisor, I suppose I shall accept. After heaving a very drawn-out sigh, I stood up. Then after one last regretful glance at my magic circle, I went into my laboratory's hidden room and acquired my key ring. I shall unlock the doors to the central building and the tea party room, and that is all, I told myself. It won't be long before I'm back in my laboratory and immersed in research. A meeting with Norbert would surely lead to a bothersome lecture of sorts, so I was prepared to leave the moment my work was done. I inserted my key into the door the moment I arrived at the dormitory and started pouring my mana into it. And no sooner had the door unlocked than it opened from the other side. Pray tell, Hersher, where were your responses to our ordinances? Norbert asked, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes in the least. Uh-oh, he's pissed off. He was dressed in the sharp attire of an archduke's head attendant, and his hair, which was more gray than brown these days, was smartly slicked back with gel. I certainly hadn't expected Norbert to be listening for my arrival, but I managed to hide my surprise behind a smile. Oh my, good day to you, Uncle. Uncle? Is that her uncle? Really? Did not expect that. If you'll excuse me, I must go unlock the tea party room as well. I tried to close the door again and make my escape, but he stopped me in my tracks. I am glad to see you in such good health this year, but can you do nothing about that outfit of yours? You are a professor of the Royal Academy and a noblewoman above all else. I knew this would happen, but this was precisely why I was trying to avoid him. A small voice in my head told me I could have sidestepped this mess by responding to the knight's first ordinance. Yeah, you could have. But I silenced it at once. Ah, dear me, I said. Should my appearance come as any surprise when I was so abruptly dragged away from my research? I put down my very important work because someone made this seem urgent, and I will continue that work immediately upon returning to my laboratory. Changing clothes would have been a waste of time, since I would have needed to change back to continue brewing. Yeah, I kind of understand that, but you should have just gone and done the first ordinance, and then you wouldn't have had any trouble. Maybe. Norbert's brow furrowed a little, and his purple eyes narrowed in a glare. Just how much time do you believe has passed since that first ordinance was sent? You had more than enough time to make yourself presentable, did you not? Unfortunately, I spent all of that time trying to find an appropriate stopping point in my work. If you required me to dress up, then I would ask that you arrange a formal meeting instead of summoning me by ordinance at such short notice. I would be more than willing to accommodate your wishes then. No matter how deeply I was absorbed in my work, I was fully capable of changing my clothes if given 3 or 4 days' notice. That much notice? After all, my attendant would outright forbid me from doing research on the day I was needed. If you do not wish to see me in these clothes, dear uncle, then allow me to lock the door again so that we might arrange a meeting. I am sure we can arrange for my return before the Archducal family arrives. I'm guessing they're already there. I was ready to close the door and put an end to this lecture, but Norbert moved to stop me. Just go and unlock the tea party room. Oh, and Herscher. Dormitory supervisors are supposed to live in their respective dormitory. Is it not about time that you return? How painfully ironic. It was at Norbert's request that I moved to the laboratory in the first place. He had told me that Lady Veronica's mood soured each time she saw me in the dormitory during the Archduke conference. Now here he was, demanding that I come back, because, at that point, Veronica's gone. She's not in power anymore. I cocked my head to one side and smiled provocatively. My apologies, dear uncle. I have lived away from the dormitory for so long that I do not know how to return. Norbert paused for a moment and then said, Lord Sylvester's children will be enrolled in the Royal Academy next winter. We would like the dormitory to have its supervisor back before then. Lord Sylvester's children? If my memory served me right, Lord Sylvester's first son had been raised by Lady Veronica herself and was yet said to become the next Archduke. My cheek twitched. The troubles we had all faced during Lord Sylvester's time at the Royal Academy were sure to resurface. Dear uncle, I said, if this is not a request from Ob Ehrenfest himself, then I must decline even you. Now I must go unlock the tea party room. And with that, I took my leave. A small part of me thought I heard someone say, our discussion is not yet over, but I elected to believe it was my imagination. No, they did. They said it. They said that. If my return to the dormitory really is important, he'd surely come after me. At a leisurely pace, I made my way to the tea party room. Ehrenfest's door was number 14. Though we may end up climbing a rank this year. The duchy's younger students were obtaining higher grades than expected, to the point that some of the other professors had even started to comment on their achievements. One could assume they were working their hardest in hopes of being chosen to serve the Archduke candidates coming to the Royal Academy. I unlocked the door, and lo and behold, there was Norbert. He got there first. Send word when the Archduke conference is over, I said to him, turning to leave. I will come and lock any doors you wish. Herscher, this does not conclude your duties for this year's Archduke conference. There are other things I must ask you to do as Ehrenfest's dormitory supervisor. I paused. It was clear from his decision to come here that this conversation really was important, but to my knowledge, there was nothing else for me to do. And what might those be, I asked. We need special accommodations to be made for Lady Rosemine, one of the enrolling Archduke candidates. This box here contains a letter from Ob Ehrenfest and documents from her primary doctor. Take them. I think you will find them necessary. Lady Rosemine? The fabled saint? Several years ago, some amused professors had consulted me about her. Hartman continues to mention a saint being baptized in Ehrenfest. Oh god, of course it's Hartman doing it. Of course! It couldn't have been anyone else. One had said. Another had then asked me to comment on gossip of a new daughter loved dearly by the gods. Of course, the saint rumors were too foolish for anyone to actually believe, but nobody could deny that she had been baptized as Lord Karlstein Lady Elvira's daughter before being adopted by the Archduke. This meant she was also Cornelius' little sister. I'm impressed that a girl in her position was adopted at all. It seems infinitely unlikely that Lady Veronica would ever grant her permission. Perhaps he is Lord Sylvester's newest sacrifice so that he can remain Ob? Huh? I was well aware of my bias against Lord Sylvester, but I simply could not bring myself to like him. There had been a time when Ferdinand and I hoped that his becoming Archduke would curtail Lady Veronica's tyranny and bring change to Ehrenfest. But in the end, everything had stayed the same. Oh, once you read those messages from Ferdinand, I think you'll change your tune on this one. I returned to my laboratory, the box Norbert had given me in my arms. Special accommodations were given to students who, for one reason or another, could not enter the Royal Academy during their 10th winter, or graduate during their 15th. They had previously been given out after the Civil War to the flood of apprentice blue priests and shrine maidens who entered the temple when that period was over. Under what circumstances was an Archduke candidate now requiring them? A year and a half ago, while everyone was gathered in the castle for winter socializing, she was attacked by a group of Ehrenfest nobles. She has been in a Derive ever since. I decided to read Ob Ehrenfest's letter first, and immediately my head started to spin. Just how far had Ehrenfest fallen for its own nobles to have attacked the archducal family? Has Lord Sylvester finally begun to act like a proper archduke, exasperating the conflict with Lady Veronica? I shook my head to dispel the idea. Allowing hope to lead me astray would only make the inevitable disappointment hurt all the more. Still, is a year and a half not far too long? I wondered, one normally only spent between 3 and 10 days in a Derive. Ah, yes. Of course, I muttered as I started piecing things together. Lady Rosamond was but a child and had not yet enrolled at the Royal Academy. She wouldn't have her own Derive and would thus be relying on that of a parent or an unmarried sibling, thereby explaining the dissonance. Alongside the letter from Lord Sylvester was one from his first wife, Lady Florencia. I read it as well. I apologize, Professor Herscher, but I am aware that special accommodations are no longer being provided for temple-raised apprentices, and that preparing them again would not be easy. Know that your work is for a good cause, though. Rosamond is such a precious girl, and it is because of her that my children are safe. I pray that you will do everything in your power to help maintain her future as a noble. Lady Charlotte, the Archduke's biological daughter, had apparently been kidnapped, and Lady Rosamond had been gravely wounded in the process of saving her. Like came as no surprise, branch families and adopted children were told ad nauseam to prioritize the first wife's children above all else. How irritating, but that will not stop me from preparing those special accommodations. Incidentally, I wonder whether these documents are in proper form. Lord Sylvester had put them together, and considering how shoddy his work haften turned out to be, they were probably missing all sorts of crucial information. I gazed at the box dubiously, then took out the documents. Lady Rosamond's condition was written in small, precise letters. Is this Ferdinand's handwriting? He, of all people, is acting as Lady Rosamond's primary doctor. Doctor or not, a position in the castle meant his situation had improved from his days spent in the temple. Or perhaps Lady Rosamond was being so severely abused as an adopted daughter that she had not been permitted as a doctor, forcing Ferdinand to take the role? No! I sighed. It was impossible to know from these documents alone, and my disciple hadn't sent me a single update on his situation. These documents are so detailed, I would have been able to make a petition with only half as many. But if he knew these were going to reach me, he could have at least slipped a little letter to let me know how he's doing. Good grief. Considering how harshly Lady Veronica had treated Ferdinand when he was a student, it was hard to imagine her treating Lady Elvira's daughter, adopted or not otherwise, with any semblance of warmth. I envisioned my disciple standing at the forefront to protect this young girl, and instinctively I grimaced. He would do that, and he is doing that! Even now, with him being poisoned. Special accommodations need to be petitioned for during the Archduke Conference, and they require the direct approval of the royal family. I contacted the other professors and summoned them to an emergency meeting in the central building. The room we were using had been cleaned in preparation for the upcoming conference, so it was much nicer than usual. Gundulf was the first to speak. I must admit, Herscher, I never would have expected you to gather us together like this. With the Archduke Conference around the corner, I assumed you were immersed in research. Yep, she was at first. Yes, that is how I would rather be spending my time, instead of doing whatever task has been forced upon me, but I must do the bare minimum as a professor, and this development is something I cannot overlook. The other supervisors were far busier than I. They were all in the middle of preparing their dormitories, making sure everything was ready for their duchy's visitors. Gundulf chuckled. I do not know what happened, but you certainly exude the aura of a genuine professor. Oh my, do I not always? I showed the professor the documents from Ehrenfest and a copied-out portion of the Archduke's letter. Lady Rosamond, the intended recipient of these special accommodations, is not a mere blue priest or shrine maiden from the temple. She is the adoptive daughter of Ob Ehrenfest himself. What must have happened for a member of the archducal family to require such accommodations? Primavera asked, blinking at me curiously. These really were unthinkable circumstances. Members of the archducal family were given retainers at a young age and overseen by guard knights at all times. One of the duchy's own nobles attacked its castle, and she was gravely wounded while protecting the Archduke's daughter by blood. As she has not yet enrolled as a student, she does not have a Derive. It is mentioned here that she has to rely on one given to her by a family member, but she has been asleep for a year and a half now, so its affinity to her mana must not be very high. Is that really enough to explain her unusually long sleep, Raffen asked? There must be something else. I could see his point. It wasn't particularly uncommon for children to use a family member's Sharif, and when they did, it rarely were they rendered unconscious for so long. Furthermore, Lady Rosamund had male siblings whose mana had never been influenced through marriage or what have you. If she had received one of their Sharifs, why had it been so incompatible? 'Cause he's not their blood sibling! Oh... According to these documents from her primary doctor at Ehrenfest, there are several contributing factors. As she was attacked in the castle, we can assume that everyone was in quite a panic, no? Time was of the essence, was why she had to accept the dream of her nearest brother, who was guarding the Archducal family at the time. I'm assuming they're keeping it a secret that she made the dream herself. Unfortunately, said brother has a history of marriage, and on top of that, Lady Rosamund's birth and baptismal mothers are not one and the same. That is why her affinity to the dream is so low. That's what they're going with, okay. But why use his Sharif to begin with? They should have sought her father's and... Robin paused, having at last understood. She is adopted, so her parents' Sharifs would not be in the castle. The Archduke's biological children would have had easy access to their parents' Sharifs, but not Lady Rosamund. There had been no guarantee that she would survive the journey to her estate, which is why they had needed to act quickly. A Sharif was needed to keep her from the distant heights, but her once-married elder brother was the only available donor. So it's kind of like a whole blood thing where if you're blood related, like transfusions essentially, except it's kind of different. But it's kind of the same idea, where if you have the same blood type, aka being blood related to the person, then the Sharif is possibly more compatible to you. It was a tough decision made under tremendously stressful circumstances. Lady Rosamund's father, Lord Cardstedt, serves as Ehrenfest's Knight Commander. Thus, when it came to light that members of the Archducal family had been attacked in the castle, he sprang into action. It also took him some time to retrieve his Sharif from his hidden room, and as his potion was given to Lady Rosamund immediately after she received one from her brother, there was a brief period where her body rejected it entirely. Oh, sighs filled the meeting room. These decisions, made under stress, had saved Lady Rosamund's life, but at the same time she was missing out on such an integral period of growth. Still, that was all a year and a half ago, Frau Alarm said. Is it not likely that her mana clumps will fail to dissolve and she will ascend to the distant heights? Okay, so Frau Alarm does not know that Rosamund and mine are the same person, I'm assuming at this point, right? Or that it was because of her that her brother-in-law was arrested and all that. I gave a curt nod. It is. Her recovery is lagged at best, and there are no signs that she will wake up. But she is still alive. We must not allow her future to be snuffed out when she was poisoned while protecting the Archduke's daughter. That is why I need your help. Is it not our duty as professors to support our students, new and old? After hearing my honest appeal, the other professors all agreed to the special accommodations and signed their names on a board to prove it. Now all that remained was for Lord Sylvester to obtain the royal family's permission during the Archduke conference. Well, I came all this way to the central building. Might as well stop by the dormitory and deliver the board. Then my duty will be at last be complete. Once our meeting concluded, I sent an ordinance to the Ehrenfest dormitory to inform them I was coming. Norbert was waiting in the entrance hall when I arrived. Professor Herser, he said, I am told you secured the Royal Academy's approval. I thank you. To my surprise, he was welcoming me not as a chiding uncle, but as the castle's head attendant. I would respond to him accordingly. Here is the board you need, Norbert. Sovereign scholars may begin to question the circumstances behind the attack on Lady Rosamund. Ehrenfest must be prepared to answer them alone. It had been my duty to obtain the permission of the other Royal Academy professors, but convincing the king rightly fell to the Archduke. Sometime later, I received another ordinance. The royal family had agreed to our request during the Archduke conference, and Ab Ehrenfest was inviting me to a celebratory meal. I swiftly refused. Nothing good would come of eating with the Archduke and returning to my brewing. Summer came and went as I continued my research, and autumn began. These were quiet seasons in the Royal Academy, so most professors returned to their home duchy or the sovereignty. But it was also when gathering research materials became much easier. Herbs grew in abundance and fey plants bore fruit, so visiting the Royal Academy's gardens proved very enjoyable. As the end of autumn approached, the other professors started to return. Things were getting busier as servants began preparing for their new academic term, and it was then that an ordinance arrived for me. I was rarely ever contacted at this time of year, so it was an unusual development. What might have happened? This is the Ehrenfest dormitory, said one of the knights stationed in the teleportation hall. Professor Herser, a letter has arrived for you. We ask that you come retrieve it before the term begins. To honor their request, I went and collected the letter after completing my brewing. Oh, this is from Lord Ferdinand. I opened the letter. At the very beginning was an announcement that Lady Rosamund had woken up. She would be attending the Royal Academy normally and no longer required any special accommodations. For the sake of her future, having her attend alongside everyone else was her best move. The best move, assuming there was time to prepare. But as I read on, I was completely taken aback. Wait a moment. Why was none of this mentioned in the other letters? They had explained that Lady Rosemine wasn't Lady Avara's biological... Oh, they are explaining this to her! Okay. Oh, is she by herself? Is anybody else able to see this? Oh, so Hersher knows. Hersher knows that she's a commoner, right? Oh, never mind. Never mind. It says that that's the cover story they're coming up with. Wasn't Lady Avara's biological daughter, but there hadn't been as much of a mention that she was raised in the temple. Not to mention her noble education was apparently lacking due to her 2-year slumber. Lady Rosemine had more mana than the average Archduke Candidate, as one would expect of a child adopted into the Archducal family, but sleeping in a dream had made her flow somewhat unstable. According to the letter, she needed supportive magic tools just to move, and she was having trouble controlling her mana as well. In short, Ferdinand wanted me to watch Lady Rosemine carefully during her practical lessons, though he specified she would have no problems at all with her written ones. He wrote at length and in detail about what he had taught her. Rosemine has absurd and fascinating thought patterns, so she will surely be of use to your research. She is in your care. I said, reading the letter aloud. You cannot be serious, Ferdinand. If you had time to write so extensively about Lady Rosemine, could you not have added at least a sentence about yourself? That's how Ferdinand is. He works for everybody else's sake but himself. Even at the cost of his possible life. Still, this letter had been written with far more enthusiasm than the one I received months ago. No, wait, what I'm saying is, he used to be like that where he'd only worried about himself, because, survival and all that, but now that he has Rosemine to worry about, it's kind of changed. I recalled my disciple's habit of growing more talkative when it came to research that interested him, and a smile rose my lips. For him to have written this, he must be doing better than when he feared that Lady Veronica would soon succeed at killing him. Still, this letter focuses entirely on Lady Rosemine. How rare is it for Ferdinand, of all people, to be this concerned about another, a fascinating Archduke candidate with bizarre and creative ideas. I wonder what she will do during her time here. Despite having stressed that Lady Rosemine was educated enough to breeze through her written lessons, Ferdinand went on to provide a long and very detailed list of things to be aware of when teaching her and the like. He clearly saw her as a disciple and was very fond of her despite all the trouble she caused him. He is. Or else he wouldn't have been putting in this much effort for her. I thought back to the days when Ferdinand was a student. He had secured high grades, but there had been no end to his shenanigans. I wonder, has he finally learned the struggles of being a mentor? I cackled, recalling the many incidents he had caused and all that he had achieved. Winter was upon us, and so was Lady Rosemine's enrollment at the Royal Academy. She would presumably tell me more about Ferdinand than I could ever discern from his letters. At that thought, I really started to look forward to meeting my disciple's disciple. Okay, Roderick. She who saved my heart. I'm guessing this is when he gave his name to Rosemine. Description: a sales bonus for Part 4, Volume 2. During a meeting in the Royal Academy, the Med Noble Roderick faces another day of abuse from the other members of the former Veronica faction. Author's note. Many of you wanted to know more about the nobles of the former Veronica faction living in the Ehrenfest dormitory, and they're exactly whom this story focuses on. I was under the impression that Viscount Joisenstock went rogue and acted alone, but to think the soldiers who attacked the Archducal family belonged to an Ehrensbach noble. We children of the former Veronica faction, numbering a dozen or so in total, were gathered in a meeting room. The air was heavy, but also laced with understanding. They explained the circumstances to us so that we knew why the Archducal family intended to distance themselves from Ehrensbach. Roderick, good on you for asking. Knowing why the Abb is on guard against Ehrensbach puts us in a much better position to plan ahead. Lord Matthias, a third-year apprentice knight, said to me with a smile. It hadn't been easy speaking in front of everyone in the dining hall, especially when Lord Wolfried thought so poorly of me, but nobody had wanted to take my place. I needed to ask, no matter how scary it was. Thankfully, everyone had accepted Lady Rosemine's answer, meaning my duty was now complete. I relaxed my shoulders while looking around the meeting room. My intentions were to keep my head down and wait for the discussion to end. 2 years ago, during the hunting tournament, my father had instructed me to play with Lord Wolfried. Naturally, I did as he asked. But it was because of my actions that Lord Wolfried ended up committing a grave crime. I mean, all you had to do was play with him. As far as we know from this context, he hadn't done anything else besides following Wolfried's lead and the adult's lead, essentially. My father had ostracized me ever since, claiming I had betrayed our shining ray of hope. Those who had once been my friends now looked at me with cold, scornful eyes. Maybe this will make my life in the faction easier. Everyone was focused on what the former Veronica faction should do next, but I was thinking only about myself. Lord Matthias continued, I was sure that our faction would regain some power, that time would slowly bury Arensbach's involvement in Lady Veronica's treachery. But if Arensbach was also involved in this attack, the Archducal family will never lower their guard. Things are not looking good for us. Most of the people here had connections with Arensbach nobles, and understandably so. Our faction had started out as the children and grandchildren of the retainers Lady Gabriel brought with her from Arensbach when she married into Ehrenfest. Lady Veronica told us to continue strengthening our bonds with Arensbach, and the Archduke's elder sister Lady Georgine was even married to the Abb there. Guess it's no surprise that my older brother Fruden's engagement to an Arensbach girl was rejected, added Lord Lorenz a second year while shaking his head. Of dark green hair. Pretty rare for an Archduke to refuse a union that both fathers support, right? I was real curious about what was going on, but there's one mystery solved. The next contribution came from Lady Patricia. During a tea party I attended before coming here, it was mentioned that Lord Lamprecht, who serves Lord Wilfrid as a guard knight, also had his engagement proposal refused. The explanation was originally that he lives in the nobles' quarter, but if Agib had theirs rejected as well. She cast her eyes down. Mine will certainly be refused too. Lady Patricia was a fifth year with a lover at Arensbach. Apparently she was even taking action to secure their engagement. I was still a first year, so all this talk of marriage didn't mean much to me. But a stir spread through those who hadn't known the Abb was refusing certain engagements. Ever since Lady Georgine's visit, the adults of our faction had instructed us to form closer bonds with Arensbach so that we could suppress the lies gangs and reclaim our former power. Those who already had partners in Arensbach sure have it rough. I won't ever have to worry about that, though. I wasn't my family's successor, and my mother has a second wife. Perhaps I would have been able to find a partner by serving Lord Wilfrid, but after the Ivory Tower incident, that was never going to happen. Besides, nobody will want to marry a noble on bad terms with their archducal family. Father ordered me to take Lord Wilfrid to the Ivory Tower. Then, when he found out that going there is a crime, he started beating me. I would never be given permission to marry and start a branch family. I understand why the Abb is on guard against Arensbach, Lord Lorenz said, but how can we cut ties with a duchy we share a border with? Treating their merchants with suspicion will also harm Ehrenfest's economy. What does he expect Gibbs to do? His father was Viscount Woltord, the Gibbs of a province bordering Arensbach, so his concerns were understandable. There were orders in place to keep any foreign nobles out of our nobles' quarter, and he was worried that this rule might spread to the entire duchy. Gerlach also shares a border with Arensbach, and we get along very well with their nobles, Lord Matthias added. I don't know the details, but it turns out that my father was put under suspicion, too. He gave a troubled smile. I suppose he did associate with Viscount Joysenstock. These two sons of Gibbs were only a couple years older than me at most, but they were considering our situation from so many different more angles than I was. As someone who lived in the nobles' quarter, it hadn't even occurred to me that the provinces bordering Arensbach would struggle. Lady Veronica never would have let this happen, grumbled Lord Rupert, a sixth year. If only we could have saved her when we had the chance. He looked daggers at me, and my entire body froze. Gone were the high spirits that Lady Rosamund had put me in. 2 years had passed since that detestable hunting tournament, and while I was accustomed to the abuse, it still made me feel miserable. I remembered all too clearly the events of that fateful day when my life was turned on its head. My friends and I were called over by our fathers, whereupon they told us to invite Lord Wilfrid to play and take him to the Ivory Tower where Lady Veronica was staying. They warned us not to go inside, though. Only members of the archducal family could open the door. I'd enjoyed playing with my friends so much, more than anything. Only through the winter playroom had I managed to connect with other boys before then. I'd only ever played with the daughters of my mother's friends. On top of that, my family's circumstances had always made it hard for me to visit people. And so we searched the forest for the Ivory Tower, doing exactly as we were instructed. Eventually we found it, and as our fathers had told us, Lord Wilfrid was able to open the door. We thought nothing of it when he went inside. We all just stood around waiting for him to return, speculating about what was in there and wishing that we could join him. After a while, Lord Wilfrid came back outside. He told us that his grandmother had sworn him to secrecy and refused to elaborate no matter how much we wanted him to. We even asked whether he wanted to be alone to think about whether it was bothering him, but he shook his head and replied that he didn't get many chances to play with us. We had done what our fathers had asked of us, so we went back to having fun. Sometime after the hunting tournament came the start of winter socializing. Only then did we learn that Lord Wilfrid was no longer guaranteed to become the next Abb. He had been demoted for his crime of entering the Ivory Tower, and the nobles who had informed him of its location were given small but meaningful punishments. Back then I hadn't understood what the Archduke was saying. I had merely stared at him in confusion, but that very moment my days of peace had come to an unfortunate end. That same night, the archducal family was attacked. When I saw Lord Wilfrid in the winter playroom the next day, he gave me the most reproachful glare. The other children who had played with us during the tournament had pinned the blame on me, claiming that I had suggested we go to the Ivory Tower. Things were even worse at home. My father struck me without restraint, telling me that my failure had doomed their plan. Out of nowhere, my whole world had come crashing down. I was the subject of scorn, belittled, and attacked at every turn. It was so unfair that I didn't even know what to say. In fact, there was nothing I could say. Because of my low status, my only choice was to accept the abuse. Lord Wilfrid was defended as a matter of course. How unfortunate that he lost his claim to the archducal seat, people would say. He did not know that entering the Ivory Tower is a crime. Meanwhile, I was condemned under the axiom that ignorance of the law is no excuse, that my ignorance was a crime in itself. Then that should be the same for Wilfrid. If he didn't know, it still didn't matter. It's still ignorant. Ignorance can't be bliss on this one. Despite his punishment, Lord Wilfrid continued to live as a normal member of the archducal family. He was respected by all and treated no differently from Lady Charlotte. At the very least, it didn't seem like his own faction would make him feel externally unsafe. It didn't seem like he was being beaten by his father and then forced to drink rejuvenation potions until the bruises faded. We were both victims of ignorance, but I'm treated so much worse. Status sure is everything. Quit it, Rupert, came an unexpected voice. Your attitude is so pathetic that it pains me just to look at you. The incident with the Ivory Tower happened because Lord Wilfrid and his former retainers didn't know that what was forbidden. I had been staring down at my feet and waiting for the abuse to end, but I was so surprised that I looked up again. There was Lord Johnrick, Lord Matthias' older brother, waving away Lord Rupert with a look of disgust. Lord Rupert fell silent, though he continued to fix me with a hateful glare. The others around him looked just as sickened by me being there. Lord Johnrick is right, Lord Lorenz said. Roderick has also made it clear that he was only doing as his father instructed, or did you all forget? Lord Matthias nodded along in agreement. Life at the Royal Academy has improved for us ever since Lady Rosamund woke up and started discouraging for faction dispute in the dormitory. Rather than being forever stuck in the past, we need to think about our future. Last year and the year before, the Lies gangs had started throwing their weight around in the Airfest dormitory, resulting in some very harsh treatment for those of the former Veronica faction. This was my first year at the Royal Academy, so I didn't have any first-hand experience of those days, but I suspected that tensions in the winter playroom were to blame. Things might have improved, but they were even better when I first enrolled, Lord Rupert snapped. I could speak with the Lies gangs as equals instead of constantly needing to gauge their mood. If only Lady Veronica were here. If Lady Veronica were here, Rosamund wouldn't have been in there. Lord Rupert's reminiscing always made me wish I had been born a few years earlier. As he so often said, our lives would have been much easier if Lady Veronica had never been imprisoned. Don't rule out Lady Georgine, Lord Johnrick said. She's going to be visiting more often, and with Arensbach's support under his belt, it shouldn't be hard for Lord Wilfrid to make a comeback and become the next Ob. He even seems to be on good terms with Lady Detlinde. Oh, God. He turned to address the room. Together, Lady Georgine and Lord Wilfrid will strengthen our connection to Arensbach, a connection that Lady Gabriel and Lady Veronica worked so hard to create. His words carried a certain gravitas, maybe because he was a six-year and had seen the dormitory change so many times. Lord Rupert seemed convinced, too. Right, from what I've heard, Lord Wilfrid wants to socialize with Lady Georgine. We just need to be patient. Lady Veronica will surely be pardoned and freed from the Ivory Tower. Nope. Thank you. I doubt that, Lord Johnrick replied with a shrug. Thank you. Lady Veronica committed a crime so grave that not even the Ob, her son, could protect her any longer. I can't imagine what it would take to get her out. Well, he has it on that, yeah. He didn't seem at all convinced that Lady Veronica would return, whereas Lord Rupert still considered her our faction's greatest hope. But her hands are clean. Lord Ferdinand masterminded it all in an act of revenge. I mean, even if he did, I think he was justified in his revenge. He went to the temple and waited for everyone to lower their guards. That's what Father advised Airfest not to send him to the temple and to instead follow Lady Veronica's advice by... Rupert, you would be wise not to criticize the Ob, Lord Johnrick said. Rupert looked around the room and sighed. I share your opinion that what happened was part of a scheme, but I do not doubt that Lady Veronica committed the crime she was charged with. I am merely saying that Lord Wilfrid, when he becomes Ob, will overturn her punishment as a relic of the past. Now that is likely. Lord Wilfrid was raised by Lady Veronica, and he surely wouldn't leave his own grandmother to rot. That depends. If he realizes that she was responsible for everything bad that had happened to his uncle, who has done everything to help him, even despite the fact that he wanted him to be disinherited, he still helped him and still gave him ability to study and everything, so, I mean... yeah. He even went to Arensbach, even though he hated the idea. But Wilfrid doesn't understand this, because the guy's an idiot. Those of our faction agreed with Rupert, and in their desperation they immediately expounded on the power of blood relations and the gratitude of a person must feel toward whoever raised them. They were useless ideals, I thought, as I stroked my chest, still able to feel my father's gloves. I would cast aside blood ties and filial piety in a heartbeat. Not to mention, Lady Rosamund is clearly better suited to become the next Ob. There had been a major contrast between the first and second years of the Winter Playroom. Lady Rosamund had sat at a distance and carefully overseen things as opposed to Lord Wolfred and Lady Charlotte, who had simply started playing like all the other children. She was just in a league of her own. Do you really think so? Lord Matthias asked. Do you truly believe Lord Wolfred is capable of making a comeback? Matthias, Lord Jonric snapped, but his brother still continued in a calm and quiet voice. Lord Wolfred may be scoring excellent grades, but I cannot see him making a grand return when he has a criminal record. There are also the obvious comparisons to Lady Rosebud, considering that they both are the same age. Technically she's older, but whatever. Even to someone of another faction, her superiority is more than clear. The excitement started to wane once again. I agree with Lord Matthias entirely, and everyone in their third year or below who had experienced Lady Rosamund's Winter Playroom surely did too. Lord Jonric shook his head in bemusement. I'll accept that Lady Rosamund is extraordinary, but aren't you showing her a little too much favoritism? Aren't you showing Lord Wolfred favoritism here? You need more than just talent and skill to become an Ob. No matter how great she may be, no matter how much the Lice Gang support her, she is not a child of Lady Florencia, whom the Ob loves above all else. She is also a female. It's highly unlikely she will be selected as the next Ob. If she wanted it, I'm sure they'd let her have it. But she doesn't. But brother, Ob Ericfest cannot cut off our faction entirely, and considering the current balance of power, he cannot disregard Lord Wolfred either. That is why Lord Wolfred will stage a comeback. Father and I expect he will marry Lady Rosamund to silence the Lice Gangs. He was going to at first, but then he realized that he hated the idea. Because, I don't think he'd be able to stand marrying Rosamund. No offense to Rosamund, they're just two different people who aren't compatible. Not just in personalities, but in mana too. At least, capacity anyway. Lord Jarmric's prediction seemed very reasonable to me, but that was the Ob truly unable to sever ties with the former Veronica faction? I wanted to believe so, but with how the Lice Gang numbers were now taking the lead, I really have my doubts. Do you have proof that the Ob will not cut us off, Lord Jonric? First, there are many of our factions still among his retainers. Second, even the Lice Gangs have heavily restricted access to Lady Rosamund. Third, abandoning us entirely would cripple his administration, he replied, counting off the reasons on his fingers. He would only be creating needless ire by replacing the innocent. We'll see. I ended up nodding along. Everything that Lord Jarmric said made sense. Even when Lady Veronica held power, the Ob put Lice Gang nobles among Lady Florencia's retainers and ensured that each faction had equal representation in the Archducal family's service. In the past, this frustrated me, but now it makes me certain that the former Veronica faction will not be pushed aside. Well, unless something truly damning happens. Foreshadowing! Foreshadowing! So, as our meeting concluded, we all agreed there was no reason to be pessimistic about the future. As mere children bound to our parents' faction, we didn't need to come to any hard conclusions. We just wanted somewhere in this closed-off dormitory we could spend our time in peace. The next day, Lady Rosamund began visiting the library, which meant we first-years could start going too. This wasn't part of an official rule. Under normal circumstances, the library was freely accessible to anyone who was registered. But none of us had dared step foot in the building while Lady Rosamund was being denied access. Yeah, you don't want that. Lady Rosamund quickly developed a daily routine. She would borrow a book with a satisfied smile and return to the dormitory right before 6 bell. Then after dinner she would retire to her room, presumably to read. Yep. She had much less of a presence in the common room as a result, which made Lord Wolfred and his retainers far more dominant. They kept a close eye on any student in the former Veronica faction, fearing that we would attempt some horrible act again. In just a few days, the common room became an unbearable place for me to stay. I needed somewhere I could feel at ease from when Lady Rosamund went to the library until afternoon practical lessons. Where can I run and hide? I murmured while bathing. Men nobles generally lived in large shared rooms rather than their own personal ones. We also had to save our mana for classes, which meant we didn't have enough leeway to create our own hidden rooms. Thus, the only places I could escape the eyes of the other students were in bed and the bathroom. You wish for somewhere to hide? Asked Kashmir, my attendant. He gave me a pitying look, probably because of all the time we'd spent in peace here at the dormitory. How about the library? None would cause a fuss with Lady Rosamund around. Plus, it would give you an excellent chance to transcribe books, which is Crest-certified work. I cannot think of a better place to lay low. Probably a good idea. Lady Rosamund forbade faction politics, saying it could wait until we returned to Ehrenfest, and praised everyone equally no matter their status. It was true that nobody could cause a fuss in her presence. Or would cause a fuss. Because they'd probably get crushed if they did. On top of that, earning money would be an exceptionally smart move for me considering my father's lack of support. I would also be able to use their funds to hire servants, which I was sure Kashmir would appreciate. But Kashmir, her retainers would oppose my being there, wouldn't they? Those serving Lord Wolfrid treat me more harshly than Lord Wolfrid himself. Lady Rosamund personally requested those transcriptions. As long as you do not approach her and to antagonize her retainers, you should be fine. So at Kashmir's advice, I started going to the library. I set out as soon as I saw Lady Rosamund's group getting ready to leave, and soon arrived at the reading room. Before I could secure myself a carol, the library shoemill said, "My lady is here," and hopped away. As it turned out, they welcomed Lady Rosamund personally. As soon as Lady Rosamund entered the reading room, she went up to the second floor. She probably had a book in mind already. Meanwhile, I stood around absent-mindedly, waiting for the shoemill to return. "Oh, Lord Roderick, are you here to transcribe books too?" asked Felina Lay Noble. I noticed that she was on her way to a carol with writing utensils in hand. She never seemed awkward or distant when she spoke to me, maybe because we had been comrades in arms in our battles to pass our history and geography exams the first time around. "I was thinking of transcribing a book for Lady Rosamund," I replied. "Do you have any idea what she might want?" "Yes, I have a list right here. I'm about to start transcribing this book." She pointed at one of the titles on her list. Then she tapped a finger against a second and continued, "So perhaps you could transcribe this one?" From there, Feline called over the shoemills, then requested the 2 books she had pointed out and 2 carols. She took care of everything but seemed a little awkward while doing so, probably because she wasn't used to recommending titles to others. As I was watching Feline's preparations, I suddenly felt like I was being watched. I turned around and immediately spotted Lord Hartmut staring at us from a short distance away. The cold, scrutinizing look in his orange eyes made me freeze up all at once. "Oh, Hartmut, what are you doing?" "Lord Roderick, your carol is right." Feline trailed off. "Is something wrong?" "Lord Hartmut seems to be glaring at me. Should I be worried?" "Oh, Hartmut is simply watching to make sure I carried out his instructions without issue." A smile spread across her lips. I was truly anxious when I first became a retainer, but everyone in Lady Rosamund's service is so kind, which came as such a relief. I wanted to say that's great, but the words caught in my throat. Feline was getting to be Lady Rosamund's retainer, and she was in a position where she could address Lord Hartmut without a title. I couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why does a lay noble get to be so happy? I knew that it was unreasonable of me to lash out, but I couldn't help it. All of my envy kept bubbling up to the surface. The best I could do was grit my teeth and try to focus my mind. "Feline," came a voice so unexpected that it made me jump. Lord Hartmut had at some point approached us. "You said the line's right, but you still seemed a bit awkward about going through the process. Show any sign of weakness to students from other duchies, and they'll look down on you. You need more practice." I thanked Feline for the book and paper, then hurried into my carol and locked it behind me. I set down my ink and paper, then took a seat and started thumbing through the book that was chosen for me. It contained scenes with knights in combat, and the moment I saw them, a wave of emotion swept through me. I couldn't help but think of the story I'd given to Lady Rosamund. Feline and I both told stories that were made into books, but only she was chosen. How come she's much luckier than me? Sadly, faction politics, dude. She wasn't in the Veronica faction. You were. It'll be a while before you can actually be her retainer, but at least then you'll be happy. I gritted my teeth more fiercely and glared at the book, trying to hold back my tears. This was a carol in the library, not a hidden room. If only I were part of another faction. Had I been born to different parents, I might have been where Feline is now. I was so jealous because I wanted Lady Rosamund to accept me. I'd never been able to afford cards and playing cards, and seeing the other kids' parents buying them had always felt so unfair. But then 3 years ago, after our debuts at the end of winter, Lady Rosamund had so graciously offered to lend them to those of us who couldn't afford them. In return, we had only needed to give her a story. I'd ended up choosing a tale my mother had told me about a courageous knight, but the more I tried to repeat it, the more I confused myself. Failure wasn't an option, so I was trying my absolute best, but it felt like the details were all being scrubbed from my mind with purification magic. And the more I panicked, the more my mind went blank. Still, I saw my story through to the end. It was fragmented and nonsensical, but Lady Rosamund listened to this entire thing with a smile and wrote down my every word. At the time, I'd simply been glad to receive some playing cards, but everything changed just a year later. Lady Rosamund was attacked and ended up in a long slumber, and everyone suddenly started to see me as their enemy. It was around then that the Planted Company held another book sale, and among their stock was something I'd never expected, a glimmer of light in my otherwise pitch-dark world. A collection of the very same stories we told in the winter playroom. I couldn't even describe how much that had moved me. Some even read my story and smiled, saying it was really entertaining. Father had called me useless and an unnecessary part of the family, but now I actually felt needed, like I could still make it in the world. But that joyous moment soon faded. After all, the Lady Rosamund, the person who had given me a chance to begin with, wasn't there to share it with me. The next thing I knew, 2 years had passed since the Ivory Tower incident. Everyone called me the shame of my family. I was used to being bullied and no longer saw the point in living. Oh, poor guy. poor Roderick. He doesn't deserve this. But this winter, things just felt just a bit more manageable. Because of my father's abuse, the cold shoulder I was getting from Lord Wilfred, and the general consensus among my faction that I'd wounded us all for no good reason, I no longer had a place at home in the winter playroom. That was why I was so grateful to Lady Rosamund. She treated me so warmly as she would anyone else. My story from 2 years ago was praised, and she even gave me some money as compensation. I wonder if she'll do that again. Yes, she will. Nobody else could understand how much being able to live normally in the dormitory meant to me. Even my family considered me worthless. I'm gonna write a story. I'd stopped writing when my life took such a turn for the worse, but I was suddenly overcome with the feeling to start again. I didn't want to give Lady Rosamund a transcription that anyone could produce. I wanted to give her a story that only I could write. Not in exchange for playing cards, but as a show of appreciation. Anything would do. I just wanted to write something. So I picked up my pen and dipped it in the ink jar. 8 minutes. I'll try one more. Feline, coming home from the Royal Academy. A previously unpublished short story. Feline returns home after finishing her first year at the Royal Academy. After leaving the castle, she once again has to face the harsh realities of being a lay noble. Oh. Author's note, the sales bonus for Part 4, Volume 3 ended up being too long, so I took away the first half and turned it into the short story. Of course, this means there might be some overlap with the original, but this chapter focuses more on how retainers prepare for their returns home and the relationship Feline has with her attendant Asberga. Such introductions would normally be done by one's lord or lady, but as ours happens to be in such a state, I shall act in her place. Rhaearda shot a brief worried glance at the bedridden Lady Rosamund before moving to introduce us to the adult retainers who had stayed behind in the castle. Upon her return from the Royal Academy, Lord Bonifacius had thrown Lady Rosamund into the air and made her so dizzy that she was now having to rest. These two are Lady Rosamund's retainers from the castle, Rhaearda continued. I imagine many of you already recognize her attendant Audley, since she is the Hartman's mother. The other is Lady Rosamund's guard knight, Daniel. He is a lay noble, but he has served her since she was in the temple and is very trustworthy. Those lined up against the wall over there are newly assigned to be Milady's retainers at the Royal Academy. First is the apprentice attendant. I knew Daniel well. In the 2 years that Lady Rosamund had spent asleep, he had served as our go-between with Lord Ferdinand and overseen the books being lent out in the playroom. I'd also helped him with his work, and we'd spoken often enough that I considered us to be on good terms. Feline, congratulations on being chosen, he said. I knew how hard it is being a lay noble in this position, so you can always come to me if there's something on your mind that you feel you can't discuss with anyone else. Thank you, I replied. I certainly will when the time comes. Daniel knew that I had been gathering stories for Lady Rosamund's sake, and seeing his gentle smile and kind gray eyes made a pleasant warmth spread through my chest. At that moment I decided to work just as hard as he did. We were now fellow retainers after all. You're always welcome to come to me too, Audley added. Send word as soon as Hartman tries to make us any unreasonable request of you. She was wearing a kind smile too, and I noticed then that her eyes were just as orange as her son's. My worries about being treated harshly because of my status faded right away. Hartman is always a very considerate teacher, I said. It is because of him that I can proudly say I am Lady Rosamund's retainer at the Royal Academy. That is nice to hear, but I mean it. You should tell me when he goes too far. Yeah. Oh, God. It seemed that even a focused and accomplished student like Hartman had to deal with worried parents. The motherly concern on Audley's face and in her voice made me think of my own mother, who was no longer with us. If she were still alive, would she have worried about me in the same way? Probably. I was a little envious of Hartman, but more than that, being reminded of my mother again after so long filled me with tender wistfulness. Once we had all been introduced and given an overview of our duties in the castle, we apprentices were permitted to leave a bit earlier than usual. This was because we had just come back from the Royal Academy. Lady Rosamund's adult retainers will accompany her for dinner, Rhaearda said. Everyone else, you may return home and spend the rest of the day at your leisure. If you will excuse us, then. We passed through the retainer room and into the corridor. As retainers, we had to go through the retainer room whenever we entered or exited Lady Rosamund's chambers. We then made our way down the hallway connecting the northern and main buildings. It was strange to actually be somewhere that was exclusive to the Archduke's children and their retainers. Here's some advice for when it's time to come back to the castle tomorrow, Cornelius said, impacting to us some of the wisdom he had acquired over several years as a guard knight. Those who commute to the castle should arrive after second bell. We use the retainer entrance, which is on the first floor of the main building, on the north side if you come with me. We went through the retainer entrance and into the main building. Once inside, Cornelius called out for Norbert, the Archduke's head attendant, and the men in charge of the Archducal family's retainers. These are Lady Rosamund's new retainers, he said. They will be using the store starting tomorrow. Yes, I received word from Rhaearda, Norbert replied. We have finished our own preparations. He then looked at each of us in turn and said, if the Archducal family is to use the carriage, an attendant here will make the necessary arrangements. If any of you intend to use one, have your attendants put forth the request. Norbert was only involved with the comings and goings of the Archducal family. The castle attendants dealt with everything else. He listed off more instructions, then guided us to another room. Your attendants prepared carriages for the trip home and are waiting for you here, Norbert continued. And as he said, out came our attendants who had accompanied us to the castle. Us to a carriage emblazoned with the crest of our respective house. Naturally, we were going to make our way in order of status, which meant I would be last to leave. If you'll excuse me, let us meet tomorrow as the goddess of light arises. Indeed, Cornelius Brunhilde Hartmut Lenore as the goddess of light rises. The 4 archnobles and then the men nobles, Lisletta and Judith, climbed into their luggage-filled carriages. Lisletta was returning home alone today because her older sister Angelica was due to guard Lady Rosamund through dinner. Here you are, Lady Feline, said my attendant Asperga once the others were all gone. We climbed into the carriage together. Asperga was the older cousin of my late mother. She had ended up with some time on her hands after her own child came of age last year, so she had to accompany me to the Royal Academy. Nobody had been happier for me when I first learned that I was becoming Lady Rosamund's retainer. Once we were seated, Asperger signaled the driver, and our luggage-packed carriage slowly began moving forward. I am so relieved to have finished the year without making any major mistakes or getting seriously scolded, Asperger said. Adapting to my sudden assignment as a retainer had been hard on the both of us, especially in terms of money, but rooming with Judith instead of renting on my own helped a bit. And Riarda had paid for me some of my salary in advance for when I had spoken with her about my situation. I'd also managed to build up some savings by gathering intelligence and stories alongside Hartmut, so I was safe for now. You should be proud, Lady Feline, Asperger assured me. It is a remarkable achievement for a lay noble to be selected to serve as an archducal retainer. I am proud of you as well. It was such a relief to see that Lady Rosamund is kind to those who serve her, and that your co-workers are also welcoming, rather than being the type to ostracize those below them in status. I intend to accompany you to the Royal Academy next year as well, so do put in a good word for my family. Asperger had only reluctantly accepted when I asked her to serve as my attendant earlier this winter, but now she was promising to stick with me next year as well. She was likely acting with her own interest in heart, but this benefited me anyway. My family had been getting increasingly distant ever since Mother's death, but if they came back in force, Conrad and I would have some protection at home, where we had been facing more and more exclusion. Lady Jonsara has been treating us so maliciously since her own child was born, I said. It feels like she turned into someone else entirely, and with how much control Father gives her, I can't help but worry about Conrad. I wouldn't have been so concerned if my father would properly stop Lady Jonsara, but he always gave her full control over matters of the house, intended to ignore our opinions. After giving birth, a mother tends to prioritize her child above all else, Asperger explained. Lady Jonsara may be more at ease when her son's position becomes more stable, but as the wife of a widower, she is naturally faced with many hardships. She acts out of a desperate impulse to protect her child, as it cannot be helped. Lady Jonsara's new personality is anything but abrupt and unfair, but Asperger said there was nothing that could be done about it. Apparently, I would understand when I had a child of my own, though. I didn't want to understand something that could make a person turn so cruel. Still, Asperger continued, I predicted that this would happen and warned Lord Koschik again and again not to have a child with her. I wonder what drove him to impregnate a secondary wife nonetheless. He could have at least waited until Conrad enrolled at the Royal Academy so I would not need to worry like this. My mother had passed away only a season or so after Conrad was born. According to what others told me, Father had thus been faced with 2 options. Hire a long-term live-in maid to nurse him and take another wife. He chose the latter. It was the most economical choice as I understood it. At the time, Lady Jonsara also happened to be struggling with the death of a family member, Asperger said. Given the trying circumstances, nobody would have criticized her father for taking her as a wife and using her aunt Enerva's services as an attendant. That is, assuming he had intended to use this help to support his own children, she sighed. Instead, he impregnated his secondary wife and abandoned both you and Conrad. His actions have been exceedingly foolish, and in truth, Lady Jonsara is shockingly ungrateful. Hearing her complain actually made me feel a little relieved. It was nice to know that someone else was angry with Father and Lady Jonsara. I said all that to Father, but he gave me a harsh scolding and said that I wasn't being considerate enough of Lady Jonsara's child-rearing. However, I simply refused his criticisms. Oh my, Mother put Conrad in my care before she passed away, but my dear brother's situation really isn't good for him. Lady Jonsara was always so busy with her baby that she would neglect to feed us. She shrieked in outrage over the smallest trouble, and she was always quick to raise her hand to us in the name of discipline. Just thinking about her soured my mood. If she was going to forget our basic needs, then the least she could do was not complain when I instructed the servants to prepare food on her behalf. If she was going to be all prideful about that duty belonging to the woman of the house, then she should actually carry it out. I agree. I should like to have Lady Jonsara move to a side building, I announced. What do you think of that, Asperger? Normally, second wives were given side buildings in which to live, so as to avoid any disputes with the first wife and her children. Feuds and discord were nigh inevitable otherwise. Unfortunately, Lady Jumpstart was not a normal second wife. She had been brought into our family to raise Conrad and me, so she had always lived in the main estate. That fact remained even now that she had given birth to her own child. I didn't intend to push for a divorce or force Lady Jumpstart to leave. I was well aware that she and her baby wouldn't fare well on their own. But if she was going to abandon Conrad entirely, I wanted her and Inera to move into a side building. Now that I am Lady Rosamund's retainer, my salary is higher than that of a normal apprentice. Conrad is also old enough not to require much extra care with meals and the like, so as long as I'm careful with my savings, I should be able to hire servants for him. That is, if you can keep your savings from this lady. Which, we know that didn't happen. I was bringing this up now in hopes that Iceberga would give me her support when I broached the idea to Father, but after some thought she shook her head. I understand how you feel all too well, but I do not believe that is possible right now. We still do not know how much it will cost to prepare all you will need to live as a retainer of the Archducal family. Do you believe Lord Koshik will choose to spend on both preparing a side building and supporting your own lifestyle? If he had such funds at his disposal, he would have hired a maid to begin with instead of remarrying. Her calm and accurate analysis made me hang my head. I'd assumed that because I now had an income and was soon to learn a pneumatic compression method, I would be able to protect Conrad without hurting my family's finances. But as it turned out, no matter how hard I worked, I simply didn't have enough power yet. It is nothing to feel down about, Iceberga said consolingly. Lord Koshik married into your family. He is not the head of your house, meaning the estate will instead be passed down to you and Conrad. Not to mention, as you have been chosen as Lady Rosamund's retainer, they will not be able to treat you poorly. You will be of age by the time Conrad enters the Royal Academy, at which point you can use your status as someone serving the Archducal family to give him the backing he'll require. You need only be patient. Yeah, she wasn't able to last that long. I nodded, assuming that Father and Lady Jumpstart respected our positions more now than I was Lady Rosamund's retainer. The abuse we were so used to would surely come to an end. No. I was correct to offer my loyalty to Lady Rosamund, whether it was by telling me to write down Mother's stories so I wouldn't forget them, or choosing me as her retainer. Lady Rosamund was always saving me. I was resolved to serve her as faithfully and as diligently as I could, and at that thought our carriage rolls into my estate. Welcome back, Lady Feline, said Ainara once we were inside. She and a male servant were the only ones here to greet us. Oh my, Iceberga remarked, her brow furrowed. I sent word of our coming well in advance, so where is Lady Jumpstart? Ainara turned around to look down the hall, then quietly replied, my sincerest apologies, but she is answering the call of Wagenmilch. That was what she said whenever Lady Jumpstart was too preoccupied with her baby to do anything else. Incidentally, according to Lady Rosamund's picture book Bibles, Wagenmilch was a goddess who raised and protected children before their baptism. I see, Iceberga said. I wished to greet her, but there was no helping that. Have the servant bring in the luggage. I will ride the carriage back later. Oh, and I wish to see Conrad again. It's been far too long. Call for him. Ainara looked troubled by this request, but he has not yet been baptized. That is not a problem. I am related to him through his late mother. I wish to see his face. Realizing that Iceberga wasn't going to budge, Ainara looked to me for help, but I certainly wasn't going to interfere. It would greatly benefit Conrad and me to have Iceberga in our corner, and getting her to meet my brother now would assist him considerably in the future. If you are busy, Ainara, then I will call him myself. Oh no, allow me. My apologies, Lady Feline, but could you serve Lady Iceberga some tea? I can, I replied. I took Iceberga to the guest parlor and did my very best to politely serve her a drink. She sipped from her cup and then grimaced a little. Evidently the tea wasn't very nice. My apologies that I must serve our drinks, I said. Ainara is our estate's only attendant. That certainly seems inconvenient, she replied, wiping her mouth. To my knowledge, attendants trained in the temple can be purchased rather cheaply. They cannot use magic tools, but they should be well suited to a lady noble estate. Lady Rosamund might accommodate the idea if you ask her. Indeed, maybe it would be wise to consult her when I properly start earning my salary. If possible, I wanted new attendants to care for Conrad and me at the very least. I have brought Lord Conrad, Ainara finally announced, slowly leading him into the room by the hand. Welcome back home, sister, he said. I'm glad you're back. He looked thinner than I remembered, but would close my mouth before I could say anything. I couldn't bring myself to interrupt him while he was doing his best to repeat the greeting Ainara had apparently taught him. Plus, it would be rude to interrogate Ainara in front of Iceberga. That greeting was excellent, Conrad, Iceberga said, but you seem quite a bit skinnier than before. Have you not been eating enough? She hadn't so much as hesitated to voice what was on both our minds. Ainara gave another troubled smile. Lord Conrad has always been a light eater. His appetite seems to have shrunk even more in your absence, Lady Feline, so we decrease his portions accordingly. I am sure he will start eating more now that you can have meals together again. Conrad bobbed his head and added, I want to eat with you, sister. I was so glad to hear that he'd been looking forward to my return. I want to eat with you too, I replied. Let us start having breakfast and dinner together. But what about lunch, he asked, confused. Won't we always be together now? Oh. An indescribable feeling of guilt arose within me. Sorry, Conrad, but from tomorrow onward, I'll be working in the castle like father. I need to go there until 6 bell each day. Remember how I went to the clay room last year? No, don't go again. That isn't an option. This is an important job for me, I said, surprised to see him on the verge of tears. When Asperger was here with us, it pained me to see him like this, but I couldn't have lied to him and said that we could be together all day every day. Lord Conrad, you mustn't trouble Lady Feline, and Ainera admonished, squeezing his shoulder. You promised to be a good boy, didn't you? And we have a visitor. Conrad looked up with a start, then hung his head. Sorry for being so jealous. Oh, I do not mind, Asperger replied with a kind smile. You just love your sister, that's all. It was then that the servant from earlier returned. It appeared that all of our luggage had been brought inside, which meant it was time to bid Asperger farewell. I thank you ever so much, I said to her. It is because of you that I was able to lead such a comfortable life in the Royal Academy. I hereby conclude your service contract. The greatest reward I could have received was being able to witness your growth with my own eyes. I shall await your call next year as well. Now, if you'll excuse me. Ainera, Conrad, and I watched as Asperger returned to the carriage. It started rolling along once again, and the moment it turned a corner... Ainera's attendant-like smile gave way to a very fierce glare. You are very late returning home, Lady Feline. 6 bell rang long ago. To think you would have wasted even more money on a servant than was necessary. I don't want to hear any such complaints from you, I shot back. The order in which we returned home is dictated by status. More importantly, Conrad, let us eat You were so late returning that Lord Conrad has already eaten. Now I must go bathe him. Use this time to eat on your own. And once she started tugging Conrad away by the arm, if she was bathing him, then she had been probably looking after him all this time. I thank you ever so much, Ainera. I trust you will bathe Conrad properly. Before then, however, I would ask that you help me get changed. The Royal Academy's black uniforms were designed to be put on with the help of one's attendants. In other words, I couldn't take mine off alone. Ainera frowned at my request. Lord Conrad, off to your room. My brother gave me an imploring look. He had no doubt been lonely while I was gone, but he had to go. I didn't want him hanging around while I was getting changed. I hugged him close and said good night. Conrad, may you have Schlaftrum's blessing and a pleasant rest. We will eat breakfast together in the morning. Yes, sister. After giving me an overjoyed smile, Conrad headed off to his room. I was relieved by his obedience as I went to my own room with Ainera. The servant had piled my luggage wherever was convenient, so my room seemed smaller than usual. As I gazed at some of the wooden boxes out of the corner of my eye, I opened my closet, inside of which were commoner clothes one would put on and remove without assistance. They were everyday outfits I would never wear at the Royal Academy. Lady Jonsara seems to be busy at the moment, I remarked. Has dinner been prepared? Indeed, I must check up on her and cannot serve you your meal, but your food is ready. I see. Tomorrow I need to go to the castle at 2nd bell. I would ask you to help me change again after breakfast. Ainera helped me out of my Royal Academy clothes, her lips pursed in displeasure all the while. As soon as she was done, she practically stormed out of my room. I'm just glad she's actually helping Conrad bathe. I put on my commoner clothes by myself, served my own dinner in the dining hall, and then ate on my own. The food was so plain that the atmosphere was so lonely. I remembered the delicious meals and the lively conversations I'd shared with Lady Rosamund and her retainers at the Royal Academy, and immediately I wanted to return there. After my dinner, I went back to my room. I could hear the crying of a baby coming from somewhere else in the building. Much like Lady Jonsara herself, Ainera had been dedicating almost all of her time to the child since he was born. She only ever did things for Lady Jonsara and my father, so I doubted she would help me put away my things or prepare my bed for me. How long is it going to be before I can sleep? I looked around my room, which had seemingly been neglected the entire time I was away, and sighed. I would need to clean up, change my sheets, and prepare for work tomorrow before I could get any rest. Girls from other families were probably welcomed back by their mothers when they returned home from the Royal Academy, even if their mothers had passed away. I assumed they at least had an attendant preparing their room for them. It really made me wonder how many other nobles changed into commoner clothes immediately upon returning home and weren't able to sleep until they sorted out their own living space. It was so pathetic that I wanted to cry, but I knew painfully well that getting emotional wouldn't achieve anything. So after taking a few deep breaths to calm down, I rolled up my sleeves and went to fetch some cleaning equipment. Okay, I'm going to have to end this off here. Next one will be the last one for this volume, guys. I'll see you on the next one. Okay. Yoo-hoo! Booyah! I got the thing working! And no, I didn't get the thing working as in the old one. I got the new one. And that works. So it had to have been either something was wrong with the actual microphone or the cord. I don't know. Okay, let's try and finish this. I think this is going to be the last video for this one. Anyway, Feline, my knight in shining armor. The sales bonus for Part 4, Volume 3. Feline is ready to learn mana compression, but an unexpected turn of events complicates her plans. This short story covers so much of the day that Rosemine wasn't able to witness. I really don't want to have to read about this, because this involves abuse. Because poor Feline. Because you all know what happened. Author's note. Lay nobles often lead tough lives, but Feline's house ranks low even among them. Daniel may be far from a lay noble house too, but his family is richer, in part because of the Offmer Company's support. Yeah. The very instant first bell chimed, I opened my eyes and sprang out of bed. I was very excited, and for good reason. Today, Lady Rosemond was going to be teaching me her mana compression method. Immediately, I started to get dressed. In the Royal Academy, I would usually have my attendant help me, but the only attendant in this estate was Inera, and the aunt of my father's secondary wife. She would care for father and Lady Jonsara, but the only time she deigned to assist me was when I needed to wear outside clothes. Otherwise, I needed to manage on my own. Because I couldn't rely on an attendant here at home, I always wore commoner clothes that I could put on alone. I also did my best to help Conrad change, though I naturally couldn't be of much help while I was attending the Royal Academy. Inera had at least looked after him in my absence, and it seemed that even now she was dressing him each morning. Thank the Lord for that, at least. But, no, what she needs to do is at least make sure he gets enough food. Because the whole clothing thing be damned. You can't really survive without food, you know? You can survive without clothes, but you can't survive without food. I really appreciated the extra time that afforded me. Morning was an important time for retainers going to the castle. I gave my room a light clean, double-checked the clothes and other things I intended to bring with me, then speedily moved to the dining hall. I needed to finish preparing breakfast while Conrad was still getting changed. First, I made sure to light a fire in the hearth. I was going to heat up the leftover soup that the chefs had made yesterday. Then, while that was warming through, I grabbed some bread from the pantry, cut off some thin slices, and toasted them with cheese. Nobody who saw me now would think I was a noble. In my estate, to reduce the amount we spent on servants, we only asked the chefs to work from 2nd to 6th bell. We also prepared our own meals instead of gutting the attendants to serve us. It wouldn't have surprised me to learn that rich commoners lived more like nobles than we did. I certainly wouldn't want anyone to see me like this. After putting the toasted bread on a plate and the warm soup in a bowl, I got some milk from our ice room and poured 2 cups. These past few days, this was normally when Conrad would arrive in the dining hall, but he still wasn't here. It was strange. I was working in the castle every day now, so he never missed a chance to eat breakfast or dinner with me. Could it be that Inera received a summons from Lady Jonsara? Probably. If so, she was probably ignoring Conrad. I went to leave the dining hall to check on him myself, but then Inera arrived. Inera, I said, where is Conrad? I went to wake him up for my usual routine, but he is not feeling well. I was told to let him stay in bed a while longer. A thin, mocking smile spread across her lips. If you truly were Lady Rosamond's retainer, we would not want your infamously sick lady to become ill as well. I don't like her. I really don't. I don't like any of them, except for Feline and Conrad. I even like her attendant, the one who went with her to the Royal Academy. I liked her better, because she doesn't seem to know about this abuse thing. And I assume she wouldn't have put it, they didn't show it because they know how she would react to it. Inera and Lady Jonsara still refused to believe that I was serving Lady Rosamond. It was frustrating, but I did not care. Trying to convince them felt like a waste of my time. Besides, once Father returned from gathering intelligence in the castle, they would no longer be able to doubt me. Yeah. I see, I replied. In that case, once I finish breakfast, I ask that you help me prepare to leave for the castle. Inera heaved a drawn-out sigh, acting like, oh, it's such a big deal! Lady, you bitch. Staying in the castle's playroom until the feast celebrating spring is important, I understand that, but you seem just as averse to spending time here as Lord Kaushik. And with that critical remark, she exited the dining hall. I don't blame her father for not wanting to be here. I don't blame him. She frustrated me, but I needed to endure it for now. I couldn't put on my castle clothes without her. I ate breakfast alone, maybe because it was so quiet and lonely without Conrad, or maybe because it was such a plain and simple meal. I couldn't help but think back to the lively atmosphere and the delicious food served at the Royal Academy. Though I am still so much more blessed than Conrad, at least I get to spend my lunches with the other retainers. After finishing my food, I put my dishes away and went to see my brother. Despite what Inera had said, I still wanted to check up on him. If only Lady Jonsara had never become so neglectful, then I wouldn't need to do this. Lady Jonsara had married into our house as a replacement wife not long after my mother died. And the funny thing is, remember, her father married into her mother's family, which means that Feline is rightfully the head of the successor of the house. Which means if she wanted to, she could go back to that house and kick them both out, kick all three of them out, essentially. She could. About a season after Conrad was born, Father had needed someone to raise us, so he was forced to pick between hiring a live-in maid and taking another wife. At the time, our distant relation, Lady Jonsara, had also lost a family member and was struggling as a result. Father decided that it was more economical to take her as a replacement wife, and she brought her aunt Inera as an attendant. And at first, everything went well. Lady Jonsara was kind to us, and Inera respected us as our father's children. However, after Lady Jonsara got pregnant, she started treating us more maliciously, of course. It was like, I'm assuming her entire personality did not change. I'm assuming she was always like this, but she was just waiting to let it out. It was like her entire personality changed. This wouldn't have been too much of an issue if Father had intervened, but he ignored our complaints and refused to take the situation seriously. He was also leaving all matters of the house to his new wife, which only made her more arrogant. At this point, she would outright ignore Conrad whenever he got sick, saying only, "It had better not spread to my darling baby." Father was warned. Asberga told him so many times that women prioritize their own children after giving birth. Asberga was family on my mother's side, and she accompanied me to the Royal Academy as an attendant. She had told me that Lady Jonsara would start being more compassionate when her baby's position in society became more secure. But I wasn't sure that would ever happen. To begin with, Lady Jonsara barely had any family. She had gotten married to her in her early 20s, which was late for a noble, and came into our family with nothing but the clothes on her back. She didn't even have a magic tool for her child, so it was unlikely he would get to live as a noble. And considering that Conrad and I were children of our family's first wife, we would probably never escape her ire. The whole magic tool thing, we're about to find out about that. Asberga had said that I would understand Lady Jonsara's feelings after having children of my own, but I didn't want to understand anything that could make someone so cruel. Still, Father is the root cause of all our problems. He ignored our repeated warnings not to have another baby before Conrad enrolled at the Royal Academy, and despite my pleas, still hasn't sent Lady Jonsara to the side building. Second wives were normally made to live in side buildings to avoid conflict with the first wife and her children. Feuds and discord were nigh inevitable otherwise. However, Lady Jonsara was not a normal second wife. She had married into our family to raise Conrad and me, so she had always lived in the main building. That remained the case even now that she had given birth, but was it worth keeping her here when it created such animosity? I didn't intend to push for a divorce, nor was I going to make Lady Jonsara leave when she and her baby would struggle on their own. But if she was going to abandon her duty of raising Conrad, I wanted her and Anera to move into the side building. Father doesn't want to use it for monetary reasons, but the current situation really isn't good for Conrad. I sighed, recalling how Mother had asked me again and again to take care of my brother when she was gone. It wasn't long before I reached his room, and when I went inside, I saw that he was still in bed. I heard you were unwell. How are you? Conrad said nothing. He just looked at me, blanched and clearly in pain. His skin had started to... his man is starting to build up. That's not good. Because remember what Ferdinand said to mine? That essentially if she went on a rampage and her mana went out of control, her skin would bubble and she'd go boom. Which would only mean one thing. His body was full of mana. Young children only needed to empty their bracelet once every couple of months, but he must have forgotten. I rolled up his right sleeve to check. You were taught to pour the mana from your bracelet into the magic tool beside your bed, remember? Conrad, where's your bracelet? And where did you put your magic tool? There was no bracelet on his right wrist, and the tool that normally sat on his bedside was missing. Again, Conrad didn't respond. He just stared at me, stiff with fear, as if he had been ordered not to reveal the truth under any circumstances. You don't need to answer, I said. It could only be Lady Jonsara. She stole from you so she could support her baby. Yep. Conrad nodded again and again, tears in his eyes. He suddenly seemed a lot less tense. He was probably relieved that I figured things out on my own. Well, she's not stupid. It's kind of hard to not figure that out. She not only took his magic tool, but also threatened him to keep quiet. Unforgivable. I'm going to reclaim what was stolen from him. My brother's magic tool was made shortly after our mother died, using her face stone and most of her remaining wealth. It was the crystallization of her love, an heirloom meant to stay with him, even as her face faded from his memory. A secondary wife stealing it for her own baby was deplorable. It was the absolute worst thing a human being could do. Furious, I marched straight to Lady Jonsara's bedroom and threw open the door. She met my intrusion with a scowl and barked, "How rude! Get out of here at once! This made the baby in her arms start to wail, which only displeased her even more. Normally, I would have been too intimidated to resist any further, but when I saw my brother's bracelet on the baby's arm, I realized that I couldn't just leave. I scanned the room, ignoring the crying and shouting, and spotted the magic tool and the face stone inside sitting atop the fireplace. As soon as I saw them, I rushed over and stole them back. You are the rude one, Lady Jumpstart. This is my mother's magic tool. It is for Conrad, not your baby. If you want your child to live as a noble, then you should have prepared for what you needed when you first married into our house. I will not allow you to steal my brother's belongings. Know your place. Lady Jumpstar's expression morphed into a picture of rage. That belongs to my child now, she screamed as she rang her summoning bell. I wouldn't stand a chance when Inara arrived. I returned Lady Jumpstar's fierce glare. With one of my own, but then her eyes wandered. She had noticed something. Sister. It was Conrad. He must have followed me. I moved to stand protectively in front of him, still glaring at Lady Jumpstart, but this time her lips curved into a malicious grin. She no longer seemed to be under pressure. It is too late for you to simply reclaim the magic tool, she said. Given how little mana your brother has, he will not be able to refill it before it comes time for him to enroll at the Royal Academy. Still, it's not your place to decide this. It is his magic tool. It was having his mana registered to it. It was not yours to take. Lady Jumpstart hadn't just stolen the magic tool. She had also used up all the mana that Conrad had poured into it since he was born. A chill ran down my spine. Through that simple, cruel act, she might have made it impossible for my brother to live as a noble. Give it up. No, I will not budge. Conrad's future and your stealing mother's magic tool are completely separate issues. I gave the magic tool to Conrad. Lady Jumpstart must have realized that I would come for the bracelet next because she produced her staff to stop me, and the moment she did, there came a quiet shriek from behind me. My brother had instinctively dropped to the floor and was shaking like a leaf, making the abuse he'd endured all too clear. What did you do to my brother? I screamed, as overcome with white-hot anger that I had produced my own stab. It was then that Inara hurried into the bedroom. Excellent news, my lady. Lady Feline was hiding a small fortune. Arrgh! She held up my savings, the money I put aside for the mana compression course, and my head suddenly began to spin. Is your whole family made of thieves? I cried. That's my money. You can't have it. I had worked so hard to save it for Lady Rosemine's mana compression method. Were they seriously callous enough to steal the magic tool that Conrad needed to live as a noble and the money I needed to live as a retainer? Despite the brief moment I was distracted, Lady Jumpstart restrained me with the light from her staff. I collapsed in a heap while she glared down at her nose at me. I am the matron of this house, and it will be my child who inherits the magic tool. You are one who must know her place. You are not the head of the house here! You married into the family just like her father did. You guys are not the successors of this house. She is. Again, she stole the magic tool from Conrad, who was still cowering in place. Then she opened my bag of money and started counting the coins inside with a gluttonous smile. Only when she was done did she return her attention to me. Inara, remove these two from my sight. The storage room will do. Perhaps watching her brother writhe in pain, his skin bubbling and blistering as his mana puts him at death's door, will make Feline a little more obedient. I glared up at Lady Jumpstart, letting the full extent of my hatred shine through. You will not be able to keep me there for long. I am a retainer, so Riarda and Ottilie will be suspicious of my absence. They will go to Father in the castle and ask for me. Naturally, he would not risk misinforming the archnoble, so he would return home to see how I am doing. I was bluffing. They would definitely be suspicious, but it was unlikely they would assume I needed rescuing. And while I genuinely believed that Father would check up on me upon hearing of my absence, he would no doubt just send an ordinance to Lady Jumpstart and accept whatever she told him. The fact that I could remain so defiant when my back was against the wall went to show how much Hartman's training had benefited me. He had warned me time and time again that showing fear or weakness when dealing with nobles of other duchies in the Royal Academy would make them look down on me, not on just me, but on Lady Rosamine as well. He had said it was precisely because I was a lay noble retainer that I needed to know when to defer to status and when to stand my ground. Inara looked worried, so my deception had probably worked a little, but Lady Jumpstart just grimaced in displeasure. There's no point in acting tough, Inara. She in the storage room. As instructed, Inara picked me up and threw me into the storage room closest to Lady Jumpstar's bedroom. I struck the ground with some force and rolled a short distance. Conrad then kicked inside as well, whereupon he landed on top of me. Sister, are you okay? I wasn't. Lady Jumpstart was an adult, meaning she had more mana and was stronger than me. I couldn't break my bonds, but even so, I'm fine, I said. We just need to wait until Father returns. Everything went dark as the door was shut behind us. Then there was a merciless clack as the lock was fastened. Oh, great. Inara hurried away soon after, presumably to report something to Lady Jumpstart. Are you okay? I asked my brother. He paused and replied, I am, as long as I'm with you, sister. I wanted to ask about his mana, but it didn't seem wise to disrupt his calm. Stirring his emotions would also stir the mana within him. I closed my mouth to avoid saying anything unnecessary. After some time, second bell rang. This was when I would normally leave for the castle. I could just about hear Inera reporting that I was sick. Unadvised, authorized absences often reflected poorly on one's parents, and Lady Jonsara wouldn't want to damage father's reputation. I strained my ears in an attempt to catch more of their conversation. Riarda and Audley must be her friends from the playroom, given how she addressed them without titles, Inera said. Perhaps they work together as fellow apprentice scholars. Yeah, y'all are stupid. Y'all should know Riarda by now. She freaking works for the Archduke. Dude, y'all are gonna get it. It matters not. Send word. Understood. Ordonnance. Inera started making some presentable excuse about me not feeling well. Before she could finish, I took a deep breath and screamed, "Give me back my money!" at the top of my voice. After a moment later, the storage room door was unlocked and thrown open. Standing before us was Lady Jonsara, snarling like a fey-beast. She smacked me across the face with all her might. Then before I could even process the pain, there came another loud crack and Conrad cried out. "Once again you disturbed my baby," Lady Jonsara shrieked. "How many times must I teach you this lesson?" I'm sorry, Conrad. I'm sorry, I won't do it again." "Leave him alone," I shouted. "Does father know you're doing this?" "Yeah, she has a right to give you orders. She's the lady of the house, not you." Lady Jonsara turned to me and roared, "Do not give me orders." She struck me again and again until she was satisfied, then exited the storage room and relocked the door, leaving us in darkness. "Conrad," I said in a low voice, "does Lady Jonsara always hurt you like this?" There was a brief delay before Conrad started to explain what he had endured while I was at the Royal Academy. His retelling of events was stilted, as explosive of a child, but the situation was clear. Lady Jonsara and Inera had barely taken care of him, and they had struck him whenever they were in a bad mood. "They never gave me breakfast," he continued. "That's why I was so glad when you came home, sister." I took in a sharp breath. I'd expressed my worries about Conrad seeming thinner when I first returned from the Royal Academy, but Inera had simply blamed his loss of appetite. That had been a complete lie. And they said I couldn't show you the bruises. He pulled up his shirt. Even in the darkness, I could see the purple welts all over his stomach. Inera had insisted on changing him so that I wouldn't see them. "I'm so sorry. I've been home for days, but I didn't even notice. They never hit me when you were here, so..." Conrad groaned. It was hard to know for sure, but I could guess that his mana was running wild again. Unless we took action, he would end up at death's door, just as Lady Jonsara had said. Why am I so powerless? Were I an adult, I might have been able to steal back the tool from Lady Jonsara. I might have been able to break these binds, but my age didn't matter. I should have been able to avoid her attack in the first place. I could have fetched one of our houses out of the magic tools and gotten Conrad to channel his rampaging mana into that. Or maybe, if I'd at least changed into my castle clothes, I could have used the ordnance on my belt to call for help. Why didn't you... Never mind. Why? Actually, no. Why didn't you grab... When you saw that Conrad was so bad off in the bed, why didn't you go grab that stuff and use it? There was the mana-sucking blackface stone, too. Sister, please say something, Conrad said, his breathing now ragged, thinking about something else might help. Maybe hearing the stories that Mother had always told us when we were hurt or suffering would make him feel a little better. I started telling him the tale of a night which Lady Rosemont had put in her book. I swear upon the goddess of light, if you call for aid, I shall answer. Say the word, and I shall be there. In your time of need, will you call not for... Unhaltung, the goddess of advice, but for me. Sister, will a knight save us too? Indeed, I said, surely. Surely one will come. It was a white lie meant to put my brother at ease. If such a convenience really existed, we would not have ended up in this position to begin with. I hope they come soon, Conrad said, leaning against me as he began to fall asleep. Bound as I was, I could neither pat his head nor rub his back. It was third bell. The mana compression lesson was due to begin, but there was no way for me to participate, not when I was bound and my savings had been stolen. My heart slowly shattered at the thought of all my hard work over the winter had amounted to nothing. The brave front I was putting up fell apart and tears streamed down my cheeks unbidden. As how much time had passed since we were locked in the storage room, I started to wonder, but then I was pulled from my thoughts by footsteps and the sound of Lady Jonsara's voice. Feline's room is through here, she says, if guiding someone. I could only assume we had an unexpected visitor. Carmela said, move aside a little. I wriggled along the floor like a worm, rolled onto my back, then kicked the door as hard as I could. I thumped it twice, then 3 times, and the footsteps started to get louder. Someone was coming closer, likely suspicious. That came from the storage room, Lady Jonsara said. Something must have fallen. She was trying to smooth things over, but I wasn't going to let her win. I desperately kicked the door again and shouted, I'm in here! Stop, what do you think you're doing? Lady Jonsara screamed. Then a thin cut appeared in the door, allowing light to pour into the storage room. A moment later, the door fell outward, revealing Daniel with a sword in hand. Felina's bedridden with a fever, is she? Daniel asked, his voice harsher and colder than I ever would have expected from someone who was usually so warm. I could hear Lady Jonsara swallow a shriek. Well, there's Feline, Hartman said casually. Laysletta and Judith were standing behind him, both grimacing. He peered around the storage room and then added, looks like the money isn't here, though. It doesn't look like the money is here, though. Come on, Judith, that's our next focus. Judith looked between Daniel and me. I think I should stay here. Daniel is a man, after all. Nah, Hartman replied at once, shaking his head. Feline was likely bound for so long that she can't move on her own. You think you could carry her, Judith? He then gave Lady Junsara a dark, intimidating smile. If this becomes an introductory concern, the lives of whoever used the money could be at risk. Hartman's phrasing was enough for me to guess what was going on. They had said that my savings were given to me by mistake as an excuse to come visit me. Yeah, I love that. Lady Junsara paled, then took Hartman and Judith straight to her bedroom. As they went, I heard Hartman sarcastically remark that my room, where the money was supposed to be, was in another direction. I'll cut Feline's bonds, Daniel said as he entered the storage room. Laysletta, take care of the little brother. Conrad was surprised to see so many new faces appear all of a sudden. His mana was still rampaging and making it hard for him to breathe. Laysletta, I said, if you have a black face stone with you, could you use it on my brother? His mana is overflowing. I do have one, she replied with a reassuring smile. I must ask you to worry about yourself, though. She pressed the black face stone against Conrad's forehead. Immediately his breathing became less ragged. Thank goodness. Having his mana sucked out must have been doing wonders for him. Feline, stay still for a moment, Daniel said. I'll remove these for you. He turned his staff from a large sword into a dagger before slicing away my restraints. Excuse me. His cuts were quick and precise, leaving me not a scratch on me, and the bands made from Lady Junsara's mana soon turned into light dust. The rumors of him having enough mana to rival men nobles, despite only being a lay noble, were no exaggeration after all. I thank you ever so much, Daniel. I noticed his eyes had wandered to my attire and my expression froze. I was still wearing my commoner clothes. They had buttons on the front so that I could put them on, and they looked nothing like the apparel of a proper noblewoman. It was enough of a blunder for someone to deem me unworthy of serving as an archducal retainer. I tried raising my hands to hide the buttons, but my arms were too numb to move, perhaps because I'd been restrained for such a long time. I felt so pathetic I wanted to cry. Laysletta, could you help the little brother up, Daniel asked, directing her attention to Conrad. It looks like Feline can't move on her own after all. Then, without another word, he took off his cape and wrapped it around me, hiding my commoner clothes from the others. Nice. Again, I wanted to cry, but this time from happiness. Daniel, those are... He raised an eyebrow at me and pressed a finger to my lips as if to say that no explanation was necessary. His gray eyes were kind, and it was clear that he wasn't looking down on me for not being more like a noble. The temperature of the room suddenly seemed to rise, and a crackling noise like thawing ice reverberated through my head. It was as if the goddess of water and thunder had brought spring to my heart. Oh no! This is what she fell for him! Oh boy! The goddess of Sprout smiled and waved her hand, causing slight feelings of love to blossom within me. Conrad, was it? Laysletta asked, snapping me back to reality. Can you stand? I turned. My little brother could only nod when spoken to, but even then he must have understood that these two were here to help us. He timidly accepted her outstretched hand and stood up slowly. Looks like he can move on his own, Daniel said. Feline parted me for a moment. He swept me off my feet as though I were light as a feather, his strong arms not wavering in the slightest. Perhaps because his face was now so close to mine, my heart pounded so hard in my chest that I worried it was audible. Oh my god, she loves this. She loves this so much. I hope those two do get together. That'd be cute. And it'd be good for Daniel, because he needs somebody. The poor guy's been going through life without a wife. Poor guy. This was too stimulating for me, especially when I had just been made aware of my feelings. The world around me was beginning to spin. After kicking down the door in his path... Did you have to kick it down? You could have had Feline open it. Or not Feline, Laysletta open it, sorry. Daniel stepped into the hallway. Lady Rosamine doesn't forgive the mistreatment of children, he said in a very knightly manner as he climbed down the stairs, all the while keeping an eye out on those behind us. Ask her for help. We can't do much else for you unless you do. My heart continued to throb. Feline, Daniel said, your father. I gazed ahead and saw spotted father coming out of the parlor. He saw me being carried down the stairs, then immediately looked past us, searching for someone else. He cared more about his new wife than his own daughter. And that reminder caused me to despair. Conrad and I had been freed from the storage room, but our torment would continue unless I retrieved his magic tool from Lady Junsara and found us somewhere else to live. But how can I manage all that? My unease and sorrow must have shown on my face. Daniel smiled to calm me down, then gave my father a harsh glare and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Because of Lady Rosamine, Conrad was able to relocate to the orphanage. Meanwhile, I began living in the castle, which meant I could no longer spend all my time there in the northern building. It also meant I overheard many malicious whispers as I moved around. So that lady noble is Lady Rosemine's retainer, huh? Just what did she accomplish to deserve that? A lady noble with a home in the noble's quarter, living in the castle? My shoulders trembled, and I sped up to escape the voices. Then, out of seeming nowhere, an Aaron vest cape caught my eye at some point. Daniel had started walking beside me. All you can do is keep your head up, he said. Fewer people will gossip once you start getting more mana from Lady Rosemine's mana compression method. It was because Daniel shared his experience and encouraged me that I could smile and relax here in the castle. He was always there for me, offering me a hand when I was hurting, and each time he did, I became more convinced that he was my knight in shining armor. Oh, come on, Daniel, give it to her. Come on. Ask her to marry you. You two would be great together. I said I didn't expect my dreams to come true. I was well aware that Daniel and Lady Bridget were in love. Plus, he was an adult. He wouldn't give me a mere child such as me a second glance. Oh boy, that relationship don't last. Still, I wish to treasure these feelings, and I won't be a child forever. Can you stay with me for a little bit longer, I asked. Sure. Also, if things ever get really bad, be sure to speak with Lady Rosamund. I might not be of much use, but she's able to help you for sure. I gave a half smile at his not quite right answer. It had recently come to my attention that his blindness to my love was perfectly in character. Still, each day in the castle brought with it a new discovery. I was busy, but I was also having fun. Okay. Charlotte, a new step forward. A previously unpublished short story that takes place near the start of Part 4, Volume 4. After being so abruptly denied a future as the Ob, Charlotte has a tea party with her mother Florencia. I think I've already seen this one. Or it might be partially in the prologue of one of the other books. Author's note. I turned what I couldn't squeeze into Part 4, Volume 4's sale bonus into its own very own short story. This one focuses on Charlotte's feelings and socializing between a parent and child in the Archducal family. It was as I expected. The feast celebrating spring had ended with a clamor after Wilfred and Rosemine's engagement was announced. And perhaps because the fiancé in question had immediately returned to the temple, the voices had only become more feverish from there. Wilfred was busy dealing with all the meeting requests, but things were quiet for me now that I was no longer in the running for becoming the next Ob. In the midst of the commotion, Mother invited me to a tea party. Her room in the main building was very close to the children's room where I lived before my baptism, so returning to the hall actually made me a little nostalgic. I hoped that Melkor was doing well. His attendants had all informed me that he had become a lot needier ever since I moved out. He was probably lonely, too. This year's winter playroom had kept me so busy that I hadn't visited him very often. Vanessa, I said to my head attendant, would it be possible for me to visit Melkor after my tea party with Mother? Your request is too sudden for you to see him today. I will submit an inquiry for a later date. Even visiting the chambers where I grew up required me to get permission first. Being a member of the Archducal family really was tedious, especially when I compared my own upbringing to those of my retainers. After passing by the children's room, I ended up outside Mother's room. Welcome, Charlotte, she said as I went inside. It has been a long time since we have spoken alone. Let us go to my hidden room. For her to have made a suggestion like that, we were probably about to discuss something that would disturb my emotions. Already feeling tense, I thanked her for the invitation and went into her hidden room. How long had it been since I was last here? Probably a while. I took a seat while the attendants prepared tea, then several sweets I'd never eaten before were placed in front of me. The chefs had been working hard on new recipes in the run-up to the Archduke Conference. Sylvester bought these new recipes from Rosemine, Mother explained. He plans to introduce them during the Archduke Conference. One after another, my sister comes up with so many unique ideas. Under normal circumstances, a noble who introduced a new recipe was actually taking credit for the work of their personal chefs. This wasn't the case for Rosemine, though. As I understood it, my sister would teach her chefs what she wanted them to make. Mother, how has Melkor been as of late? I asked. I grew quite wistful when passing by his room, and I would appreciate the chance to visit him. He would be delighted to see you or Wilfred. All he seems to speak about these days is wanting his baptism ceremony to come sooner. At the moment, he and his attendants were planning what furniture to put in his room. Oh my, that sounds quite premature, does it not? Melkor's ceremony won't be till next year. Early or not, they were likely already choosing their craftspeople. I thought back to my own pre-baptism preparations. You have been so busy running the winter playroom that you haven't been able to visit him as much, correct? I understand that he has been very lonely ever since you left for the northern building. I eagerly await the day he joins me. On that pleasant note, the tea preparations ended and Mother cleared the room of attendants. Only the two of us remained. Mother smiled at me. Charlotte, have Wilfred and Rosemine told you much about the Royal Academy? Yes, though Rosemine speaks only of the library, it contains magic tools that take the form of shoe mills, and we are going to be making clothes for them, correct? My retainers are looking forward to participating. How many books it had, how much the librarian Solange was a respectable person, how amazing Schwartz and Weiss were, no matter how much Rosemine's attendants tried to keep her on track. She always ended up raving about the library in one way or another. Her attendants had seemingly accepted defeat midway through and were now letting her speak at her leisure. Her golden eyes sparkled with excitement, and only during that gushing did she actually seem her age. It made her so much more adorable than usual. And what does Wilfred say, I wonder? He complains about Rosemine dragging him into incidents, brags about having been selected as an honor student, and expounds his thoughts on Gwenon. Regarding that last point, he seems especially overjoyed to have beaten Lord Orwin of Drwonkel. He spoke of their game on several occasions. And what did your apprentice retainers who went to the Royal Academy think about that? Mother asked searchingly. She wanted to know the unspoken truth behind the reports she was receiving. If any of the retainers were lying to her and father, it would become hard to identify what was true. Wilfred tends to exaggerate somewhat, I said, but he did seem to need to oversee Rosemine's march, to have all the first years pass the first time around, attend several tea parties full of girls, and manage treasure-stealing dinner rematches. There can be no mistaking that he has been fighting hard. I see, Mother replied, sighing in relief. She had apparently worried about how my brother would fare in the Royal Academy, and the reports she had received probably weren't too far from the truth. However, I continued, Rosemine seems to exert a lot more influence. She beat Dunkelfelger at dinner, spread several new trends, established personal connections to the royal family and top-ranking duchies, and paid many students of other duchies for Crest-certified work. She was absent for most of the term, but that only encouraged a storm of rumors which gave her an even greater presence if she had stayed. In his reports to Sylvester, Wilfred mentioned only that Rosemine has been dragging him all over the place, Mother said. We knew nothing else about what he has been doing. She sipped her tea, then looked at me carefully. I set my cup down and met her gaze, though I was feeling especially tense. It was clear from the look on her indigo eyes that she was about to broach the main focus of our meeting. I wish to apologize to you about Wilfred and Rosemine's engagement. Mother, not only have the duchy's circumstances buffeted you with demands, but we've also stolen your chance to become the next Ob. I regret these outcomes, and I truly am sorry. Much like Wilfred under grandmother, I was raised to become the next Ob, to compete with my brother for the ruling seat of our duchy. My archducal education had stopped and started again and again depending on Ehrenfest's circumstances, whether they were grandmother's arrest, the Ivory Tower incident, or Rosemine's long slumber. But now, this engagement had put a definite end to my battle for the archducal seat. All of my training had been for nothing. Hearing my mother's apologizing roused the frustrations that had smoldered in my chest ever since the announcement. Finally, they began to rampage beyond my control. Charlotte, Mother said. She rose from her seat and stood next to me, then tenderly rested a hand on my shoulder. I guess she saw that you were kind of getting upset. I guess maybe your eyes were changing colors. Who knows? At once, warm droplets rolled down my cheeks and dripped under my hands, which were balled into tight fists. I could understand correcting the poor education he received from grandmother in time for his debut, I said, but then there was the Ivory Tower incident. If this engagement has returned him to becoming the next Ob, even after that, it's just too much. It feels like a road to the archducal seat has been paved just for him. He must have the love of the gods. I had worked hard my entire life. Back when Wilfred was playing to his heart's content and being doted on by grandmother, I was studying to become the Ob. When he was throwing away his reputation in the Ivory Tower, I was honing my skills. And when my sister was rendered unconscious, I slaved away to fill the hole she left behind. Yet my efforts had never been rewarded. Not since grandmother was arrested and mother vouched for Wilfred to become the next archduke. It just isn't fair, I finally said, letting my displeasure bubble up out of me. It wasn't beautiful or graceful, but mother did not scold me. Instead, she simply stroked my head and my back, apologizing. I wiped my tears away and took a moment to steady my breathing. Then I took my mother's hand, smiled at her, and said, I am okay now. The unfairness of it all does still frustrate me. But I would not have let it show if you had not given me the chance. Yes, I am sure, Mother replied. Your retainers were very worried. They knew you would not express these feelings to them, so they asked me to lend you an ear as soon as I could. Mother surely had a lot going on right now. The nobility was clamoring about the announced engagement, and the Archduke conference was right around the corner. Still, at the urging of my retainers, she had invited me to a tea party nonetheless, even though she and my retainers are struggling as well. I was no longer a candidate to become the next Ob, but my retainers were being so hard-working and considerate as well. Or as always, I needed to prove that I was deserving of their service. I understand that this engagement is what's best for Ehrenfest, I said, but the thing is, if it were Rosemine becoming the next Ob, I would have at least understood. She's better than me across the board. My baptism had made us sisters, but Rosemine had made so much mana and so many amazing talents that everyone thought her adoption was a foregone conclusion. I was under no illusion that I could even begin to compete with her. To me, my sister was the girl to whom I owed my life, and she deserved the utmost respect. Because, yeah, she does. You do owe her your life, because if it hadn't been for her, who knows what would have happened to you. I continued, of course I understand that her gender, health, and lineage would complicate her becoming the next Ob Ehrenfest, and with your influence, Mother, there can be no other pairing. Melkor was too young to be Rosemine's partner, and I was a girl. I shan't protest as my sister seems to accept the engagement, but it bothers me that this marriage is the only reason Wilfred gets to rule. Charlotte, I feel especially sorry for Melkor, whose future has been closed up before he could even be baptized. Neither one of us would ever become the next Ob now. It was truly frustrating how often noble customs and expectations made one's hard work amount to nothing. Mother shook her head, watching me closely. He was never given a chance to begin with, so I doubt he would feel the loss so keenly. I am more worried about you. Yeah, because Melkor, I don't think he would have been studying to become the next Archduke. You were. So of course you're going to feel this loss more. She was likely speaking from experience. The next Ob Frembotech had been decided when she was barely a child, so she had scarcely been conscious of the situation growing up. I am okay with this as long as Melkor does not suffer from it, I said, then exhaled slowly. I may be expressing my dissatisfaction with this outcome, but I accept it all the same. This rare chance to be vulnerable and tell my mother my true feelings had been a great weight off my mind. Knowing that Melkor would not suffer the same frustrations and sense of powerlessness that I was currently dealing with put my heart at ease. It is as you say, Charlotte, of my children, Wilfred is the only one capable of marrying Rosamine as she spreads trends and advances in industries. Please support him as a sister. Sister, we do share the same parents, but... For the first time, I realized how different my mother and I saw Wilfred. In my eyes, Melkor was my only true brother. My mother seemed to view the three of us as a trio. Well, technically she is. He is her child, because she, 1, gave birth to him, 2, claimed him as his mother when his baptism came up. So, yeah. They are siblings, even though you probably don't see it that way because he was always with your grandmother. She still considers Wilfred her child, even though she never raised him. It was grandmother who brought him up, after she stole him, that is. It was exceptionally bizarre. I had not lived with Wilfred prior to my baptism, so I felt as close to him as I did to my adopted sister. In other words, he did not seem quite like a blood relative. It did not help that my experiences with grandmother had only ever been unpleasant. Not that I was raised to beat Wilfred and become the next Ob. Even now, I saw him as just less as someone to work alongside and more as a rival whom I could not afford to lose to. Now that I can admit it, Mother considers all three of us equal, so it would only hurt her feelings. And at the moment, my relationship with Wilfred was positive overall. Grandmother was no longer around to show favoritism, and we now had an adoptive sister helping to close the gap between us. There was no need to go out of my way to mention that I did not view him as a true brother. Indeed, I said, Wilfred is still quite unreliable in some areas, so I will do my best to support him. Mother must have noticed that I was calm again because she went back to her seat and refreshed our tea using the implements the attendants had provided us. I took a sip of my drink and was immediately hit with a wave of nostalgia. This was my mother's preferred flavor, one that I had drunk almost non-stop from an early age. But it's not quite to my taste anymore. Slowly but surely, I was developing my own preferences. It seemed that my taste to tea was evolving as I grew, and experienced the sweets that Rosamine came up with. I was raised to believe that the next seat of Ob should go to whomever is most worthy, I said. Thus, even now, I think the position should go to Rosamine. She had an exceptionally clear vision of what kind of duchy she wanted to lead. My heart had always been set on mundane developments, whereas her ideas were so much more impressive. She has created whole new industries, so if we want Ehrenfest to grow, Wilfred should at least support her in his capacity as Ob. Mother's indigo eyes blinked in surprise. Lord Ferdinand said the same thing. Uncle did? Indeed, he said that rather than Rosamine learning to provide support, Wilfred must learn to take her reins. Rosamine had apparently been furious about this, not wanting to be viewed as some kind of wild horse. I giggled despite myself. She would speak so harshly to Uncle of all people. Fearless, isn't she? They always seem to be picking fights with one another, but I am told that is how they always act when they are together. It makes me anxious just watching them. I could guess that Mother was always silently debating whether it was okay for them to be so open with each other. Charlotte, she said, her smile suddenly replaced with a more serious expression that made me sit up straight. Someday soon, all of Jurgen Schmidt will realize that Rosemine is introducing not just new sweets and recipes, but also new industries such as printing and papermaking. We cannot even begin to imagine how much influence she will wield when that happens. Many more duchies will seek to form connections with Ehrenfest than before. I nodded. Rosemine was already receiving an impressive number of marriage proposals once her engagement to Wilfried was announced and it became clear that she would not be leaving Ehrenfest. I was sure to be targeted next. Those who saw connecting with our duchy as a top priority would even want me as a first wife so that I could attend the Archduke Conference. In preparation for when you marry into another duchy, use this time to strengthen your bonds with Wilfried and Rosemine as much as possible, Mother said. The strength of your connection to Ehrenfest will determine how well you can protect yourself in the future. The strength of my connection, I repeated. Mother's intentions were clear to me. I was now being raised not as the next but as the future first wife of another duchy. How you are treated in your new duchy will depend on the support and assistance you receive from Ehrenfest. For a woman due to marry elsewhere, what matters most are your foresight and your relationship with the next Your partner's love will not be enough. Is that really how Mother feels, even though Father loves her so much that he outright refuses to take a second wife? Again, Mother was speaking from experience. Her treatment had no doubt changed significantly after her family and friend tag was wrapped up in the purge. I recalled Grandmother's cold eyes and sighed. In that case, I shall deepen my bond with Rosemine. Oh? Not with Wilfried? Mother asked, her eyes wide. Most nobles would prioritize siblings with whom they shared a mother, and considering that Mother and Father were close with their siblings in Fremdeltag, I doubted they would understand my choice. Rosemine is far more reliable, I said. She rushed into the night sky to save my life even when we barely knew one another, did she not? Rosemine was belittled in the shadows for having been raised in the temple, but I appreciated her deep compassion, a rare trait among nobles. And the way she could make decisions in the heat of the moment. If my life were ever endangered again, I could trust her to come to my rescue. There are many reasons I wish to be of use to Rosemine, I said. Among them, I wish to repay the debt I owe her. Were I a man, I would do everything in my power to drag Wilfried down and then marry Rosemine myself. Yeah! Oh, God, that would actually be cool. That would actually be cute. That would actually be cute because, yeah, they do care about each other a lot. I could say with all certainty that I would support her much better than he ever could. Oh my, Charlotte. Mother let out a gleeful chuckle. Elvira would jump at the chance to write about two siblings fighting to marry Rosemine. Don't tell her that! Don't tell Elvira that! She will put it in a book! But she'll gender bend everything! I did not want to be father for Elvira's books, but I was speaking only the truth. I really do want to repay her, even if only bit by bit. My hope is to at least cover for her weaker points. Then study well. I assume you're aware of what the other nobles are saying about you participating in the printing industry before attending the Royal Academy. It was Rosemine who pushed for your involvement, you know. The nobility called me an upstart for trying to involve myself in industries before enrolling at the Royal Academy. Some had even said that letting me participate was foolish since I would one day marry into another duchy and would potentially leak very sensitive information. Their voices had deeply frustrated me, but it seemed that Rosemine had saved me once again. I did not know that, I said. Sylvester informed me just the other day. You bemoan not having the favor of the gods, but they did bless you with Rosemine. Somehow, hearing that filled me with strength. I gazed up at my mother and gave a firm nod of agreement, at which point she smiled, stood up, and opened the door. Outside her room, I could see my retainers all wearing a very concerned expressions. They must have been very worried about me. As I reunited with them, I realized that I had taken a new step forward, not toward becoming the next of Ehrenfest, but toward being the first wife of the duchy. I wonder who she'll end up with. That's who I wonder. Charlotte, my task. The sales bonus for Part 4, Volume 4, set around the time Charlotte was first assigned to participate in the printing industry as a member of the Archducal family. In the story, she receives a request from Rosemine, who is busy in the temple. Author's note. The announcement of Wilfried and Rosemine's engagement had a pretty sizable impact on Ehrenfest's factions and the atmosphere in the castle. Rosemine doesn't really notice since she's usually away in the temple, and assumes the nobles' squabbling is business as usual, but Charlotte feels the change a lot more keenly. After lunch, I began studying in my chambers. On my desk today were documents that Elvira had told me to look over before going to Haldensdale. This is quite the stack, I said. Marvin, one of my scholars, who was in his 40s and male, which was rare among my retainers. Previously, he had served my mother, but he had been reassigned to teach me my other scholars so that I could participate in the printing industry. It is definitely more work than one should expect a child not yet old enough for the Royal Academy to manage. Is it, I asked? 2 years ago, Uncle gave me much more than this and told me to memorize it before spring prayer. I thought back to that mountain of boards and remembered the struggle of working through them. Back then, I narrowly achieved the bare minimum of what was expected from me and was told to memorize the rest by next time. Now, in contrast, I was only having to look over these documents from Elvira, not memorize them. I was barely in trouble at all. I heard as much from Lady Florencia, Marvin replied. I see that Lord Ferdinand is merciless to all, even children. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that my sister's brilliance is due to his teachings. In the brief period between her breaking up and going to the Royal Academy, he crammed so much wisdom into her head that she came first in class. Rosamund had proven that she could consistently meet Uncle's absurd demands, and it made me respect her from the bottom of my heart. Uncle was wise and talented, but he was also harsh and scary, and rarely spoke a word of praise to anyone. Yeah, it's hard to get a word of praise from this guy. You'd be lucky to get a good, or even a very good, is the best he'd give you. He was the last person I wanted as a teacher. I see, Marvin replied. That said, these documents made it clear that Lady Rosamund is less invested in her own position and more interested in developing Ehrenfest and supporting Lord Sylvester's children. He set down some budget and income documents and pointed at a section in particular. I leaned forward to look, as did my apprentice scholar, Marion. The industry has produced these enormous profits in the mere few years since its conception, he continued. Considering her position as an adopted daughter and the like, working alongside the Obbs blood children in such a manner would normally be unthinkable. Most would expect her to use this opportunity to monopolize the industry and its profits, strengthening her position and giving form to her faction. According to Marvin, my sister carried a burden that my brother and I did not. As an adopted daughter, she was forever having to demonstrate her worth to the nobility. That dissimilarity between our positions had never even occurred to me. Marion looked contemplative all of a sudden. So you say, but Lady Rosamund's engagement has made her position unshakable. Did she not have Lord Wolfred and Lady Charlotte participate in the industry precisely because she no longer needs to monopolize it? Marvin crossed his arms and gave a sardonic smirk. He hardly seemed to agree, which made me a little worried. Rosamund approves of the engagement, I said. Do you believe there is to be something wrong with it? Well, who is to say whether she truly does approve? An adopted daughter cannot refuse the request made by her adopted father. At the very least, the rumors flitting about makes it clear that neither of their factions support the engagement. In that sense, can you truly describe her position as secure? Wolfrey was backed by the former Veronica faction, who criticized Rosamund for her poor lineage and for having been raised in the temple. Conversely, Rosamund had the support of the Liesgang faction, who said that Wolfrey was a disgraced archduke candidate not fit to be the next Ob. Yeah, that's true. That is all true, I admitted, but nobles inwardly find fault with anyone, do they not? Yep. Father was receiving criticisms from both sides for his decision to detain grandmother. The Liesgang faction complained that he had done it too late, while the former Veronica faction complained that he had done it at all. Mother was accused of monopolizing father's love and not letting him take a second wife. That's not her choice. That's his choice. He's the one who refuses to do so. It's not her fault. If she had I'm sure she's told him to take a second wife before. But no, he doesn't want to. As for me, I was being held responsible for Rosamund's long slumber and getting called an upstart for trying to be involved with the printing industry despite not yet attending the Royal Academy. Being in the archducal family meant that no matter what we did, we were sure to displease someone. Yeah, you can't please everybody. You're not going to be able to please everybody. Trying to respect every opinion was impossible. That's what I'm saying. Blood children do not have to worry about being ousted from the archducal family over mere rumors, Marvin explained, but the same cannot be said for an adopted child. That is precisely why I would advise Lady Rosamund to monopolize the industry to strengthen her position. Were I serving her, that is. Still, the fact we are in this situation at all when she has Lebrecht's son among her retainers baffles me. Now, with the precariousness of my sister's position thrown in my face, I stared at the documents piled up in front of me. Under normal circumstances, Rosamund would be monopolizing the industry for herself and using the profits to stabilize her position, but instead she was sharing it all with us, because that's how she is. She saved my life, shared with me her profits, and is pushing for me to participate in this new industry, I muttered. Rosamund only ever treats me well. Few welcomed my association with printing. It was often considered too risky to let someone who will one day marry into another duchy to be so deeply involved with the leading industry. Yeah, because you know, the whole leaking information thing. However, it was precisely because I was going to marry elsewhere that I needed to participate. I could not afford to wait either. It was very possible that 1 year from now, after my first year at the Royal Academy, there would no longer be any room for me. Or perhaps there would be a considerable shift in what tasks I could give my retainers. All in all, it was because Rosamund had said to father that all of his children should be equally involved in the duchy's new industry that my pride and dignity as a member of the archducal family remained intact. Oh, when might I finally be able to repay this debt? I mused aloud. The best way to repay her would be to learn well, Lady Charlotte, Marvin said. Become able to compensate for her falls. Does she even have any? I asked, tilting my head. Yes, she does. Vanessa, my head attendant, laughed. You certainly are biased when it comes to your sister, milady. Do you recall that she was raised in the temple and spent 2 years in a coma on top of that? The Ob and the others often say that her socializing skills are lacking. Oh, yes. She's not good when it comes to noble stuff. Noble socializing. Oh, that reminds me. She definitely failed to understand the meaning of her own words when she promised to be my ally. Perhaps the time she had shielded me from the veiled malice of other nobles had skewed my opinion. I remember thinking back then that her socializing was perfect. But in careful retrospect, it seemed that she had been relying on stopgap phrases taught to her by Uncle. She was familiar only with often used euphemisms, which made me wonder how often she actually understood what people were saying. Furthermore, Vanessa continued with a smile, Audley was bemoaning how Lady Rosamond always prioritizes work over her bridal duty of learning to sew. She was hoping that you might spend some time practicing embroidery with her, milady. Lady Rosamond is always so much more motivated when she is with you, so it would assist her greatly. About that, actually. From what I've heard, apparently Rosamond is exceptional at embroidery. She just downplays it because she doesn't want to do it. Because it cuts into her reading time, essentially. So if she had to choose between embroidery and reading, she would choose reading every time. Even if she's really good at embroidery. I think she would only do embroidery if she absolutely thought it was necessary. Or if somebody's life was going to be at stake, she would do it. I was by no means fond of embroidery myself, so Audley must have been thinking that this was an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Even so, there was a lot more pressure on me to get better than there was on Rosamond. I was going to be married into another duchy, whereas she was already engaged. I am likewise more motivated with my sister, I said. Then I will schedule more embroidery time with Lady Rosamond is in the castle, Vanessa said, excited. Out of nowhere, a white bird that I recognized as an ordonnance pushed through the window. It flew around the room, then landed on Vanessa's arm and said in a familiar voice, This is Rosamond. Please convey the following to Charlotte. Oh my, this must be the first time she has contacted me from the temple. Has something happened to her by chance? I watched the ordonnance carefully, straining my ears so as to not miss a single word until eventually... And so, the bird concluded, I wish for you to investigate the time the noble's quarter was renovated and why the lower city was left out. By speaking with merchants, Rosamond had apparently learned about the lower cities about the duchies. She now wanted me to find out more about our own lower city. Marianne gave me a curious look and murmured, Lady Avara is in charge, and she has her own scholars in the castle, so why has Lady Rosamond decided to ask you, Lady Charlotte? Vanessa picked up the yellow face stone that has once been the ordonnance and smiled. City renovations must be done by the archducal family. Have you not yet learned this at the Royal Academy? She no doubt wishes for Lady Charlotte's help because an archnoble won't have access to the information she seeks. Shall we send a reply of assent, milady? Of course, Vanessa was only asking for the sake of appearances. She understood well enough that I would never refuse a request from Rosamond. She sent the ordonnance back before I could even respond, while Marvin began clearing the documents off my desk. Lady Charlotte, let us hurry to the bookroom. If the relevant documents are not there, then we will need to have the Archduke search the archive that only the Ob can access. Oh my, but fixing the lower city is an urgent matter. Rosamond even said it must be done by summer. Should we not inform Father first? Marvin shook his head. Father was busy enough preparing for the Archduke conference. If we were going to ask him to take on even more work, we would need to make sure we had explored all of our options first. This included collecting everything of relevance from the castle's bookroom and collaborating it with Elvira, the industry's ultimate superior. Lady Rosamond has entrusted this to Elvira first and foremost because she knows this is a very hectic time for the Ob, Marvin concluded. We must not undermine her efforts. Understood, I replied. Let us begin with the bookroom. Marianne, contact the scholars in Rosamond's chambers. I wish to know how they are coordinating. As you will. It's a request from Rosamond herself. I must make fulfilling it my highest priority. I gathered my scholars and rushed to the library. This was my chance to repay her. Almost immediately upon our arrival at the castle's bookroom, we were joined by Rosamond's apprentice scholars, Hartman and Feline. They and the other scholars promptly split up and started researching Entwickeln. Elvira and the lay scholars working in the printing industry arrived as well. Lady Charlotte, Elvira said, we appreciate the magnanimity of your summons. No, under normal circumstances, this investigation should have remained entirely within the Archducal family. It cannot be easy being in charge of this operation, Elvira, but I must ask for your assistance nonetheless. After compiling various records, we concluded that large-scale Ento accounts were carried out all across the country after a new invention from Dronkel's went public. Airfest had planned to modernize its lower city as well, but this was postponed indefinitely when great-grandmother married into the duchy and it became necessary to renovate Groschel. We are unlikely to find much else here, Elvira said, as one would expect more specific documents such as schematics from when the Ento was performed will be in the Archduke's archive. We will send our findings along later, but it would be best to tell the Ob what we have learned as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it will not be easy to arrange a meeting with him this close to the Archduke conference. Seeing her struggle, I decided to speak up. Elvira, perhaps I could ask Father? I can report to him over dinner, which avoids all the hassle of arranging a meeting. This is presumably why Rosamund chose me to help her in the first place. Please do, Lady Charlotte. That will be exceptionally helpful. I could not compare to the scholars when it came to gathering documents or summarizing their contents. For that reason, most of my day had been spent in the corner of the room, trying to keep out of the way while I went over Elvira's printing industry documents to pass the time. It really hadn't felt like I was contributing, so this was a welcome development. Ah, 6th bell. Could we compile our research tomorrow by chance? Let us gather again at 3rd bell. Come 6th bell, the scholars hurried off. They were going to have to make numerous copies of the documents for their superiors, which was anything but a quick process. It seemed we would need to spend a few more days visiting the bookroom. So I investigated the castle's bookroom with Elvira and the others, concluding my dinner time summary of the day. Our findings will be sent to your scholars at a later date, so please investigate your archive once they arrive. Father was visibly surprised to learn that renovations for our lower city had been on hold for decades. He rested a hand on his chin and frowned, deep in thought, then began counting something on his fingers. If we start now, we should still have enough time for the end to account. Thanks, Charlotte, you really saved us here. Good job finding all this out. Thank you, but your gratitude should go to Rosamund. She gathered information that could not have been found in the noble's quarter and then gave us directions. I also added that Elvira had assisted us in the printing industry's highest authority, at which point Father promised to praise their efforts as well. I returned to my meal, pleased to have kept my promise, but when I glanced up again, I realized that Wilfred was glaring at me with his cheeks puffed out. How come Rosamund always goes to you for help, not me, he complained. I could have done this a lot faster if she asked me as well. Well, I don't know. I don't know why she didn't ask you. Oh, my, I replied, I understand how you feel, brother, but are you not rather busy with your studies? At the end of winter, with the announcement of my sibling's engagement, it had abruptly been decided that Wilfred would become the next Ob. This meant I was no longer in the running for the position, so I wasn't having to study as much as before. But Wilfred was having to study dramatically more. On top of that, we were both still participating in spring prayer and the printing industry. Rosamund had no doubt been hesitant to load our brother with even more work. I returned to my chambers after dinner and immediately went to bathe. To my surprise, when I was done, I came out to see my retainers all waiting around a table wearing troubled frowns. Under normal circumstances, my scholars would have taken their leave by now. Lady Charlotte, they said, Lord Oswald just visited. Lord Oswald was our brother's head attendant, but why had he come immediately after dinner when I was guaranteed to be in the bath and unavailable? It must have been very urgent. After bracing myself, I asked for details. Marvin spoke first. Lord Wilfrid needs more achievements to his name, else the Elias gangs are going to tear him apart. That is why Lord Oswald came. He wants you to start taking his lore to the bookroom from tomorrow onward. What? Is that all? I was stacking myself up to get dressed again, depending on the severity of the circumstances, but their unexpected request simply made me hang my head. Could this not have waited until breakfast tomorrow? I returned my attention to Marvin, wishing only to say, whatever, it makes no difference to me. Before I could utter a single word, however, Marvin's eyebrows shot up in anger. That phrasing was much too generous. Marvin, do you not always tell me to be precise in my report? Forgive me, Lady Charlotte, but that explanation was not the least bit accurate. As it turned out, Oswald had actually said, this Antwickhelm job is not suited for Lady Charlotte, who will one day marry into another duchy. It should be Lord Wilfrid, our next Archduke, leading the investigation instead. That really changed things. I was no longer being asked to let my brother accompany me. I was being told to surrender my task to him entirely. It was clear to me now why my retainers were such deep frowns. Marianne continued. Lord Wilfrid was recognized as an honor student in his first year, and it seems he has now finished preparing for his second. His retainers consider it more important for him to focus on gathering achievements than to continue studying. As you are his sister by blood, they wish for you to help him, Marvin added. Instinctively, I put a hand on my cheek. It was true that Wilfrid needed more achievements under his belt, but why hadn't Oswald come to say this after dinner and while I was in the bath? If my brother wishes to share the credit, could he not have made this request over dinner? We could have settled it then and there. I feel sorry for Oswald that he had needed to carry out such an unusual order. It was bizarre to the point of being incomprehensible. Lord Oswald seemed displeased that you did not extend the offer yourself when Lord Wilfrid complained at dinner, Marianne replied. In his words, as someone who would one day be living in another duchy, Lady Charlotte must learn to be more observant of those around her. I must admit his remark irritated me. It made sense that Marianne was fuming. She had only become a retainer a year and a half ago, meaning she had not experienced what things were like when grandmother was active. In the past, incidents like this had been commonplace. Irritating or not, Lord Oswald speaks truth, I said. Honing my observational skills will help me to avoid making enemies in another duchy. Vanessa nodded. Furthermore, milady, for the sake of your future, you will need to make hard choices which cannot be taken back and take responsibility for whatever occurs thereafter. How will you act this time? Her words weighed heavily on me. Was it better to accept my brother's request or reject it? Avara was the authority on these matters, so the fact that he hadn't gone to her indicated that he wanted me to decide this on my own. Avara is of the Lasking faction, after all. Though I recognized that Wilfred was my brother and he needed accomplishments as the next the thought of him stealing work that was entrusted to me felt wrong. At the same time, however, I recall what Mother had said. In preparation for when you marry into another duchy, use this time to strengthen your bonds with Wilfred and Rosamund as much as possible. That doesn't mean get them your achievements! It means to become close with them! My retainers were all waiting on my response, so after another moment of thought, we only finished searching for the documents today, and have not yet compiled our findings. Wilfred can accompany me to the bookroom at third bell, assuming that works with his studying schedule. I would not surrender the task that Rosamund entrusted me with, but I would at least allow Wilfred him to participate. That was my decision. Understood, Lady Charlotte. Well done, Vanessa said with a nod and a praising smile. Marvin departed to send word of my answer. The next day I came out of my room at third bell. There was no one standing in front of Rosamund's chamber, so I wondered whether Feline and Hartman had gone to the bookroom already. I started making my way downstairs and saw Wilfred waiting at the bottom. Charlotte, he said, waving up to me, you know you didn't have to summon Oswald while I was in the bath, right? You could have said something at dinner instead of being all secretive. Father wouldn't have thought you're untalented just because you wanted my help. What? Why is Wilfred acting like I went to him? I was so surprised that I ended up literally speechless. The most I could do was blink at him, dumbfounded. Wilfred popped out his chest and added, but hey, I may have a lot going on, but I've never been too busy to help my little sister. You can count on me. It made no sense. What is the meaning of this? Immediately, I gazed up at Oswald. He was looking back at me with a thin smile, his eyes cold and calculating. He acted entirely alone. Worst of all, there was no way for me to protest. Revealing my conversation with my retainers last night would have seemed like too much of an insult. Plus, it would give Oswald ample reason to start telling other nobles that I possess no situational awareness, thereby damaging my reputation. I will never appreciate the methods used by grandmother's former retainers. I was told you needed more accomplishments to your name. I said, trying to state my position clearly without being blunt enough to cause offense. But despite my best efforts, Wilfred paid me no mind whatsoever. Right, well, let's go. Wilfred, you are dumb! And with that, he started toward the bookroom. His retainers followed, poker-faced, while mine sighed and exchanged bitter expressions before eventually doing the same. It was like there was an unspoken rule to keep the truth hidden from Wilfred, and at that moment it felt as though we had returned to when grandmother was in power. Wilfred may have returned to being the next but I do not want things to revert back to how they were back then. Brother, how do you feel about the training of retainers, I asked, steeling my resolve. I needed him to realize that Oswald was pulling the strings so that he could take action as his lord. I was just thinking about it, actually, he replied. I started to loosen up, but he had eventually realized that his retainers were misbehaving, but then he continued. Rosamund really needs to shape up. It's her duty to make sure her retainers are up to scratch. Are you kidding me? Her retainers are the best! Your retainers are trash, especially Oswald. Oswald's awful! Well, maybe not all his retainers are trash, but yeah, in comparison, I mean. He went on to complain about how uncooperative Rosamund's retainers had been in the Royal Academy, but after seeing Feline and Hartman work yesterday, I was under no impression that they lacked training or were failing to coordinate with their lady. I praised the fact that they were such excellent workers, after only a single season, even without an adult scholar around to train them. Your words are worth much consideration, I ventured. We really must pay very close attention to what our attendants are doing. Exactly. He gave a great big nod in response, but showed absolutely zero self-awareness. It was clear why Mother was concerned about his education, even after he was recognized as an honor student. At this rate, I cannot imagine him being able to support Rosamund as the next He's not going to be able to. I was worried about Ehrenfest's future, but I also felt powerless and profoundly frustrated that Obs were chosen based on gender more than skill. Why had I not been born a man? I would have been a much better partner for Rosamund, and he would have been a much better Ob too, probably. Ooh. I cannot help but wish I were a man, I said provocatively. I would not have lost to you then. Uh-oh. Our retainers all sharply inhaled. A schism formed in the blink of an eye, and as tensions rose, Wilfred gave me a competitive grin, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere forming around us. I wonder about that, he said. I beat Ortwin of Dronko at Gwenin, you know. You wouldn't stand a chance. He's not thinking about Gwenin! She's thinking about being the next hub! Oh my god! Wilfred is so freaking oblivious! This is why I made that video! He's so oblivious! Ah! In an instant, the building tension dissipated. If that had been a deliberate move on his part, then I would have had nothing but praise for him. But it seemed more likely that he had just spoken without thinking. Wilfred. So, my duty is going to be support both him and my sister. The Rose Academy was filled with students from all over Jurgensmith, and I have been told that Rosemind's trends were securing Ehrenfest more connections with top-ranking duchies. I knew that Wilfred was working hard to make up for his lack of education as a child, but as he was now, I didn't have much hope for his socializing. Standing before me was a challenge far greater than any industry document or spring prayer memorization. Will I make it before winter? It seemed that I had much to learn about socializing before it came time for me to join the Royal Academy. Yes, you do. You gotta support this buffoon. And Rosemind's not bad at socializing, it's just she doesn't think about the noble aspect because she usually acts like, she's back in Japan. But she's not. Feline, I Serve Lady Rosemind, a previously unpublished short story that takes place halfway through Part 4, Volume 4. While helping out at the temple, Feline looks back on how she came to be Rosemind's apprentice scholar. Author's note, Rosemind and Feline's meeting was cut from the main books because it was just too long and to include, but I turned it into the short story to celebrate reaching 50,000 Naru points? What the heck is that? You might notice that Feline's relationship with Jonsara wasn't always so bad. Wasn't always so bad. She did mention that it changed when Jonsara became pregnant. We were on our way to the winter baptism ceremony and debut where I would first meet Lady Rosemind. My heart fluttered as I climbed into my carriage and we pushed through the snow. As a lay noble, it was my first time going to the castle. I was nervous about this debut in particular, but my special red dress eased my heart. My late mother had worn it when she was young, though it had been altered slightly since then. After we reached the castle, Father informed the scholar near the entrance of our arrival. We were given directions to a waiting room as I made my way there with my great-aunt. My father and the others went to the grand hall. My great-aunt was the younger sister of my grandmother on my father's side. Lay nobles often struggled to prepare noble attendants fit for visiting the castle, so it was common to have a family member fill that role instead. Upon our arrival at the waiting room, I saw several other kids with adults. Feline, my great-aunt said, all the children here are going to be your future classmates. Take care not to offend them or behave poorly. I nodded obediently. In terms of status, I ranked low even among the lay nobles, so I was under strict orders to watch my every move and action. Or word in action. Of all the children, Lady Rosemind stood out the most. She was sitting elegantly and gazing out the window, her glossy midnight blue hair rolling down over her shoulders. I could see that she was wearing a fancy hairpin of a style I'd never seen before, as well as a new outfit fashioned from the most beautiful cloth. She had probably had it made specially for today. I could not help but compare her vibrant reds to the duller shades of my own clothes. The girl is an archnoble, right? I asked. No, that's Lady Rosemind, my great-aunt replied. She was adopted by Ob Ehrenfest, so take care not to stare uncouthly. Seeing another girl my age was such a rare occurrence for me that I couldn't help but look at her. My mother's friends had at times brought their own children to play with me, many of whom were almost about as old as me, but they had stopped after she passed away. My father had then married the much younger Lady Jonsara, whose friends were similarly too young to have any children my age. These days, the only child with whom I regularly interacted with was my brother Conrad, but he was so young that he barely spoke any words at all. Okay, so this was when Feline had their debuts. So that was back when they were 7? 8, almost? Or when they just turned 7, at least, I mean. Technically, Rosemind was 8, but whatever. So, that has been the start of the academy. First year was when they're 10, the second year 11, third year 12. That was 5 years ago. Oh my god. My great-aunt told me that lay noble children should play with other lay noble children, but how am I supposed to recognize them? Lady Rosemind turned away from the window and leisurely scanned the room. She had remarkably pretty features and golden eyes that sparkled with amusement. The next thing I knew, we were looking straight at one another. and a moment later, she was smiling and waving at me. I was completely taken aback. How on earth was I supposed to respond without seeming rude? Wave back. Of course, when I eventually came to discover what Lady Rosamund was like, the answer became clear to me. I should have just returned the gesture. The baptism ceremony went about as I'd expected. I repeated everything that my family had taught me, and it ended without incident. Next came the debut. We would each play the harpspiel, offering our music to the gods. Feline, the high priest, called. I took the seat waiting for me at the center of the stage, after which Lady Jonsara brought me my harpspiel. It was a small children's model which my mother had used, and on it played the song that Lady Jonsara had taught me. Well done, Feline, Lady Jonsara said. You played perfectly. You were no shame of a noble, that is for certain, my great-aunt added. Indeed, father agreed, you did well. Why couldn't Lady Jonsara have been nice the whole time? Jesus Christ! Or who knows, like I said, maybe she was hiding how she is. I don't know. All three of them praised me upon my return. Now I only needed to listen to the kids due to perform after me. I could tell as time went on that the stage songs were getting more and more complicated. I struggled enough just trying to learn my song. I wonder how much the Archnoble children had to practice. A lot. At the time, I was unaware of what a tremendous impact a person's tutor and the quality of their instrument had on their playing. I was simply impressed by how hard I imagined the other kids had worked. The last child to perform was Lady Rosamund. Her name was called, and even the elegance with which she took the stage and sat down made her seem like she was from a completely different world than me. She is! Oh, boy. Before the performance actually started, Ob Ehrenfest took a moment to tell us circumstances surrounding Lady Rosamund's adoption. He introduced her as a saint of Ehrenfest, a girl who had enough money to justify her place in the archducal family, so much compassion that she had worked to save mere orphans, and the skills to create new industries from the ground up. Lady Rosamund sat patiently throughout the speech, listening with a smile. She certainly was pretty, but she didn't seem all that extraordinary. I could tell the adults in the audience were just as dubious. Once the Archduke was finished, a beautiful young musician brought an ornate-looking harpspiel onto the stage. Lady Rosamund accepted it, then plucked one of the strings, causing a high-pitched drum to resonate throughout the hall. The melody she played was far more complex than any of the others that had come before, and she paired the beautiful rhythm with the most enchanting singing. Now consider me impressed. This song is complex enough that it can be taught in the Royal Academy. It seems that she is as impressive as the Ob said. Many of the audience quietly voiced their amazement. Lady Rosamund's playing was simply a cut above the rest. What? I murmured, rubbing my eyes in disbelief. It seemed to me that the blue light of a blessing was flowing out of Lady Rosamund's ring. I thought it was an illusion at first, but another voice nearby confirmed my suspicions. Is that a blessing? It continued to pour from Lady Rosamund's ring with each new note she played, slowly filling the grand hall. Seeing such a large-scale blessing for the first time, it put me in a daze. But I wasn't alone. Father, Lady Jonsara, my great-aunt, and everyone else were just as awestruck. We all stared at the light over our heads, not even realizing that the performance was over. Behold, the saint of Ehrenfest, may she be blessed for the wealth and glory she brings to our home, came a sudden call. I turned my attention to the stage and saw the high priest now carrying Lady Rosamund in his arms. Everyone around me raised their staffs in the air and made it shine. I see, so she is a saint. In name alone. That was an extraordinary blessing. She must have the love of the gods. Probably. As everyone stared at Lady Rosamund in shock, she gave a gentle smile, waved, and then calmly left the stage. So saints do exist, Lady Jonsara said. She has a lot of mana, that much is clear, Father replied. I've never seen such a blessing before. Still, no matter how compassionate she's said to be, I can guarantee she won't treat lay nobles any better than the rest. She's going to be your classmate, Feline, so you'll need to be especially careful around her. The next day, I entered the playroom with a great caution, keeping my father's warning in mind. We children were going to be grouped in accordance with our ranks. My great-aunt had told me to not to defy the archnobles or men nobles no matter how they treated me. In her words, the playroom was a very tough place for lay nobles until they could obtain the protection of an archnoble. As it turned out, however, the playroom was nothing like what everyone had told me. The other children were all especially excited about the cards and playing cards that Lady Rosamund had brought with her, and sweets were distributed to all regardless of status. Our professor read from a picture book about the gods, and we studied the alphabet and simple math. Then the personal musicians of Lady Rosamund and Lord Wilfrid taught us more about playing the harpspiel. It was then that I first discovered how great an impact the quality of your tutor and instrument had on your playing. While the rest of us studied, Lady Rosamund sat on her own, reading thick, complicated-looking books she had borrowed from the castle, or writing down stories to make into books of her own. She was far beyond the rest of us in her studies, carried out her duties as the High Bishop, won every game whenever she decided to participate, and could produce blessings simply by playing the harpspiel. Calling her the Saint of Ehrenfest no longer seemed the slightest bit strange to me. One day in the playroom, Lady Rosamund came to me with a request. Feline, do tell me your mother's stories. My mother's passing meant there was nobody else who could share them, so it really warmed my heart that Lady Rosamund was willing to listen and write them down. Feline, you should transcribe these to learn your letters. Lady Rosamund said to me when I was done, I am sure you will pick them up quickly. She then gave me my mother's stories she had written out and a bunch of paper to practice with. Her handwriting was so good that it was hard to believe we were the same age. I had only recently learned to write the alphabet, so I was sure her examples would help me massively. I expect you to be able to write your mother's stories by next winter, Lady Rosamund said to me. She allowed me to borrow a picture book Bible as well, and as a show of gratitude, I decided to transcribe the other stories my mother had told me too. I was sure that Lady Rosamund would enjoy reading them. Writing out my mother's stories made me feel as though I were by her side again, and only during these moments was I truly happy. By that point, my mind was already made up. I wanted to serve Lady Rosamund as her retainer. It wasn't long before I ran out of paper, so I asked my father to prepare some wooden boards for me. I continued to write, eager to show off the fruits of my labor during next year's winter playroom. But when it came time for me to return, clutching my shakily written stories, Lady Rosamund was nowhere to be seen. That was when she had the attack. Yeah. We were told that she had been attacked, poisoned, and put into a long slumber. Nobody knew when she would wake up. I wanted the playroom to stay the same as when Lady Rosamund was there, so I did my best to help Lord Wilfrid and Lady Charlotte in her absence. There was only so much I could do, but Daniel was always there to guide us when we were struggling. He had served Lady Rosamund over her time in the temple, and while he normally stood quietly to one side, he was always quick to answer any questions put to him. Daniel, do you have a moment? Of course, Lady Charlotte. Daniel, who had become Lady Rosamund's guard knight despite being a lay noble, had somehow managed to secure the trust of all those Archduke candidates. I found myself both admiring and envying him. So even lay nobles can enter Lady Rosamund's service. Eventually, I decided to share my wish with him. I said to him that I wanted to serve Lady Rosamund too. To what end, he asked, taking my claim seriously instead of dismissing it outright. What can you do for Lady Rosamund? I paused to consider the question, and my eyes automatically wandered to the transcriptions I brought with me. I can gather new stories, I said. Lady Rosamund was overjoyed to hear them before, and my hope is to gather even more for her. She certainly would appreciate that. Well, Lady Rosamund doesn't pick based on status, so if she recognizes your hard work, she'll consider you for sure. Do your best, and good luck. Holding these words of encouragement close to my heart, I continued writing stories while waiting for Lady Rosamund to wake up. Feline, why are you always writing stories? Lady Charlotte asked me one day, her eyes drawn to the boards piled in front of me. I intend to offer them to Lady Rosamund, I replied. I want her to rejoice when she awakens. Oh my, do you mean to say that you aim to become her retainer? Lady Charlotte's indigo eyes widened in surprise, which made me surprised in turn. It was unthinkable for a lay noble to become an archducal retainer. Daniel was serving Lady Rosamund simply because he had been with her for so long, and most knights were loath to visit the temple, and even then, there had been plans to replace him with a Med Knight or an Arch-Knight after the first year of her adoption. The only reason he hadn't yet been let go was because Lady Rosamund was still unconscious. I have heard that because he's a lay noble, Daniel's going to be replaced when Lady Rosamund returns to us, I said. I am a lay noble as well, so I do not think I could ever become her retainer. That is irrelevant, though. I simply wish to serve her. And why do you wish to serve my sister? You met her for the very first time during last year's playroom, did you not? I stroked my transcriptions. The stories that Lady Rosamund had written for me endured in the form of paper and wood. No matter how many times I read them, Mother's kind storytelling voice arose in my mind. However, the stories that hadn't been recorded continued to fade from my memory. There were several that I no longer remembered at all. By listening to and recording my mother's stories, Lady Rosamund kept her alive in my heart, I said. She did what no other could, and that is why she is my one and only lady. All these experiences had gotten me where I was now, working as Lady Rosamund's apprentice scholar. I still didn't quite know why she had chosen me, but I was determined to serve her to the best of my ability, until the day came when she told me I was no longer needed. Feline, scrape this and start again, Lord Ferdinand said to me, heartlessly returning to the board I had been given to him. I was being asked to do math work in the temple, but it felt more like I was being tutored. Lord Ferdinand would expressionlessly reject my calculations more often than he accepted them, so it was hard to say that I was being of any use to Lady Rosamund. Lord Ferdinand wore a peaceful smile whenever he was at the castle, but here at the temple he was generally expressionless, except for when his brow in a frown. He had nothing if not a pretty face, but those moments made my heart stop. It always felt like he was glaring at me. It's okay, Feline, Lady Rosamund would say. You'll get used to his expressionlessness eventually. In fact, I think you'll come to realize that his smiles are what you should really fear. I still didn't understand what she meant, which only went to show that I wasn't yet suited to being her retainer. Rejected again, I said, returning to my seat with my board of calculations. Hartman raised an eyebrow at me. Try calming down a bit, Feline. A lot of your errors are simply because you're looking at the wrong digit. He was doing real work, not more worksheets. Daniel nodded in agreement. He was also working alongside us. Your fingers are moving faster than before. You just need to be more careful about making mistakes. Plus, I can assure you Lord Ferdinand isn't angry at you, no matter how much you might think otherwise. I nodded in turn and said, I will do my best. Lord Ferdinand definitely seemed annoyed, but I knew it was wise to trust Daniel about these matters. I mean, he knows Ferdinand better than you do. As I was redoing the math, Lady Rosamund stood up and presented some documents to Lord Ferdinand. He looked them over and said, very good. Oh, she got it very good! Before handing her some more work to go through. It was ever so subtle, but I was sure that I saw his eyes soften a little as he praised her. Maybe it was just my imagination, though. I don't think it was your imagination. I think he did. Yeah, he is fond of her. He thinks fondly of her, essentially. Because he's been around her so long. This originally came under the High Bishop's duties. Learn to do it. It seems a bit troublesome. Lord Ferdinand was merciless when he delegated work, but Lady Rosamund would always complete it without fail. I intended to do my best and be of as much use as possible, but I still had a long way to go before I could be deemed worthy of serving as Lady Rosamund's retainer. You're working hard, Hartman said to me. Lady Rosamund rejoiced when she read the stories you gathered at the Royal Academy. You've gathered many stories of your own. And while I was searching for stories that would make Lady Rosamund happy, Hartman was simply recording where the legend of her sainthood had started and how it had developed from there. He would always gleefully visit the temple, saying that the Grey Priest in attendance from her chambers and the workshop offered the most riveting insights entirely unlike anything heard in the castle. Hartman, where are you going? I asked. To the orphanage. Lady Rosamund's attendant, Wilma, and former attendant, Delia, are there, and they both tell very intriguing stories. People who find themselves in the same situation can still provide entirely unique tales about Lady Rosamund depending on the position and relationship with her. Lord Ferdinand and Lady Rosamund gave Hartman even more duties than they did me, but he would always finish them swiftly and then start helping the Grey Priest with their work. He normally used that opportunity to speak with them about one thing or another. The temple attendants were generally tense around nobles, but Hartman had managed to get past that by interacting with them casually and always starting up rousing conversations about what made Lady Rosamund so amazing. I thought his people skills were very impressive, but he assured me that his techniques had all come from Lord Justice. Nice! Ha ha ha! Incidentally, I still didn't know very much about Lord Justice, other than that he would apparently cross-dress to obtain information. I can't wait to see that! Oh my god, that's gonna be good! Keep on transcribing that Dunkelfelder book, Hartman said to me. I'll be back before Lady Rosamund looks up from her reading. Hartman had only ever had spirited discussions about Lady Rosamund in the orphanage, the workshop, or the High Bishop's chambers. Basically, whenever Our Lady was focused on her books, I didn't know how he managed it, but he always seemed to wrap things up right before Lady Rosamund stopped reading. And no matter where he went, he always got back in time. How does he do that? On a daily basis, Hartman's supreme competence made my shortcomings all too clear to me. Woo woo! We're getting to the comics. Okay, A Comfy Life of My Family. Rosamund has become a valuable Rosamund has become a valuable herb. What? What's this? Eckert? Justice? Eckert's opinion of her is shooting up. Huh? She's got an herb on her head. And she's like, what the fuck? I can't go to the forest, huh? And Faye and the others must know my rage. First, I'll watch them day in, day out. I'll record all these habits. Then I'll start appearing at their usual spots, always just out of sight, like a stalker. Behind shelves, under tables, they'll sense my gaze, but have no idea where I am. And while they sleep, I'll whisper in their ears. I'll make them feel the pain of my destroyed tablets. She's laughing in her sleep. Dad, hurry, tell mine she can't go back to the forest. Yes, before she tries to do something she's not going to be able to do. Oh my god. Okay, work harder, brother. If only I were a boy, I would treat Rosamund so much better than Wilfred does. Yeah, you would! If she needed to go anywhere, I would escort her. If she needed a job done, I would complete it and swiftly and to perfection. Ah, so cute. I would show her that she can trust me more than anyone. Charlotte, I'm so glad to have you by my side. Or so she would say. I hate you, Wilfred, so much. He's like, huh? He's like, what is she going on about? Oh, warning sign. This may be rude of me to say, but Lord Ferdinand has a scary face. He does. Work check. My sincerest apologies. I will redo it all at once. Ferdinand, please don't bully my apprentice scholars. He goes, mind your tongue. Oh yeah, you can see where he's looking at. He goes work check and she hands it to him, and you can see his eyebrows knit slightly in the next panel. And that means she thinks that she did it wrong. Oh, I like the pictures. Indigo. Why am I thinking indigo as purple? Is indigo blue? Because her eyes look more blue than purple. Charlotte's eyes, I mean. Girl, what the heck are you even holding? Oh, it's a face stone, I guess. Okay. I hope you guys are excited for more. Once the new book comes out, I will definitely start it, and I'll see you guys in the next one.